Qu'est-ce que vous préférez? Vous avez des visuels? Oui, bien sûr. Vous préférez? Donc, j'ai décidé d'être sur le pupitre. Le pupitre. Pour mes papiers. D'accord. Allez, Jean-Michel. Bonjour à tous. Voilà, nous sommes réunis dans une formation un petit peu plus restreinte. Nous laissons des participants en route. Tout le monde ne tient pas ce rythme. Donc pour une journée...
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us again for the second day of this symposium. It's going to be a very busy day, and Distel is going to be the first speaker of this morning's session. She will talk about the artistic scene in Paris in the early 20th century. We have about 12 speakers today, and we have a lot of people in the room who will, I'm sure, have many questions as well. It's going to be very exciting. Jean-Hubert Martin has just joined us. He will also participate in the discussions. Well, I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but yesterday was a very important day, very busy as well, devoted to the exhibition and the extension of the exhibition around the contextual issues. Just to put things in perspective, it was interesting to see what the production context was, what the genesis of the Shchukin Collection was, and we also talked about the context of this building and the objectivity of the pieces that are presented here. And then Irving Lavin had a discussion with Frank Gehry, the architect, around this building, around architecture in general. And Irving Lavin helped us to understand that we were in the belly of the whale, so to speak, here, because this is a kind of architecture that is ready to sort of jump out of the water and back in again. And we really managed to feel and live the utopia of this architecture that also inspired the Russian avant-garde. And also, we also mentioned postmodernism. Daniel Buren, an artist, also explained to us what it is to have an installation. He spoke about the Palais des Beaux-Arts. He thought about how it is important to get rid of all the preconceived notions, to over-interpret art, and to come back to the basics of the pictorial meaning. And he explained how he had set up an exhibition in alphabetical order of artists, which was a new relationship with the artworks that were displayed. And then in the afternoon, we had the privilege of listening to Eric Bulatov, who spoke to us about his relations with the Russian and French avant-gardes. And in the afternoon, we spoke about dance. This was an interesting take on the exhibition because through dance, we saw the relationship between France and Russia through a ballet, through the 1906 exhibition of Russian art, and also ballet, through which we got an understanding of Russian repertoire and sets and costumes, etc. So this scientific, quote-unquote, approach to the exhibition was expressed in two ways, through the use of footage of archives of the Nijinsky Ballet, and its incarnation by Nicolas Leriche with a dance performance around an afternoon with fawn. And then we had Peter Greenaway, who talked about painting and multimedia around dance, around music. Peter Greenaway spoke to us about the links between painting and cinema, which is sort of like a positive feedback loop. And this afternoon we will talk about, this morning as well actually, we'll talk about the Shchukin Collection. In particular, we have Anne Distel, who is going to talk to you about the Paris art scene, art dealers, art collectors in particular. And then we'll have André Marc Delocque-Fourcaud, who is Shchukin's biographer and is also his grandson. He was one of the initiators of the project, and he will talk to us about the Shchukin family. The catalogue, in fact, is just a basis of collective knowledge, and we now need to extend this circle to other artists. Then we have Anna Poznanskya from the Pushkin Museum, who will talk about the Shchukin collection there and her tastes. And then we have Natalia Semenova, who is a co-author, along with André Marc Delocque-Fourcaud, of Shchukin's biography. She was his first biographer, and she wrote in English, French, and Russian on Shchukin and his life. Natalia Semenova will talk to us about relationships between Sergei Shchukin and Mikhail Morozov, the brother of Ivan Morozov, because this relationship is at the very heart of the Shchukin collection. Then we still have more speakers in the morning. We have Tatiana Yudenkova, who is going to talk to us about Pavel and Sergei Tretyakov, who will talk to us about Dmitry Botkin as well, who was Shchukin's cousin, and she will explain their role in the donation of the collection of Shchukin. It's not just a collection of art lovers, therefore it is really a full-fledged museum. So we will hear more about it in this presentation. And the last speaker of this morning will be by Albert Kostenovich from the Hermitage Museum, and he's going to focus on the history of dance and music in Matisse's creations, ordered by Shchukin, and he's going to collect all sorts of very new data and will give us the historical context of this relationship between Shchukin and Matisse. This afternoon, we're going to focus on the main paintings of Shchukin in different museums, in the Hermitage Museum, and also then we will talk about the avant-garde artists. We will have specialists of the Russian avant-garde, but I'll come back to these speakers later on in the afternoon. So Anne, over to you to start the proceedings. Anne would like a pointer. She needs to know how to change her slides.
Bonjour à tous. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here so early. My role as a first speaker is to make sure you won't fall asleep and to try to remain within my time frame, 30 minutes. My speech is entitled A Stroll in Paris, Rue Lafitte, Art Dealers and Amateurs Around the 1900s, so I'm planting the scene here. During the decade before the 1900s, strolling on the Rue Lafitte at the end of the Boulevard des Italiens, one of the main streets of the Parisian life, gave a good idea of what contemporary art was, a more comprehensive idea than in fairs. And of course, it was a good opportunity to buy paintings. The art galleries were on both sides of the Rue Lafitte since the Second Empire. And you needed to allow yourself to be tempted if you were an art lover. You had Ambroise Vollard, Bernam Jeune, Beunier Fils et Bonjean, Durand-Ruel, and Moline. So that was for the even side. On the odd side of the street, you had Félix Gérard, Georges Bernheim, Camantron. In the Le Pelletier Street nearby, you had Durand-Ruel, Émile Bernheim, Le Bar de Bouteville. Amongst these dealers, whose commercial practice developed with the years, some addressed sophisticated clients, international clients who would pay a fair price, and others would exhibit young artists who were not yet known. I will not be able to give you the whole nomenclature, but I can give clarifications to shed light on the particular physiognomy of the Rue Lafitte, which will become familiar to Shchukin, Ivan, Piotr, and of course Sergei. Let's start with Paul Durand-Ruel, who settled there a while back and partnered with his sons, Joseph and George, born in 62 and 66, so they were about 30 years old then. Paul Durand-Ruel sold official paintings such as Cabanel, Bonnat, Baudry, or Bougreux, but also Corot, Delacroix-Millet, Rousseau, Courbet, or Puvis de Chavannes. In spite of this great success, at the beginning of the 1970s, he supported Manet and the Impressionists. He has always been aware of the need to make them known, to make himself known outside of Paris. That's why he set branches in London, Belgium, and New York. Alexandre Bernam Jeune, he started in Brussels, where he settled, and then he opened his gallery Rue Lafitte. Both his sons, Joseph, Jos, and Gaston, both born in 1870, but they're not twins, as well as his nephew, Jos Essel, who's a bit older, after 1890, turned towards Impressionists and also artists of the post-Impressionist generation. So Gauguin, Van Gogh, Nabi, Seurat, and Signac, and even Matisse and the Fauvists. In 1889, Alexandre Bernheim opened a branch to Avenue de l'Opéra, and then he transferred his business 25 Boulevard de la Madeleine after the turn of the century. Émile and Georges, whom I mentioned, are akin to Bernam Jeune, and they work with the same artists. And then there's a newcomer who opened his shop Rue Lafitte in 1893, and that newcomer is Ambroise Vollard. He started attracting the attention of art fans in 1895 with the first monograph exhibition of Paul Cézanne. And he sold paintings by Manet, Renoir, Degas, but he also recognized the talent of Van Gogh, Gauguin, and he also gave a chance to Picasso, Matisse, Rouault, Mayol, Van Dongen, Flamink, or Derain, as well as artists who are now forgotten. Important dealers dedicated to contemporary arts were not only Rue Lafitte. You had, for instance, Georges Petit at the Madeleine, organizing prestigious exhibitions and important public sales, and Monet was in good terms with him. Another important firm is Bousseau, Valadon and Company, that was Place de l'Opéra, where Theo Van Gogh, the brother of the painter, attracted Impressionists. The company also had publishing activities, and in 1897 it partnered with former employees, Michel Manzy and Maurice Joyon. And that business was on 24 Boulevard des Capucines. And right after the turn of the 20th century, so at the turn of the century, the Rue Lafitte and the neighboring streets. I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit mixed up, but you see a few portraits of Paul Durand-Ruel here. He was a bit younger here. Here you see the Bernheim brothers.
De Vollard, amusons-nous,
Vollard.
Pas tellement en marchand d'art, mais en torero.
As a torero and not an art dealer.
Cette rue Lafitte qui
So
concentre
going back to Rue Lafitte,
des
it
marchands
concentrated
et les devantures que
the
vous voyez
business
avec
of all
Distel sont
the
bien
art
évidemment des
dealers. And of course, here,
Et bien
what you see on the
entendu,
pictures,
non
all
loin
the
de
galleries.
cette rue Lafitte,
And
il y a
not far from
évidemment
the
la
Rue
salle des ventes de
Lafitte,
l'hôtel
you
Drouot,
had
rue
the
Drouot,
auction
tout proche, où se font et se défont les collections au gré des
of the
enchères
Hôtel
publiques.
Drouot, where
Cette cohorte de
public
commerçants
auctions
s'adresse
took
en effet à
place.
un réseau très actif de clients,
There's a
dont beaucoup
very
n'échappent
active
pas à la
network of
tentation de
customers.
spéculer.
And of course,
Dès le milieu du
many
19e siècle,
were
en
tempted
effet,
to speculate. At
marchands et
the
collectionneurs avaient pu constater qu'un artiste
in the middle of the 19th
ridiculisé un
century,
jour, à
merchants
l'aune de la
and
désapprobation
collectors
officielle, pouvait devenir un héros le
knew
lendemain
that an artist
et
who
cette
would be
reconnaissance
ridiculed
faisant
one
aussi
day
monter le
could
prix des
become a
œuvres.
hero the
Chaque
next day.
génération avait vu en
Each
effet
generation
l'avènement de tels artistes,
saw
de
the
Millet à
rise of
Manet,
such
les
artists,
impressionnistes en
from Millet to
constituant,
Manet.
autour de
The
1890-95,
Impressionists around
l'exemple le plus
1890,
récent.
1895 were a
création
perfect
au Musée
example of
national
that.
du Luxembourg,
The creation
qui
at
était
the
alors
National
consacrée à
Museum
l'art
of Luxembourg,
contemporain,
dedicated to
d'une salle
contemporary art
caillebotte
then,
accessible dès
of this
1897 et dédiée
salle
aux œuvres
caillebotte
impressionnistes,
in
léguée par le peintre
1897,
Gustave
dedicated
Caillebotte,
to
donne
impressionist
aussi une
works,
sanction officielle
bequeathed
à
by
ce mouvement.
Gustave Caillebotte.
Dans ce contexte,
Also
une nouvelle
gave an
génération de
official
collectionneurs, sollicitée par de nouveaux marchands, se met en place. L'attention de ces
gave
amateurs va bien sûr
made this
aux
movement more
maîtres,
official. This collection
Manet, Monet,
is
Degas,
not far from the
Renoir,
Olympia
Pissarro,
by
Sisley,
Manet.
Bertrand
And there were
Morisot,
all
tous
the
suivants,
great
sans oublier
collectionists,
Cézanne,
Manet,
et
Monet,
tous présents
Degas,
jadis à
Renoir,
l'exposition
Pissarro, Sisley,
fondatrice du
Bertrand
mouvement en
Morisot,
1874.
and Cézanne,
Mais
all those
l'émergence d'artistes plus
masters were
jeunes, Gauguin, Van Gogh, Toulouse-Lautrec,
part
les
of the
néo-impressionnistes, les Dabi,
collections.
impriment à
You
leur
had Gauguin,
collection
Van
un ton
Gogh,
plus
Toulouse-Lautrec,
aventureux,
Seurat,
ferment
Signac,
propice à de
Nabi,
nouvelles
with
curiosités.
a more
Pour
adventurous
certains,
tone.
les découvertes
some,
ne s'arrêtent pas d'ailleurs à cette génération
Discoveries
dépassée,
went
oui,
beyond
mettons des guillemets,
this
évidemment,
generation,
à
which
cet
was
adjectif,
soon overwhelmed.
dépassée par de nouveaux venus, Matisse, les
So
Fauves,
the newcomers,
Braque et
like
Picasso,
Matisse,
par exemple,
the Fauve,
sans vouloir
Braque,
clore,
Picasso,
sinon, une liste en constante évolution
and they're not the
jusqu'à
only
l'aube de la
ones.
Première
There
Guerre
were
mondiale
many
en
more
1914.
who came on the scene until the
Étienne Moreau-Nélaton,
beginning
dont
of
je
the
vous
World
montre
War
ici
I, 1914.
salon,
Étienne Moreau-Nélaton, and you can
Saint-Honoré,
see him.
est un
Oh,
exemple
well,
de
you
cette
can
nouvelle
see here
génération
the rue
active
Faubourg
dès le début
Saint-Honoré.
des années 90. Celle aussi
Is
des
a
frères
good
Shchukin.
example of this new generation
Moreau-Nélaton
at
est
the
un
beginning
bourgeois
of the
parisien, rentier,
1890s.
normalien,
Moreau-Nélaton was a
historien
Persian
d'art.
bourgeois. He's an
Petit-fils
Inuit
de collectionneur lié à Corot et
painter,
Delacroix,
art
il a déjà
historian,
commencé une collection manifestant son goût pour
and
Manet et les
he
impressionnistes, mais aussi
liked
Carrière.
Manet and the Impressionists, but also
Toutefois,
Carrière.
ces acquisitions importantes
So
chez
he
Durand-Ruel
acquired
se font dans les
these
dernières années du siècle.
paintings
Le fleuron
at
de sa
the
collection,
end of the
l'historique
century.
déjeuner
The
sur
jewel
l'herbe
of
de
his
Manet,
collection,
est acquis
the
chez ce
luncheon on the
marchand en
grass by
1900
Manet, was
pour
acquired
55 000 francs, une somme
for
considérable. Peu
55,000
après,
francs,
cette
which
œuvre
was huge
ainsi
at the time.
que les Monet,
Soon
Sisley,
after,
Pissarro qui
the
constituent,
Monet, Sisley, and
pardon,
Pissarro
avec,
paintings,
Corot et Delacroix, une
together
collection
with Corot and
exceptionnelle,
Delacroix, made
offerte à
his
l'État
collection
français en
exceptional, and
1906
they
et
were
a pris place maintenant
given to
au
the
musée
French
d'Orsay.
state in
Après
1906. They are
Caillebotte,
now at the
Étienne
Musée
Moreau-Nélaton est un
d'Orsay.
de ces amateurs qui
After
ont bien senti
Caillebotte, Étienne
l'incapacité de
Moreau-Nélaton
l'État à constituer à la fois par manque d'argent et manque
understood
de goût,
the
des
capacity of the
collections d'art
state
contemporain dignes de ce nom et l'importance des donations émanant
start
de personnes privées.
contemporary art collections
Le comte
that were
Isaac
quite
de Camondo,
important and given to the private
ici
collectors.
une des rares photos que l'on connaisse
Count Isaac de
son
Camondo, and you
intérieur.
have
Elle
here
est toute écornée,
photograph
mais
of
elle montre ces deux gars
an old
qui vous sont
photograph
familiers puisqu'ils sont maintenant au musée d'Orsay.
of
Isaac de Camondo, par le legs de sa propre collection, entreprise au
himself
même moment
with
que celle de
France.
Moreau-Nélaton, s'inscrit dans un projet
He
similaire.
bequeathed his own collection. He was from a very rich family of Jewish bankers, honored by the Pope, and he complemented public collections in the Impressionist field. He also underscored the presence of Degas, and thanks to the House of the Hanged Man by Suzanne, he made him more well-known. It was purchased for 6,200 francs at the Showcase sale in 1899. Camondo was a regular customer of Duruel, and he was ready to pay a high price for a Degas or a Manet painting. But he was also well-known amongst artists, and he paid 50,000 francs to Monet for 4 Rouen cathedrals. And you can see them here on the slide. They're in the Orsay Museum. Other future donors of the French national museums, like Auguste Pellerin or Antonin Personnaz, also had remarkable collections. And also François de Pau, who was a sponsor of the Rouen Museum. Amongst other important collectors of the generation, but whom we don't remember, we have Maurice Leclanché, Paul Gallimard, who was an annuitant and a book lover. He is a father of Gaston, the publisher of the NR and the founder of NRF. You found also Maurice Denis, Vollard, Olivier Sancerre, who is a state councillor, but also president of the Société des Amis du Musée du Luxembourg, Georges Vuillard, whose collections were scattered in public sales while he was alive and after his death. There's also a long list of names to underscore the enthusiastic activity of French collectors. They were often speculators. Some of them, like Alexandre Berthier, were fierce competitors of the Prince of Wagram. And actually, the Prince of Wagram lost all his money at this game. Many were ready to pay a substantial sum for paintings. In 1889, for instance, the Angelus by Millet was bequeathed at the Louvre. And Persian Impressionism was exported beyond French borders and continued in the 19th century. Many of these collections went to museums of all the customers of those dealers and in different museums all over the world. What about the Russians? The Francophile art amateur tradition is long-standing. It's true that the taste of these art fans mixed old and contemporary art, even if collections welcome Corot de la Croix-Millet and the École de Barbizon, for instance. And before the brothers, the Shchukin brothers, entered the scene, it's true that the activity, the amateurs of the Russian colony in France, was almost non-existent. In 1897, Ivan Shchukin was in Paris. He declared himself as a literary man, and he led a happy life while being a repeater in Russian at the École des Langues Orientales. He also had great skills and liked contemporary painting. We found in the archives many interesting work by Ambroise Vollard, now at the Musée d'Orsay, or Paul Durand-Ruel, Paul Louis, Flavie Durand-Ruel. The first purchase was spotted at Vollard, where Ivan bought Woman in the Bathtub by Degas. It's an important piece of work. And then he bought also a smaller piece, Scène d'intérieur, in 1896. Then in 1897, he bought a Bonnard and a Grès de Gauguin, non-identified. And in June 1897, a pastel by Manet. But the artwork that we will show first is the still life with cattle, currently at the Musée d'Orsay, acquired by Vollard in August 1897 for 1,000 francs, which was an important sum of money at the time. And Ivan Shchukin became a regular customer of Vollard, and he made down payments on a monthly basis between 1896 and 1900s. And in January 1898, he bought Don Quixote of the Mancha. I don't have any images of that, but it's in Tokyo at the Bridgestone Museum. You'll see this collection in Paris soon. And in March, he bought Le Lever by Degas, which you can see here. It was a provocative nude that triggered many comments when it was exhibited at the 8th and last exhibition in 1886 of Impressionist artists. Also, Degas, a monotype pastel bought at Durand-Ruel in February 1899, but it was resold soon after. Degas is probably one of his favorite artists. And, dedication to Mr. Shchukin, which you can read bottom left, suggests that both men met in April 1899. He also acquired at Durand-Ruel for 8,000 francs Lilacs at the Sun, which you can find here by Monet. But now it's in the Pushkin Museum. And it's the first time he paid so much for a painting. He usually didn't pay more than 2,000 francs, and this one was 8,000 francs. He probably did it for one of his brothers, as he did regularly for Curator or Search. But unfortunately, in 1900, all his work was scattered, most of his work was scattered during a sale at the Hôtel Drouot. And Ivan Shchukin owed 20,000 francs, secured by a pledge on his paintings. He managed to reimburse about half of his debt, but then he couldn't help buying other paintings. And many connoisseurs took part in the bids and increased their collection. The dentist, Georges Viau, for instance, bought a portrait of Sisley by Renoir in the Art Institute in Chicago. Isaac de Camondo bought this wonderful drawing of Degas, a dancer tying her corset. And Auguste Pellerin purchased Portrait dit de Rubini by Manet. In 1900, the sale was for financial reasons, and he started selling his first collection, but developed another collection of ancient art. His Spanish collection proved to be quite disappointing because no painting sold after his death in 1908 bore famous names such as Greco, Goya, Velázquez, or Baran, without an ignominious question mark, school of or attributed to, so the prices were extremely low, and that wasn't enough to reimburse the creditors of the deceased. At 38 years old, Ivan Shchukin committed suicide and put an end to a hectic but promising career. Ivan seems to be the pioneer of the family, but his two brothers, Piotr and Serge, followed suit. Serge has many paintings that belong to Peter. Peter started collecting paintings while he was very young, with a certain bulimia, Russian and Oriental antiques, but he was also attracted by modern painting, French painting. He didn't express himself on this paradox and on the nature of his museum, which was soon enough made public and dedicated to ancient Russia. And in June 1898, he acquired at Durand-Ruel un forain à l'Opéra. It's in the Pushkin Museum. Then a Sisley along the River Seine at Villeneuve-la-Garenne. You probably saw it during the exhibition. He also acquired a Pissarro, Place du Théâtre Français, a Monet painting. And then in July 1898, he acquired a Degas grooming, a wonderful pastel, which is not in the exhibition, and which came from the sale of Henri Wever, a jeweler. Peter accepted to pay 14,000 francs for this painting. And he also It's also important to note that Isaac de Camondo bought at Durand-Ruel another pastel with the same pattern in 1898. And in October 1898, for 15,000 francs, Pierre Shchukin bought the wonderful Renoir who belonged to Emmanuel Chabrier, the musician. And soon after, within 2 days of each other, he bought Paysage à Sainte-Adresse from Durand-Ruel and Bois Sacré from Maurice, from Vollard by Maurice. So before 1900, he had a small collection of major works, historic impressionist works, including Zando Meneghi and Raffaelli, but excluding Suzanne. A Russian fashion also showed a certain attraction for exotic subjects painted by André Surida, Victor Huguet, or Étienne Tinet, Orientalists, as we call them now. But then he slowed down his acquisitions and he stopped buying. Soon before he died, in 1912, he wanted to sell this collection on the Persian market, but Serge bought them back to add them to his own collection. Serge Shchukin overshadowed the memory of Ivan and Pierre. He probably already started an eclectic collection of contemporary paintings, Russians and others. When, at the time, Peter also started getting interested in Impressionists. So he acquired in November 1898 the first important Monet, the Pyramids of Port Coton. You saw it in the exhibition. Then he acquired another Monet, Meadows at Giverny, in 1888. And he also probably acquired at Bérem-Jeune the Haystack at the Hermitage Museum and a Pissarro. And he also likes the charm of Maurice Denis or Puvis-Chavannes. And I refer you to the two paintings that are here by these painters. Monet, amongst all the Impressionists, is probably the one he's most interested in. He went to see him in Giverny in 1900, and he bought the Nymphea Basin as well as the Rouen Cathedral, both at the Pushkin Museum. And then he kept buying Monet paintings at art dealers, a smaller version of the Luncheon on the Grass, for instance. probably
Serge Shchukin ne semble guère attiré par Renoir, pourtant bien représenté
to
chez les marchands qu'il fréquente, ou même Degas, qui aime tant son frère.
remember the
Malgré deux
career
chefs-d'œuvre
of the
d'artistes
painter since his
considérables,
beginning.
il va surtout
He didn't seem to
s'attacher
be
à
very
réunir une
interested
série
in Renoir
éblouissante
or
d'œuvres de Paul
Degas.
Cézanne, auquel le Salon
However,
d'automne rend
he
hommage en
has
1904, puis
an
après sa mort en
astounding
1907,
collection of Paul
révélant
Cézanne's
ainsi son
work,
œuvre au grand public.
and he
Son premier
revealed
Cézanne
his work to the
semble
public
être
at large
cette nature morte
at the
botellée, carafe,
Autumn
bol
Fair in
qui est exposée
1904.
et qui
His
est
first
acquise en
Cézanne,
novembre
still life
1903
bowl
chez
and milk
Durand-Ruel.
jug, was acquired in November
Deux
1903 at
peintures qui
Durand-Ruel.
proviennent de la vente
Then
Choquet
two
en
paintings came from the
1899, qui
Choquet
avait
sale in
établi la cote
1899,
commerciale du peintre,
had
les fleurs dans un vase,
established the evaluation of the
familière,
painter,
et ce chef-d'œuvre
flowers
qu'est,
in a
le
vase,
Mardi
which is
Gras,
very well known, and
auquel
this
il paie la somme
masterpiece,
considérable
Mardi
de 20
Gras. And
En
he
1906,
paid
il achète
20,000
chez
francs
Vollard
for
un
that then.
portrait
In 1906, he
de
bought
l'artiste lui-même
from Vollard a
et de paysages. Et cette série est
self-portrait
complétée toujours
of the
chez
artist,
Vollard par l'acquisition de
and
deux
then he
œuvres
acquired
majeures,
two major
L'homme à la
works,
pipe
Man Smoking a Pipe
et La Dame en bleu.
and Lady in
C'est
Blue.
peut-être à travers ces achats de peinture de Cézanne
It's
que se
through
dessine le mieux
the
d'ailleurs
purchase
la
of these
rivalité
paintings
amicale de
by
Shchukin et
Suzanne
Suzanne Morozov, qui
that
achète
we
par exemple lui aussi
see
en
the
1909
friendship
un
of
portrait de l'artiste.
Shchukin and Ivan Morozov, who, for instance, bought in 1909 a self-portrait of the artist, and in 1873, the leaning smoker.
Serge Shchukin compte cependant parmi
Serge
les plus
Shchukin
importants amateurs de Cézanne
was
vivant
one
artiste.
of the most important Cézanne fans while
Grâce
the
à de
artist
nouveaux
was
marchands,
alive.
Serge Shchukin est aussi
Thanks to new art dealers, Serge
élargir ses
Shchukin
choix.
also widened his
qui est du
choice.
même âge
Eugène
qu'Ambroise
Drouet,
Vollard, est
who
un des
is
derniers
Ambroise
venus sur la
Vollard's
place
age,
parisienne.
is one of the latecomers on the
Photographe attiré de Rodin,
Paris scene.
attitré de
He's
Rodin,
the
pardon,
official
cet ancien
photographer
cafetier
of
l'ouvre sa
Rodin.
galerie,
He was a
114
former cafe owner, and he opened his art gallery Faubourg Saint-Honoré in 1903 only, with many Gauguin works, Nabi works, but also works by Signac, Louis van Rysselbergh, and Van Gogh, as well as young artists showing their work at the Autumn Fair, Rouault, Marquet, Camoin, Manguin, and he took part in the exhibitions of this gallery. Another group of dealers supported the Fauves, the Cubists. Alexander Rosenberg, who was born in 1845, only dedicated to modern painting at the end of the century, working on 77 Faubourg Saint-Honoré. And then his sons took over, and the name of Rosenberg became part of history. Another familiar name is that of Daniel-Henri Kahnweiler, who opened in 1907 a gallery, Rue Vignon. Berthe Weil is another example of small art dealer who, as early as 1901, in his boutique not far from the Butte Montmartre and then Rue Taitbout, showed Suzanne Valadon, Matisse, Marquet, Modigliani paintings. We could also mention Clovis Sagnaud as the new Père Tanguy, the mythical merchant of Cézanne and Van Gogh's works. And all these art dealers started moving away from the Rue Lafitte, and art galleries settled in the west of Paris. From 1903, there's not much documentation, but in 1904, on the 10th of November, we can spot the purchase of two Gauguins by Serge Shchukin for 3,500 francs. And he bought paintings regularly there, as well as at Gustave Fayet's art gallery. And we have several photographs of those art galleries. Serge Shchukin showed how curious he was. He kept buying paintings by Van Gogh from Vollard and Drouet. It's also probably thanks to Vollard that he was interested in Henry Rousseau. He has a very nice series of works by Rousseau, dominated by the poet and his muse, Apollinaire and Marie Laurencin, which you can see here on the screen, but also the combat of the tiger and the buffalo, a horse attacked by a jaguar. He was introduced in the circle of young contemporary creators, Picasso and Matisse, who also both admired Rousseau. We could also talk about the collector and his muse. After 1906, Shchukin is no longer a mere art dealer. He's also a real sponsor for Matisse and Picasso. In the 1870s, he strongly supported painters who were ignored or criticized by the public at large. History seems to be repeating itself, but I'll stop here and I'll give the floor to my colleagues for this new chapter.
Oui, alors maintenant nous accueillons.
Well, now we will listen to André Marc Delocque-Fourcaud. Yes, you can give him a big hand, indeed.
D'ailleurs, il ressemble beaucoup à son arrière-grand-père.
He resembles his grandfather a lot, doesn't he? Not your great-grandfather, but your grandfather. André Marc is going to talk to us about the Shchukin siblings and their collecting strategy. He will start with a sort of an enigma, mystery, which is going to be a different approach. A different approach from that was prepared by Anne, who gave us so many details about all the works of art that were purchased by the Shchukins. Hello, I'm very pleased to be here.
J'étais en service commandé puisque j'ai piqué hier, avant-hier, à Anne la statuette
Anne gave me the statue, which is the award that was given to Anne Baldassari and the collection. So we were on the podium at an awards ceremony, and I hope that there will be many more such occasions. And I will have the pleasure of receiving these awards on behalf of Anne Baldassari, who's done a remarkable job with this collection. So I'm going to talk to you about a certain number of things. That Miss Anne Distel covered in a very scientific manner. I'm going to talk to you about the Shchukin siblings. I knew that after a very scientific presentation by Anne Distel, I would feel slightly inadequate, but I'm going to talk to you in a very sensitive manner because I'm not a curator or an art specialist by any means, but I'm familiar with my grandfather, and I adapted his biography into Russian with the help of Natalia Semenova. All the documents were gathered by Natalia herself, who is present here today. So let me talk to you about the Shchukin siblings. There were the three collectors. The third wasn't mentioned because he was a collector mainly in Russia, and he collected Russian classical painters. That was Dmitri. But I just wanted to underscore the fact that Sergei Shchukin didn't just come out of nowhere. He wasn't just a genius who appeared from God knows which goddesses' forehead or womb or whatever. He was a textile merchant, and he gradually turned to art. He was wondering whether he should collect a few paintings, maybe a few Monets, Gauguins, and why not Matisse and Picasso? I just wanted to mention that this wasn't really something that happened just by chance or at random. He was, first of all, largely inspired by his father, born in 1817. He could almost have met Napoleon personally. He died in 1870, and in fact, the war with Napoleon had gotten the better of his family fortune. And there was this group, a very powerful group of people in Russia who wanted to enlarge their operations and activities into the art field. Generally, these people had a lot of children. The oldest amongst them inherited the collection and pursued the collecting activities in general. So Ivan Vasilievich had really a proper educational plan, so to speak, for his four sons mainly, and two others who were born later on. And so he made them specialists, first of all, in the textile business, beginning with clothes and decoration.
D'accord, excusez-moi, je ne suis pas... Donc la firme Ivan Shchukin et Fils.
So Ivan Shchukin and Sons prospered in the luxury segment. Bernard Arnault, the CEO of Louis Vuitton, LVMH, reminded us that it was a global company. But let's say even Ivan Shchukin and Sons were sort of the equivalents of Bernard Arnault at the time, just like the Morissov brothers. Well, so this is what I have in mind for about half an hour or so. If you allow me, I'm going to try to solve a mystery around an allegory that I wanted to mention to you, and talk about this small group, this family and others that lived at the end of the 19th century and began to collect French Impressionist paintings. I'm sorry, please bear with me because I'm not very computer savvy.
Vous connaissez cette image. C'est la première salle du futur musée d'art moderne.
Well, here is the very first room of the Modern Art Museum, the iconostasis of Gauguin in the Gauguin room. And I urge you to have a look at the triptych, Matisse's triptych that was ordered. And now the three panels are between the Hermitage Museum and elsewhere. And in fact, the problem was it was impossible to bring it all the way here because it was too complicated. And then there is a Picasso. This is in the Trubetskoy Palace. You have the Gauguin universe with the tropical environment, and then the splendor of the private room on the other side of the door. And there are two paintings that have been hung just there, very difficult to identify, and my wife wondered for many years because she worked very hard to identify the paintings that were hung in this room. So here we go. There's a close-up. That's the triptych, Matisse's triptych, and on the right, the bottom right, there's this little canvas there. But let's zoom in on it. That one, well, you can see slightly more clearly now. It looks like a face. Marie Laurencin, maybe, who entered the collection in 1912, but it doesn't look like her. So this is a mystery. It's a woman, obviously, but we don't know which one. It's a portrait. So we really looked very hard because we have the full inventory of the collection. We have a full list based on the catalogue that was published in 1913 by Shchukin himself, where we have a handwritten list of the librarian of the Soviet Union. And well, we have also things from Shchukin's eldest daughter, Ekaterina. So we have all sorts of written documents, and we have proof of that period. So we were trying to identify this painting. We've tried for a long time, let's say. And in the Shchukin collection, there is this extra painting which is not in the catalogue. It is the alien, so to speak. So this painting wasn't present, obviously, in 1918 when the librarian started listing everything that was in the palace. So this is the introduction to this group of siblings that began to collect art. Here again is an enlargement of the same portrait that I was talking about. It's very clear now, obviously, that it's a woman. And here, well, it's slightly dark. So unfortunately, you can't really see much because of the lighting. But this has a faint resemblance with the other one. It's exactly the same format. It's the same format, the same size. And there is this portrait of a woman, once again. It's not a Matisse, it's not a Picasso. But it's interesting because it's very mysterious. So, where did this portrait come from? Well, currently, it is in my staircase. It was given to me by my mother. I inherited it from my mother. It's anonymous. It hasn't been signed. And when I was a young boy, I spent a lot of time in Sergei Shchukin's apartment. And everyone knows that he died a pauper in the 16e in Auteuil, in a 200-square-meter flat overlooking the Seine. We only had 3 helpers at the time. So, well, that means, of course, that despite having lost most of his fortune, he was still pretty well off. So this portrait hung into his living room. Now, in Rue Vidame in Paris, we just know that Shchukin had won this one extra painting, and then in 1914 in the Trubetskoy Palace there was also one extra painting which somehow escaped the inventory. Now, there are all sorts of assumptions. Probably it left Russia. Probably it was the only painting from the Trubojska Palace that managed to leave Russia, because it is not part of the inventory, as I said. Well, that is one possibility. But anyway, the mystery remains unresolved. And what is interesting is that it is the portrait of a woman, this mysterious woman, who is impossible for us to identify. Well, so, this being said, what is the connection with the Shchukin siblings? Well, let's start with Sergei. Sergei began to collect art at age 45. And Miss Distel just reminded us that his younger brother, because there was a large age gap between the two brothers, about 15 years or so, between Sergei and Ivan. Ivan was a sort of a dandy who used to collect art. He had his own collection as well, and he was joined by Piotr Shchukin, who also started collecting Impressionists from 1858 onwards. It was not like a game for them. They used to go art hunting, so to speak, Impressionist painting hunting. And so there was this group of collectors. Shchukin was the equivalent of the Bernard Arnault at the time, and of course, being an affluent person himself, he wanted to not just make money, but he was sort of the patron of the arts, and he just wanted to do something for the community. And that was very frequent in Russia and France and the United States at the time. So these brothers, they decorated the palace. But Shchukin was very busy doing business at the time. He didn't know anything about art. Dimitri only focused on the Dutch classical painters. He was a very discreet person. And he only brought one Russian painting, Aberkampf. Everything is in the Pushkin gallery now, and it's a really fantastic to focus on his collection alone. And then there was Peter Shchukin. Now, for somebody who was collecting Russian and Oriental antiques, why, all of a sudden, did he decide to buy a whole series of Impressionists? And Baldassari has brought them all over here, except the one pastel by Renoir. And well, there are two nudes that weren't brought here for conservation-related reasons, because they're not in good enough a condition to be transported to France. And so there were pieces that were sold to Sergei Shchukin much later on. His brothers, in their own way, had their own way of collecting. Dimitri was a very private collector. He didn't want to show any of his paintings. He was not very interested in arts pieces that didn't appeal to him, so he made a lot of donations to museums in Germany and elsewhere, whereas Piotr was very eager to collect as much as possible, and he started building things to hang all his paintings because he didn't have enough room for them. And there were so many people queuing up in front of his museum to offer their art, that he was like a sort of an Orson Welles kind of character who never had enough of paintings, an ogre, so to speak. So he decorated his palace with all sorts of pieces. He did it in a very casual manner, but he was very brilliant nonetheless. And then there was Ivan, who never really thought about business at all. He was a real collector. He had gone to university. He wasn't trained in the textile business by his father, and he decided to settle in Paris because he wasn't interested in Russia at all. So Ivan invited the who's who of Paris in Wagram, and his dream, his project was to become a collector and an art dealer like Gustave Fayet. There were about 90 Gauguins who went through Fayet, because Fayet was a very rich man and he had a lot of extremely good, keen intuition. So he was sort of like, he wanted to be a patron. He wanted to buy and sell art. He wanted to become a dealer. And he was very good at selecting art. But he was not very good at business, unfortunately. This little group of brothers got organized. The head of the family was Sergei. Of course, he was the businessman. He had all the money. He was the capitalist of the family, and he also had a beautiful palace. He had a gorgeous wife, Lydia, beautiful children. He was 40 plus, slightly snobbish, and he was very pleased to have done so well in his life. Russian, after all. He's the eldest and the most intelligent and brilliant. So everyone helped him to collect paintings.
Qui brûle la vie par tous les bouts, dont seul peut-être l'épouse peut rivaliser avec Lydia Grigorievna. Je parle de Morozova, le nom est prononcé, l'aîné des Morozov, Mikhail Morozov.
And then there was, of course, Morozov, with Mikhail Morozov, who is also one of the very famous Russian collectors, and he began at the same time as Shchukin. And everyone was having a good time, really. Everyone was enjoying doing this. And Anne mentioned the metaphor of La Chapelle. The chapel of the palace. So there were a lot of paintings that were hanging in the chapel, and then there was the music room beyond that, where you had the Monets and you had Moray Sicily by Pietro. Then there were two Pissarros as well, collected by two of the brothers. So it was a fantastic period, and during 1898 and 1904, the last Monets arrived, L'Enchant de Grasse, and other paintings on the Thames, etc. So there was this period of sheer bliss because everyone was really collecting for the sheer pleasure of it. They were all together. They were all part of the same family. The Morozovs were there doing their own thing as well. And then there was one last person.
There was also a painter who was a cousin once removed to Shchukin, who was a member of the Botkin family, who made their fortune in tea. And in the 19th century, they were the founders of clinical medicine in Russia. Sergei Botkin, who was the father of the personal doctor to the Tsar Nicholas II and was therefore executed in July 1918. So this was his cousin once removed, and in this big brotherhood, 14 surviving children from Ivan IV, the great dynasty, and out of them there's one painter. He's called Fedor Vladimirovich.
Le neveu de la mère de Shchukin, qui est une Catherine Shchukin, et donc également un cousin germain.
So we've got cousin once removed, so the mother of the nephew of Shchukin, and in 1893, so roughly the same time as Ivan Shchukin arrived, he set up in Paris. He got interested in the French art scene. He got interested in Maurice Denis. He became recognized by Diaghilev's art world, which was around in 1919, so very much the Impressionist period. And his cousin was part of the group. There are very clear traces of Botkin's influence in the chapel that is right near here. Maurice Denis and also the British Romantics. Mikhail Morozov, who was with them, quite logically purchased one of Botkin's pieces. This was a decorative piece, and he was also a very good portrait painter. He had been trained, he had received classical training in Russia, and Botkin purchased from him Mikhail Morozov bought from Botkin a portrait of a woman. This portrait ended up at the Tretyakov gallery because the entirety of the collection will be given to the gallery upon the death of her, by the wife upon the death of her husband. So we tried to sort through it, and we found the portrait at the Vladivostok Museum. I hope I can get it up on the board.
Ça va venir parce que j'ai vu passer. Alors vous voyez la femme, la nôtre, voilà. Katia est à gauche.
Katya is on the left here.
Alors le portrait de Vladivostok, ça vous dit
So
pas
the
quelque
Vladivostok
chose par rapport à
portrait,
l'autre?
does that ring any bells?
Ça pourrait être la même.
It might be the same person, at least the same model.
Et si vous le permettez, nous dirons, et bien entendu, il n'y a aucune documentation.
And if you will indulge me, of course there are no curators here who would accept what I'm about to say, and I would understand that. But as a member of the family, I get to dream and to throw ideas around. Potentially, Sergei Pushkin, during his time with Mikhail, bought this portrait by their friend Fedor, as he was starting out as a collector. You had Ranquin, Patterson, Richavat. All of these artists are mentioned in the chapelle metaphor. And all of this has a sad ending. This community, this brotherhood, which carried Shchukin at the beginning of his collection, ended up disappearing because Mikhail Morozov died to apoplexia in 1903. So he died at 39, very young, leaving behind him this unfinished collection to Margaret Kirillovna. And Botkin had a lot of past. There was a lot of mental illness in his family. And Fedor Bodkin ended up succumbing to this curse as well, even as he was participating in his first art expositions as a French-Russian painter. He became more and more ill, he stopped painting in 1904, and he died in 1905. Mrs. Distel mentioned some of the financial difficulties that Ivan Shchukin had. He had to leave the Impressionists behind him and move towards a classical Spanish painting with the questionable results that we're all aware of. Piotr himself went back to his antiques and remained Shchukin's right-hand man for business. Shchukin built up the collection, and Piotr would part-time manage the collection. He would spend the mornings in his museum and the afternoons in his in the Shchukin & Sons workshop. After 1904, Shchukin ended up alone. And this is when the primitive collection started to evolve. This was in 1904. So in 1903 and 1904, as Mrs. Distel said, the first Cézannes came in, so quite a daring move. And they had very clearly been inspired by Ivan Shchukin, who had the House of the Hanged Man. So Shchukin then became one of the greatest collectors, at least in the opinion of the audience here, I believe. Mrs. Baldassari has been able to communicate that to the attendees. Personally, I remain convinced that this is someone who was broken mid-life by the disappearance of his son. There's no greater tragedy than to lose your son when your son is 17. He disappeared during the revolution in 1905. There was also the death of the person who had accompanied him through that pain, the great beauty of Moscow, his wife. She died in 1907, suddenly, to illness. And the other of their sons, Gregory ended up committing suicide in the Trubetskoy Palace in 1910. That is the real drama of this story, because up until then, you could have said things were going pretty well. Even Ivan's suicide, the brother, could be glossed over. This was a man who had made some bad business decisions. At least there is a way to explain the pain, but for that final tragic event, there is no explanation. But this created the man. When he came back to Paris, and this is what I will wrap up with, it's fair to imagine that the portrait that you see on the right is the rosebud to his citizen Kane. At the end of his life, Shchukin goes back to this mysterious woman that we don't know anything about. Maybe a woman that he loved openly or secretly. But Shchukin came back to her and looked at her, thinking back to his golden era. It's amazing to think what the energy of a genius collector can lead to in all of its tragedy. This great vector of the soul that he is now bringing to you. Thank you.
Merci, André Marc.
Thank you very much. I didn't want to cut you out as you were getting to the great end of your speech there, but we do have a lot to get through this morning. We're now going to hear Anna Poznanskya. She is the curator at the Pushkin Museum.
Because maybe you have to find the best position.
Anna has worked on the catalogue, which I'm sure you saw. She worked with Alexei Petukov on an article for the Pushkin Museum where they both went into more cross-cutting detail of the Russian scene at the end of the 19th, beginning of 20th century as the Shchukin Collection was being constructed. And now she's going to work on some more specific details of this first collection. You understand a little French? So you're going to work on the French collection from before as well? Okay, just the French collection, because there is a Russian Shchukin collection that came before the French collection. This is something that we may be able to talk about during the debate at the end of the morning. Thank you, Anna. Hello, everyone. I'd like to first of all say that this is quite a thankless task to come in after the previous speaker, André Marc, because he was able to show us amazing things during his speech. This wasn't the first time I'd heard him speak, in fact, but I will try to live up to the previous speaker by speaking to you about Shchukin. I will talk about the part of his collection which is not very often described, but is mentioned in the preface to the catalogue. Alexei Petukov, who will be speaking a bit later, in this preface, mentioned the fact that Shchukin had started his collection relatively late. He was 40 at the time. This meant that he went through numerous generations of Russian painters very quickly. In the 1860s, the collection started to emerge. This was closely tied to the emergence of a trading market in Russia and also the emergence of a Russian middle class, which started to collect art, especially European art. For collectors, each decade is important, as each decade brings some form of radical change to the art scene. So Shchukin needed to start with the people who came before him, but then he had this leap forward. So what I'd like to talk to you about is the Monet to Picasso period. It's an absolutely amazing period with some very rare masterpieces that belong to this period. Shchukin selected his artworks himself.
Он не любил ориентироваться на советчиков и иногда делал выбор шокирующий,
Shchukin did not heed experts' advice. And on occasion, he would select pieces of artwork that went against the tastes of some of his contemporaries. However, the Shchukin collection contains a couple of pieces that came in before Monet. There is a quote that we often go to in Russia. This is an art critic, a Russian art critic called Yakub Tugendhold. And in fact, you can find pieces related to this in this museum. The artwork that came before Monet were quite varied. They came from many different artists and from many different artistic generations. So it begs the question, why did Shchukin decide to collect these? What I'm going to do is try to explain this and tell you about some of the people that Shchukin would have known. I'm going to try and explain why Shchukin made the choices he did. What were the artistic trends that were recognized at the time? We will mention what was important to the collectors that came before Shchukin and also the younger ones. The end of the 19th century was a difficult time for Russian culture. There was a quest for identity at the time.
Между Востоком и Западом, и буквально в культурном своем смысле.
There were hesitations and a quest for identity, as I said, how there was a desire to go beyond realism.
Но, как ни странно, именно в этот период Россия была близка Европе как никогда в другое время. И потому что представители передовых слоев населения
past identity. These were things that were of great concern for the entirety of society at the time, and the merchants, the ones who were doing the trading, would send their children to study abroad.
Хотя были исключения, как княгиня Тенишева, к которой я еще вернусь. И вообще, в принципе, становится принято посещать выставки не только в Париже, но и в журналах, черпать из них какую-то информацию. Хотя, надо сказать, что, опять же, эта такая дорожка была не очень простая, потому что есть известное такое высказывание
publications, expositions in Paris, traveling to Munich, etc. Alexander Benoit, one of the founders of the Le Monde de l'Art Society, used to complain, saying that at the end of the 19th century there was a severe lack of information on Europe in Russia. This lack of information was felt very acutely in Russia.
Почти все, что тогда издавалось и во Франции, и в Англии, и в Германии, игнорировало как раз то, что творилось под боком в каждой из этих стран.
There was a feeling that just subscribing to books and publications from Europe weren't enough. The Russians felt in the dark compared as to what was going on in their neighboring countries. The artistic reviews of the time did not yet contain information on the Impressionists.
Вещи, которые и какие-то приоритеты, которые в этот момент бытовали в России.
So what influenced the beginning of Shchukin's collection?
Коллекция Третьяковых, и прежде всего Сергея Третьякова, который собирал европейскую живопись, она была невообразимо важна для
Sergei Tretyakov's collection, who you mentioned, was influential. He was already collecting European artworks, and Shchukin had been impressed himself by that collection. Tretyakov used to say,
как бы подлинная картина для меня это та, которая куплена непосредственно у художников.
That what was important for people at the time
все-таки больше было принято в России собирать старое искусство, старых мастеров.
Was that the real painting was the painting that was bought from the painter. because in Russia,
очень хорошо
people would
справляться
generally
в истории
purchase
искусства, быть специалистом
historical
в ней.
paintings.
А с другой стороны, конечно, на рынке было много подделок.
And
И,
to be able to do that,
например,
you
Сергей
needed to
Третьяков,
know art
я
history, and
подозреваю,
there
что и
were
Павел тоже, будучи
counterfeits on
купцами,
the
людьми
market.
практичными, они просто не могли, ну, как-то им трудно было представить себе
Tretyakov and Sergei as well, I feel,
денег, потому что у них было у обоих
were having
негативный опыт,
issues
когда они
as
покупали
traders.
старые
This was
вещи, и они
the risk
оказывались
of
фальшивыми.
counterfeit
И тем более,
was
что Сергей Третьяков — это образец такого очень,
unacceptable.
очень
It
практичного,
was
очень отчасти даже
inconceivable to spend a lot of
меркантильного
money on a counterfeit for
коллекционера, что
them.
совершенно не уменьшает чистоты его вкуса. И поэтому, конечно, они стали собирать современных художников. И вот современное искусство в
Tretyakov
60-е годы, когда
purchase
Сергей Третьяков начал покупать художников, это было все довольно
guaranteed
сложно происходило,
works.
потому что художественных журналов еще не было.
So you had this new
И
trend.
была коллекция Боткина.
There were no
о
art
которой
reviews at the
расскажет Дмитрия
time.
Петровича Боткина, но она была, собственно,
There
единственной
was the
коллекцией
Botkin
такой
collection, Dmitry
серьезной
Botkin's
европейского
collection.
искусства в Москве.
But that was
А
pretty
вообще,
much the
люди, которые
only
любили французское
serious
искусство,
collection
они
of this
предпочитали
type
жить
of art in
в Париже.
Moscow.
И русские люди, и в том числе художник
So the
Боголюбов
Russian
и писатель
lovers
Иван
of
Сергеевич Тургенев.
French
Они
art
жили в
preferred
Париже, они
to go to
помогали
Paris.
русским
Turgenev, for
приобретать
example,
полотна, и, в
lived in
частности,
Paris.
Александру II, Александру III,
And
императору,
these are
они
the
тоже
people who would
помогали
help the
формировать
Russians
собрания.
purchase
И,
the
но,
paintings.
собственно,
Alexander
почему я хотела
the
увидеть
second and the
Сергея
third, for
Третьякова,
example,
потому что,
received help from these kinds of people.
он имеет, с одной стороны, очень много отличий по
I
темпераменту
mentioned
и характеру
Tretyakov
Щукина, но в то же время есть такая
because
одна
his
очень важная
temperament, his
вещь, которая вообще
character
очень
was very
характерна
different
для
from that of
московского
Shchukin.
коллекционирования вот этого периода. Это готовность к любого рода экспериментам, отсутствие
One of the specificities of the
фиксированных
Moscow collectors of the
границ,
time
рамок,
was that they were
которые
willing to experiment.
являлись бы табу
They
для
didn't
этих
want to
коллекционеров. Конечно, кто-то дальше
hide
вышел за
behind
это
anything
дело,
or
кто-то
to
остался более
limit themselves
узко
with
себя
taboos.
ограничил. Но тем не менее,
Some of them
Сергей Третьяков, точно так же, как
were
позже
able
Щукин,
to
он покупал
transgress the
художников,
preconceived
которых в России
ideas
уже
better than
знали,
others,
были
but
одобрены
Tretyakov and
русской
Pushkin
критикой. И такие имена он рассчитывал иногда
purchased
покупал
already
такие, которых
known
в России вообще даже никогда не
pieces of
слышали,
art that had
удивляло
already
русскую
been
публику. И, в
mentioned
принципе,
by critics.
считается, так, глобально в России,
But they
что
also
Сергей Третьяков
purchased
собирал
new
вот золотую
pieces
школу.
that
Но он
surprised the
позволял
Russian
себе совершенно
audience.
разнообразные
In
разработки. Он мог
Russia,
купить
it is said
вот
that
эту картину
Tretyakov
Делакруа. У него была ранняя работа
purchased
Анны Кадема, это
pieces
художник
from the Barbizon
бельгийского
school, but this
происхождения, который сделал
Delacroix
себе карьеру
piece
в Англии,
belonged
как
to
известно,
a
и это еще бельгийского периода работы. Он покупал испанцев, он покупал немцев, Менса или Кнауса, таких очень разных. У него была,
belonged to a
например,
Belgian
работа
collection.
Фромантена, работа Руабе, Кутюр,
Here we
Нуар.
have the
То есть
Fromentin piece.
очень
You've
широкие
got Delois, lots of other
диапазон для того времени. И в то же
artists,
время он
and
покупал картины
as you can
реалистов,
see,
потому что у него,
the scope of the collection was very broad for the time. He also purchased
известная
realist
работа, которая,
pieces,
кстати, чуть не
Courbet,
попала в Арсе, музей
Le
Дарсе,
Page.
но он ее очень быстро купил. И вот такая
This
вещь,
piece was
как
almost purchased by the
«Рыбаки
D'Orsay Museum,
Жюля
but
Бретона».
unfortunately wasn't.
И он ее купил, кстати, она непосредственно на выставке в
Fishermen at
Париже в
Menton by Jules
1778
Breton, for
году.
example. He purchased all of these pieces
Он покупал точно так же, как и
in
позже Щукин, он
1877 during
покупал
the
известных,
Paris Expo.
пользовался услугами известных торговых домов, галерей
Just like Shchukin after
и
him,
Жоржа Пти.
Tretyakov
Я к тому, что, в принципе, эти ходы уже, эти дорожки уже были вполне
went to the
проторены в
galleries
то время.
of Georges
И вот
Petit.
эта Диана Каро, очень известная.
He already knew the
И,
ins and
в
outs
частности, вот
of
хороший такой пример, потому
art
что это
trading.
картина Курбе «Море», которая была как раз куплена у Жоржа Пти.
And then
И
we
надо
come
сказать, что
to The Sea
Курбе, как
by
известно,
Gustave
очень
Courbet.
неровный художник, и у него
This had
бывают
been
очень,
purchased by
очень
Georges
разные
Petit.
по качеству и по характеру исполнения вещи. И
As you
вот
know,
это
Courbet
позднее его море,
had
когда
ups and
он,
downs in his
уже
career.
пришел к таким от более ранних, более грубых, иногда таких вязких вещей, он постепенно пришел к более такой
Depending on
тонкой
the
палитре, к более тонкому
quality
пониманию
of his
цвета.
pieces
И вот эта
or
вещь
the
из
mood in
коллекции
his pieces.
Сергея Третьякова, как я уже сказала, а вот эта «Хижина в горах», она из коллекции Сергея Щукина. И это единственный Courbet.
And so the collection was built up. This is the only Courbet in the Shchukin collection.
Который работал по времени. И они, это схожие по стилю Курбе. И совершенно понятно, что Щукин, конечно, находился под определенным впечатлением от коллекции Третьякова, Сергея Третьякова.
We look at the list of the painters contained in the collection. It is clear that Courbet influenced the collection.
Рассуждать о том, как это отразилось на определенных выборах и сюжетов братьями Щукиными, не только Сергеем, но и Петром. Но вот это очень тоже так
And of course, we could go on about the influence of other collections on Shchukin.
Она экспонировалась на той же выставке.
And here we have the barge haulers on the Volga by Vepin. You know it well, I'm sure. And it was presented at the same expo as the Jules Breton piece. These two paintings were presented at the Paris Expo in 1878. This Lucien Simon piece, Boatman, also belonged to the Shchukin collection. As we can see,
то в Третьяковской галерее находится такой уменьшенный вариант, который называется «Бурлаки, идущие вброд».
Various collectors could be influenced by other collections. You could see echoes of other collections in their own. Here we have another example of avant-garde boatman arts, and Pushkin knew the medium very well. But he was not the only one purchasing this kind of pieces. Mikhail Morozov was younger than Shchukin, and he started to purchase Russian pieces.
Он начал покупать свои вещи, первую вещь купил только в 1903 году. Собственно, это как раз тот год, когда умер Михаил.
His young brother Ivan bought his first piece in 1903. That was the year of the death of Mikhail.
Московского коллекционирования такого позднего довольно трудно найти лидера первого, потому что там речь идет просто буквально
Ivan put the first pieces into his collection the year of his brother's death.
Петр и Иван Щукины первые стали покупать вещи в Париже, но Петр просто был старше, он оказался там раньше других.
Pyotr and Ivan Shchukin started to purchase works of art in Paris, but Pyotr was older, he knew Paris better.
Сергей Щукин в 1898. Ну, то есть, на самом деле, эта идея витала в воздухе, и у меня такое ощущение, что просто кто первый доезжал, собственно, добирался до
Mikhail only started to purchase art in 1897.
Условлена вот эта разница небольшая в несколько месяцев.
I have the feeling that in Europe it was very much first come, first serve. So there's a couple of months delay. But there were similarities between Mikhail and Sergei. And when Mikhail Morozov, Sergei ended up helping his widow. These were two quite eccentric and open-minded people when it came to different schools of art. But Mikhail Morozov had gone about this even quicker than Shchukin.
It's true that there were eccentricity, Camille Corot, with the formal painting you saw on the slide in Ville d'Avray, Charles Côté, the Farewell Supper. He had three pieces by Charles Côté, which you can see on the exhibition. Here's one of his pieces. There's also two views of Venice at the Hermitage Museum right now. Morozov had Eugène Carriere's piece, Mother's Kiss. We know that these trends were important for Shchukin also. Morozov helped the Russian artist discover Van Gogh in one of his latest purchases in 1803. It was Girls on the Bridge. This purchase shows that he was open, he was ready. Edvard Munch is no post-impressionist. It's a new wave, a new form of life in arts here. And if Morozov didn't die, this friendly and productive rivalry could have gone on. At least we can think so. And the Finnish painter Galen Kalela with this piece, which was presented a year and a half ago here at the Louis Vuitton Foundation. And there was something original for Russia at the time. Fritz Taulow, who's a Norwegian, really triggered a lot of interest in Russians. Scandinavian painting in general did. Well, not over the whole country, not over the whole Scandinavian territory, but it did trigger a lot of interest. The Norwegian school, just as was Russia, were seeking for a face, an image at the time. They were trying to find their way. Orlov was one of the founders of the Champ de Mars. That's an example of great success. And they were also less radical than French Impressionists. Sergei Diaghilev was the one to bring Scandinavian art in St. Petersburg in 1897. He understood that he couldn't start with Monet directly. He understood that he needed to immunize, in a way, the public before he presented all the Impressionist masterpieces. There was also a strong friendship with Rodin. That piece was part of the Morozov collection. You can see it at the Rodin Museum today, because there are some Fritz Taulow's pieces at the Rodin Museum. The exhibition on Scandinavian art was extremely successful in St. Petersburg, and the critics said that each landscape was peculiar, was singular, and that nature was admirable and frightful at the same time. Diaghilev's collection, Rozhnov's collection, his cousin did remind of Taulov's piece. This here belonged to Ostrokolov. He was a Russian painter, and in Russia, he was well known. He played an important role. And he also received a European collection. This piece here, which Ostrokov acquired thanks to Tekalev, and thanks to the Pushkin, well, it is in the Pushkin Museum. And you can actually find several pieces of this trend. He liked Taulov a lot. You can see him here, illustrated in this Baxter portrait. As for Shchukin, he bought 3 solo paintings. And actually, he was a very popular painter. All those who were collectors had some of Taulov's paintings. But Shchukin went to Paris directly, and in Paris he bought 3 paintings by this artist, Boulevard de la Madeleine. River Venice. Here you have the Boulevard de la Madeleine painting on the screen. So all those paintings were purchased at the Bing Gallery. There was a great collector, a great publisher also, who had his artistic review and who collaborated with museums. He was a collector for the Copenhagen Museum in Grasseldorf and other places too. Then he went to the United States. That's where he met Tiffany. And he became the greatest promoter of Tiffany's art in Paris. Then in 1895, he opened a shop, Maison de l'Art Nouveau. It was someone who liked to socialize a lot. He wrote to many museums, and one could feel lost in all this. But Shchukin at the end of the 1880s wrote that he kept buying Japanese pieces at Bing, where there were more than 800 kimonos. And when Shchukin opened his own gallery in 1895, Maison de l'Art Nouveau, he invited Frank Bagbin to decorate the inside of his living room. And in 1896, he started exhibiting his pieces. But this collection really triggered lots of comments. People were outraged. You see here a painting by Jacques-Émile Blanche. Another one here, a portrait of Aubrey Bursley. These artists were very close. They had a Russian revolutionary spirit. And
И она, когда в 1899 году открывается в Петербурге первая международная выставка мира искусства,
many people often bought
Брэнгвин, который приходит к Shchukin,
Bing's gallery. And during an exhibition,
художник, у нас нет сведений, где Shchukin купил его, но Брэнгвином занимался Бинг. Это был, потому что Брэнгвин во Франции был неизвестен, пока не открылась галерея Бинга.
This painter wasn't well known at all in France. In 1899, there was an exhibition entitled Mir Iskусства, the world of arts. And here you see the different paintings that were presented in 1899. The owners of the paintings are listed in the catalog, and in the catalog you can also see where the origins of the pieces are, except for those two paintings. There were also a few paintings by Tiffany, but they were anonymous, of course. But we know that Tiffany was all for Bing. And we don't really understand why artists who took part in such a well-known exhibition decided that they'd rather stay anonymous. And Bernd-Jones is also a painter who was very well appreciated by Bing. As for James Patterson, Shchukin knew him because Yegerev organized an exhibition of English painters in 1897. Just a few more words, if I may.
разнообразные вещи, которые приобретал Shchukin, они по тем или иным причинам интересовали
All of the
российское
pieces
общество.
bought by
И тот факт,
Shchukin
что Shchukin от этого
were
не избавился,
extremely
от этих
popular in
работ
Russia.
тоже, это тоже очень важно, потому что он видел свою коллекцию как
Shchukin did not
продолжение собрания
resell
Сергея Третьякова,
these
о чем он
pieces
писал в
later
своем
on, because to
завещании. И
him,
Морозов,
this collection
Михаил
was
Морозов, он тоже
a
завещал свои работы
continuity of
Петербургской галерее, в
Fridrikov's
частности, вот эту
collection.
вещь, о
Michael
которой
Morozov
уже подробнее
also
расскажет следующий докладчик.
bequeathed his works to Fridrikov, but I now have to give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you, Anna. I'm terribly sorry. I have to be the timekeeper here on top of being the curator. We have here Natasha Semenova, who was the author of the first biography in Russian, English, and French of Shchukin, and she co-wrote and co-published the work that just came out at the beginning of the exhibition with André Marc Delocque-Fourcaud. She also published with Albert Kasanevich a very important piece of work on Matisse in Russia, where the first Shchukin correspondence was published, well, between Shchukin and Matisse. So she's going to talk about, well, unfortunately, we only have 30 minutes per speaker, but she's going to tell us about the relationship between Shchukin and Mikhail Morozov. We just heard about this with the previous speakers. This painting that was there, the Manet painting that was there a few seconds ago, was part of the Shchukin collection. It was sold to Morozov by Shchukin. Oh, well, okay, you're going to change the story, so I'll let you speak. Would you like a microphone? So Natasha will tell us the story. I'm not sure which language I must speak into, says the speaker.
Я не такой прекрасный лектор, как Анна Познанская. Я все больше за бумагами, поэтому извините, если я буду плохо говорить.
Well,
как вы видите, предыдущие докладчики.
it's very difficult to speak after a speaker like Anna, so please accept my excuses. The previous speakers already mentioned something I wanted to talk about, because I wanted to talk about all
даже страшно сказать, сколько десятилетий, и меня уже спрашивают, не надоел ли тебе Shchukin.
things that these collectors found. I've been working on Shchukin for several years, but Anne asked me to talk about something that you couldn't find in the catalog. My friend Rakanova suggested to talk about Morozov. And that's why I came up with this title. Anna helped me, Shchukin or Morozov. It's hard to know who was more important. When we talked about Morozov in Russia, we also talked about Shchukin and vice versa. They're like Siamese twins, and that went on since 1893. And thanks to the exhibition that was organized by this foundation, I would like to seize this opportunity to thank all the organizers of the exhibition. So thanks to this, we do talk about Shchukin and Morozov in separate ways. And I do hope that there will be another exhibition dedicated to Morozov. However, today I will not talk about Ivan Morozov, but about his brother. Everyone knows who Ivan Morozov is. He was a great collector. His work is currently in St. Petersburg and Moscow. These pieces were scattered. And it would be interesting to compare Shchukin's acquisitions with Morozov's between 1896 and 1903. So this is a period of time that I studied in depth. And I can tell you that we don't have much documentation on Mikhail. Everything started in 1898. You see here a picture of Mikhail Morozov. Shchukin and Morozov started buying paintings in 1898. And there was emulation between the two men. In 1903, Mikhail died, and Ivan, his brother, took over. 110 years ago, in January 1907, the night when his wife died, Sergei Shchukin decided to bequeath his collection to the gallery, which we know. And 3 years later, Mikhail's widow gave the gallery the collection that belonged to her husband, who might have a new modern painting museum in Moscow. The speaker who will take the floor after me will explain why these collectors decided to bequeath these collections to the Tretchikov Gallery, dedicated to Russian art. The only picture that shows the hanging of the paintings, which were offered by Marguerite Morozov to the Tretchikov Gallery, dates back to 1910. You see here, for instance, two paintings that do not come from Morozov's collection. There is one painting which is in the Metropolitan Museum. However, we can easily recognize these paintings. So I also wanted to say that this is the only picture which I was given by the Tretchikov Gallery's archives. And surprising to see that no one says how Muscovites saw these new paintings in 1910. You already saw Munch's or Van Gogh's paintings. So all those who were interested in modern arts would go and see this exhibition. Mikhail Morozov died very young. It's difficult to know if he was a collector as renowned as Shchukin. This biography is now available in French. It will soon be in English. But I'd like to show you all the paintings that were collected by Shchukin. There are 80, while Mikhail only had 40. But he also had about 40 paintings by Russian painters. For Shchukin, I will talk about the most important paintings, and for Morozov's collection, I'd like to show you all his paintings. Morozov was 16 years older than Shchukin. He grew up in a family of rich art dealers. After the death of his father, his mother, Barbara, became manager of weaving fabrics. Mikhail was authorized to go to university, contrary to Ivan. I always try to compare their lives and to find similarities between Shchukin and Morozov. Ivan was the treasurer of the family. Mikhail was allowed to go into higher studies. He studied at the University of Moscow, and Ivan went to Switzerland to learn
Об образовании отцов
about
мы
trade.
умолчим, но матери были очень образованы, обе говорили прекрасно
I
по-французски.
don't have time
Варвара играла,
to talk about their family,
великолепно играла на
but I can
фортепиано,
tell you
а
that
в конце жизни просто
mothers
еще
in
даже
both
учил, помимо того, что
their
руководил
families were
фабрикой,
highly
учил
educated.
иностранные языки.
They were fluent in French, they played the piano,
В
etc.
1886 году Shchukin с молодой женой поселяется в особняке на Знаменке вблизи Кремля, который традиционно именуется
In
дворцом
1886, he
до
settled
преступления
in
последним владельцем. А через
a
5 лет
mansion
Морозов, которому в 91 году
called
исполняется
the
21 год,
Trubetskoy
вступает в
Palace.
право наследования, женится и покупает у чай-торговца Попова прекрасный
So
дворец
that's
на
for
Смоленском бульваре.
Shchukin. And then Morozov bought a mansion, Boulevard Smolovsky. Both had very beautiful wives. Lydia, Shchukin's wife, and Margarita, who was Morozov's wife. In each family, there are 4 children, but then Shchukin likes to travel in exotic countries. However, Morozov doesn't. Morozov is very rich. He writes books. He tries to paint. However, they both like to play cards. Morozov likes to play cards a lot. And he would bet and could lose up to 1 million in one night. Morozov liked to eat also. He was extremely wealthy. He wanted to be the first in everything. He's the one who built the first electric plant. He's also the one who invented the first telephone. He dressed in the Western way. But you could see at first glance that he wasn't a noble man. And he was he found it very unpleasant. Shchukin had a wonderful collection, which everyone found astonishing, and Morozov had a behavior that everyone found astonishing. He was someone very expressive. Morozov really wanted to be remembered by history. Both started collecting Russian painters, but Shchukin sold Russian pieces later while Morozov kept them. Ivan managed to keep 200 paintings, Western paintings, and 300 Russian paintings. And later on, until the end of his life, actually, Morozov kept buying Russian paintings. Now, if we turn to African sculptures and Chinese paintings, if you add these pieces, you have altogether about 300 pieces of work. Both went to Paris in 1898. Shchukin bought his pieces alone, and Morozov turned to Sergei Shchukin to ask for advice. And here you're going to see something that you've already seen. On this side you have Shchukin, on the other side Morozov. Shchukin bought Courbet and 2 English painters. Morozov bought Diascoro,
И надо сказать,
Courbet,
вот, рассказывала, если барбизонцы все-таки собирали активно в Москве и в Петербурге, то все-таки Буден и Йонкинд были еще редкостью.
The painters of the Barbizon school were very popular in Moscow and in St. Petersburg, but Shchukin was not well known. The same goes for Boudin. in 1898, or rather 1897, Jagiellov organized in Paris an exhibition of Scandinavian painters. The following year, an international exhibition was organized, and Tholo exhibited his work there.
Эта выставка, я должна сделать лирическое отступление, дала невероятный толчок для исследований, потому что когда
This exhibition, I'd like to open a parenthesis here, triggered all sorts of studies. 2 years ago, when I started studying this period of time, we knew where about 30% of Shchukin's pieces came from. Today, we know where 70% of the pieces come, and I'm sure that soon enough we will know where they all come from. We don't know where these two paintings come from. However, I hope we will discover it one day. Here you see two paintings by Tholo. Some say that Momentov bought these paintings and that they were bought back by the other two. This year is the first Impressionist painting in Laurent Ruel's archives, and I'd like to seize this opportunity to thank those who gave me access to these archives. So this was his first purchase. The painting cost 10,000 francs. You saw lilacs at the sun here. Usually Ivan didn't pay such a sum for his paintings. He was an annuitant. And we know, in theory, that these paintings were bought by Ivan, but probably for Sergei. And we now know what the first painting was.
Well, we thought it was Lilacs in the Sun, but after having a look at the books of the art dealers at the time, we do know now what the chronology was. As far as this Pissarro is concerned, we were told that in 1898 both the Shchukin brothers came to the Ruel Gallery, and one brother bought one of the paintings and the other brought the other. But in fact, I think that was just a myth. And now, after having looked at the documents of the inheritors of Durand Ruel, we know that both the paintings shown here were bought by Peter. But Peter bought the first one, actually, and Sergei only bought his painting a year later, not at the same time as Peter. So here you see the famous Nafia by Monet, the Cathedral of Rouen. I'm going to go very fast over this. Poppy Field. And Morozov bought the very first and the only Monet painting that he owned in 1902. And as you can see, well, this is Claude Monet's Poppy Field coming from the Feydeau collection. So it was the only Monet that he could acquire. And 2 years later, in 1904, Shchukin stopped buying Monet. He just bought two final Monet paintings, Seagulls and the last one, lunch on the grass. And in 5 years, Shchukin bought 11 paintings without counting the ones that he inherited from Peter. So this goes beyond the scope of my presentation, so I won't go into the details of that. Here is a picture from the reconstruction by André Delocque-Fourcaud. When Shchukin liked a painter, he was very generous with him and bought a lot of his paintings. He bought 37 Matisse paintings and 50 Picassos. For Morozov, it was quite different. His life was very short, and it's hard to predict what he would have done had he lived longer. Maybe he would have given up his collection, maybe he would have scattered it, abandoned it. We don't know. It's anyone's guess what he would have done. Well, he bought this painting, and he also bought this other painting that he acquired in 1899, Wrestling Women by Weber. He bought it in Paris. 2 years later, in 1901, he bought famous Bénard, Feuille intime, and he spent 18,000 francs to buy this painting. It was given by Marguerite later on. We will see it in the exhibition. We could see it in the exhibition organized by the Apollo Journal. I have seen this painting. I saw it a couple of years ago, and Morozov was really proud of this painting. And in fact, when he acquired it, he organized a reception in his private mansion to show it. And it's part of Lucio Dua's collection now. Then he went on to buy Spanish dance by Anglada. And here you can see Toulouse-Lautrec's collection, Yvette Gilbert's singing portrait that Morozov bought. He acquired it in 1903. And Shchukin bought another very famous painting by Toulouse-Lautrec. Here you can see the difference in the Degas paintings that both of them bought. Shchukin preferred dances. Morozov preferred Degas' nudes. And for the dancer, he was Shchukin in blue, the dancers in blue, he was ready to pay 35,000 francs to acquire that one. It was a huge sum of money at the time. The only other painting that he bought at a very high price was the one he bought in 1908. He paid 30,000 francs for a Gauguin. Well, here we go again. Morozov bought the Faber's Supper, and Shchukin bought a similar one. Stormy Evening was the name. And now, to illustrate further this competition between Shchukin and Morozov, in the spring of 1900, Shchukin bought Edouard Manet painting, The Bar, that he sold to Mikhail Morozov, but it was a mistake. And that is the reason why I have this document. It's documentary proof. It's a document containing the price And in Leon Ruel's book, it is written that it was Mikhail actually who bought the painting. And he paid 10% he paid a 10% commission to the art dealer for it. So we have documentary proof. But despite this, sometimes we tend to make mistakes and we get it wrong. These errors seem ridiculous, but it has entered a lot of different catalogs. So there is a mistake. This mistake has been carried on over the centuries. Sometimes Morozov would give up the idea of buying a painting, a Monet painting that he probably hesitated to buy, and finally it's Shchukin who acquired it. Here are two examples of Bonnards that they both bought. There's one over here in the show. But Bonnard was not really his painter, so he gave it up. Bonnard began one of the preferred painters. I'm going really fast because I'm running out of time. I just have 2 minutes left, unfortunately. I can't show you everything that I wanted to show you. I'm just going to show you this. Just a few paintings again, to very similar paintings by Denis, symbolism. And here are some more. This symbolism was continued by Carrière. We're still in the same theme. Here are pictures of, paintings of Guérin, quite similar. A couple of Renoirs here, beautiful paintings. I'm just going to show you the pictures of the paintings because I can't really say anymore. Morozov bought paintings in Paris. You've seen this one. In Le Monde de l'Art, the art world. And here is an exhibition in which Shchukin participated for the first and last time. He loaned 2 paintings to the exhibition. He also showed the Muse, the Poet's Muse, and Jack of Diamonds. In 1904, he acquired 2 Gauguins, 2 Cézannes, 1 Van Gogh painting. But these were really the last couple of years. The last couple of years are particularly interesting, because he bought quite a few paintings. He bought a Valeton and a Valtar that became one of the favorites of his brother later on. And finally, he ended this acquisition cycle with The Sea at Saint-Marie by Van Gogh. And once again, Vinogradov told us that he convinced Morozov to buy it, as well as the 2 Gauguin paintings that are here. And in order to create this painting, it's the Fisherman of de Chavannes, which was the inspiration. Here are Shchukin's inspirations now in 1904. I can't really show these in great detail. I would have liked to tell you a lot more about the price that he paid, but I have no time, unfortunately. So, to conclude, I just want to show you this picture and this sculpture. It's Eve, Rodin, by Rodin, acquired by Morozov in 1900. And the Royal Gallery has 10 letters from Morozov, their correspondence, and the information is that we understand that it was a special order placed by Morozov and Rodin made it specially for him. After 1910, these sculptures and paintings were bequeathed to the state Tretyakov gallery, and Margarita kept the others. And after the revolution, she was forced to hand over all the paintings, including this marble sculpture of Eve, and she was forced to leave her private mansion. Well, first she was allowed to use the basement, and then she had to leave it completely. And one final thing. This was there was one last phase with Gauguin and a Degas acquisition. But these paintings didn't go to Russia in 1934. So they probably went to St. Petersburg. They went to the Hermitage Museum. And finally, the western part of Morozov's collection was completely scattered, and so we have one in the Pushkin Museum, one in the Hermitage, one in the Vladivostok Museum, and there were about 35 in the Tetrakov galleries. Thank you very much. Well, maybe we'll have time at the end of the evening to go back to all this if we have time. You're going to talk now. The next speaker, Tatiana Yudenokova, is going to talk to us about Pavel and Sergei Tretyakov and the bequest that Shchukin made to the gallery. I would like to say hello to Paul Louis and Flavie Ruel. They have played a key role with the inheritors of Shchukin, and they have given us access to all the books and all the correspondence between the gallery owner Paul Durand-Ruel and Shchukin and Morozov, and this was very important for us because it helped us to reconstitute the collections. We will talk to you about this as well if we have the time. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for having communicated very generously all the information that you had. The first Monet that Shchukin supposedly had bought was in fact selected the morning itself in another version, and was bought very quickly by Paul Durand-Ruel. Well, that is the version that we're familiar with, but it is not part of the collection. And the Nafia Blanc, which was in the Pushkin gallery, was purchased directly by Shchukin from Monet, and there was a very interesting correspondence of letters between Paul Durand-Ruel and Monet. So this is all work in progress. We're still doing our research. We haven't completed it by any means. And we now have an outline of what's transpired, thanks to a lot of our colleagues. And there's also been research on Monet done by Nanda Goncourt, who is here, in fact, and maybe would like to say something about Cézanne's autoportrait, which is in the collection. Maybe it's not the right version. In fact, it has been acquired under another form. So the debate, the discussion is endless. In fact, it would require a whole new symposium if we went into all these details. So I'm going to give you the floor. Well, the interpreters have just informed me that all the speakers are talking at top speed, and it's very difficult to keep up with them. So could you please be kind to the interpreters and speak more slowly? Thank you very much. Good morning. My presentation will supplement what you have heard from Anna Poznanskya and André Marc Delocque-Fourcaud. It's about a pictorial period that existed in Moscow at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. And I want to talk to you about 1907 in particular. It was at this time that Sergei Shchukin, just a few days after the demise of his wife, drafted his will. And he says in his will that he would like that his collection be handed over to the Tretyakov gallery on his death. And this will was kept secret. But the people who knew him heard about this will and his desire to bequeath his collection, and then finally, the Muscovites were very upset because finally this collection was supposed to go to the Tretyakov collection. And it is thanks to this occurrence that the Shchukin collection became very famous. And it was the first time that we heard about Pavel Muratov. Muratov was in fact an art critic, and that's the first time he spoke about this collection. Now, why did he decide to bequeath his collection to the Tretyakov gallery? That is the question. Well, at the time, the gallery was called the Municipal Gallery of Tretyakov. It was the main museum, art museum, not just in Moscow, but in the whole of Russia. And there were hundreds of paintings, sculptures, icons, etc. And Pavel Tretyakov, who was the older brother and the founder of the Tretyakov Gallery, had a whole program over several years during which he had quite an immense collection. He began very early. And right from a very young age, his desire was to build a national museum of fine arts in order to develop the aesthetics of the Russian audience. And he believed that this museum would serve to educate the younger generation. In 1891, well, here's a picture of both brothers. On the right, you have the elder brother, Pavel. He used to collect Russian paintings, and the younger brother, Sergei, collected European paintings. So in 1891, the collection was handed over to Moscow. This was the first donation that was made during his lifetime. And this is what really triggered art history in Russia, and he was the inspiration for later bequests and donations of patrons of the art, who also then donated their own private collections to the museums of their birthplace. And they were avant-garde, so to speak, of Russian collectors in the 19th century, i.e. the Tretyakov brothers. Markov said that, well, the Shchukin Collection would sooner or later join the Tretyakov gallery. Well, there were quite a few paintings of Sergei Tretyakov. Well, he had a small collection of European art, and this art was shown in 2 rooms in the gallery. So these were Tretyakov's own collection. And So it was believed that if Shchukin's European collection were to supplement the paintings that already existed in these two rooms, the European art collection would become much larger. And Moratov and another art critic, said that this museum, this gallery, would become very, very significant in the years to come due to its large European art collection. It was not just a museum with new paintings. It was believed that there would be a form of continuity and there would be paintings from other periods as well, preceding periods. So that is what is important because Shchukin's collection was really an extension of Tretyakov's own collection with romantic artists, the Barbizon school, and Shchukin's collection was an extension of similar collections because he had French Impressionist paintings from the 19th and 20th centuries. Well, let's come back to Sergei Tretyakov in particular. As I said, he collected mainly European art, and he liked French artists very much. He particularly liked landscape paintings. So the commonalities between Tretyakov's collection and Shchukin's collection were as follows. Well, first, they were both collections were open to young students from the Moscow fine arts schools. Their galleries were open on Sunday as well. Tretyakov believed that it was a pedagogical tool for art students. It was important to use this tool to teach young art students in Moscow, and it was mentioned in their respective programs. And Shchukin drafted his will very soon after the demise of his wife. He made his will just a few days after she died. And, you know, when we talk about collectors, it's interesting not just to look at how these pieces were acquired, but it's also interesting to understand the lives of these collectors, look at their biography and see what their influences were and why they bought these paintings. For example, the demise of Shchukin's wife had a huge influence on his collection, and he made his will very shortly after she died and decided on how and to whom he would bequeath his collection. It's the same for the Tretyakov brothers. The older brother also had a tragedy in his life. He lost his son all of a sudden, and this had a huge impact on his life. And the younger brother, Pavel, passed away as well, and that also had an impact on his life. And that was the main reason why the two collections, that of Sergei Shchukin and Pavel Tretyakov, were merged together and bequeathed to the city of Moscow. And it's very interesting, therefore, to understand all these stages in their collection by having a look at their biographies. Sergei Tretyakov began to collect paintings in the 1870s. He was interested in the European art, and at that time, the Muscovites didn't really have the possibility to have a look at European or French art in Moscow. It was difficult for them, and in the 1860s, 1870s, or even 1890s, it was virtually impossible for Russian artists to go to Europe, to travel to France and Europe, to have a look at European artists. So that is why it was quite understandable why Sergei Tretyakov decided to collect European art. As I said, he wanted to use it as a pedagogical tool to teach art to young fine art students. As far as Shchukin's will is concerned, Tertakov said that thanks to Shchukin's collection, it was a way of for Russians to understand French painting. Delacroix, Courbet, Rousseau, etc., were already in the Tretyakov gallery, and he believed that thanks to Shchukin's contribution, the Tretyakov gallery would become a very significant gallery with a very significant European art collection with French paintings such as Monet's and Degas as well. In the beginning, Tretyakov was really a product of his times, and he wasn't really looking at French artists at the time. So Sergei Tretyakov's vision was a rather conservative vision. He was quite wary of anything to do with the new period that was beginning, particularly with the arrival of these new French painters. But he did go and have a look at Paul Durand-Ruel's gallery, but we don't really know what he thought of it. On the other hand, Shchukin was interested in buying modern contemporary paintings. So that was the huge difference between Sergei Tretyakov and Sergei Shchukin, because Tretyakov was very cautious, very conservative. He didn't take any risks. He decided to buy paintings that were a safe bet, that were already famous and appreciated, and paintings that had been mentioned in the monographs. He decided to buy paintings from the Barbizon School movement that were highly appreciated already. So his plan as a collector was quite different from what Shchukin was doing. Shchukin was more interested in buying paintings that only became masterpieces later on because they were part of his collection, whereas it was exactly the opposite for Tretyakov. Well, I'd like to just show you a few very important pieces that were part of Sergei Tretyakov's collection, representing the Barbizon School, the French art, Western art at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. These were pieces that were highly appreciated by Russian painters and were a source of inspiration for them. So Tretyakov believed that he would like to invest in Russian painting. Here is a painting by Pascal Dagnon-Bouvert, Blessings to the Newlyweds. And he was in touch with the French art dealers, but he also had direct relations with a lot of French artists. He knew them personally. He spoke fluent French, which is obvious because we have recovered his correspondence in French from the archives that we use for our research. So he read French and he wrote French extremely well. So Makovsky, Pianikov, and other Russian painters liked this painting very much, and the depth of this painting. But the main masterpiece acquired by Sergei Tretyakov from the Georges Petit Gallery was this painting, L'amour villageois of Jules Bastien Lepage, which was the benchmark, so to speak, for Russian paintings at the turn of the century. And in fact, there is even a quote by Valentin Serov, who said that every Sunday he went to the Tretyakov Gallery to see this particular painting. Why was this painting so important for this particular Russian painter? Well, because it was something that was a new discovery to him, because for the first time the focus was human relations, because so far this was sort of a taboo kind of a theme, at least for Russian painters. So he was particularly fascinated with this painting that depicted day-to-day life of just ordinary people. And this is the first time that this was the theme of a painting. In 1885, Sergei Tretyakov brought this painting to Russia. And just a few years later, there was this other painting by Valentin Serov, which once again focuses on this theme of day-to-day life of ordinary people. So this was really a turning point in Russian painting. And in Sergei Tretyakov's collection, there were also a few paintings depicting morals and moral values. But there weren't that many of them. There was Thomas Couture, but there weren't that many of them. There were mainly landscapes. He really liked landscapes very much. He acquired one or two similar paintings in general that he was interested in And sometimes he bought several versions, or let's say rather several paintings by the same painter. If he liked the painter very much, he didn't hesitate to buy several of his paintings. Here is a nude, part of the Tretyakov collection. Well, we already said that Russian art dealers and Russian society as a whole during the second half of the 19th century were very conservative. So they didn't really have that many nudes. There were mainly allegories that they were using to depict certain scenes and talk about the body, human body, the woman's body, etc. But here you have a nude. And there is a whole list of invoices that we discovered in the archives. So we know when he bought the paintings, and this one was called The Bathers. And when Pavel got this painting from his brother, he called it Diana's Bath. So he changed the title of the painting so that it was more in step with what Russians liked at the time. They liked sober things in particular.
Here we have another piece by Charles-François d'Aubigny. Sergei and Pavel both liked this painter very much, and now I'd like to move on to Jules Dupré. Here we have some throwbacks to the Romantics movement. He also had this Millet that he liked a lot, and in fact he said that he'd never want to be without it. He bought a fair amount of Constant Truand pieces. He painted landscapes under moonlight. He had a lot of lyrical romantic pieces of landscape paintings. They say that Mr. Mihailovich would negotiate a lot for his paintings, and that in fact his thought process on purchasing a piece would stop him eating or sleeping. He would go to Paris once or twice a year, and it is said that when he arrived in Paris, he would rush to all of the art galleries and traders, and then he would start to think about what he wanted to purchase. Sergei also collected Ferdinand Roubaix. This is called Page with Dogs. It's at the Hermitage Museum now. This was purchased by the museum in the 70s. Here we have the Jules Breton piece that has already come up before today. This could be compared to very many other contemporary pieces. Sergei purchased this when he visited the Universal Expo in Paris, probably because he felt it was very important to be able to compare Western and Russian paintings. Just as we've said in the past, that it's important to be able to compare Tretyakov and Shchukin's collections. In Sergei Tretyakov's collection, there are major works by contemporary French artists. Fromentin, for example, Crossing of the Nile, Troyon, Courbet. As we've said, this was very influential for Bogolubov. He wrote, in fact, Sergei Tretyakov can now move to secondary paintings. But Tretyakov didn't actually do that. In fact, he went more back to the classics with Delacroix and Jacques-Louis David and Géricault. Sergei Mikhailovich's collection had very few flat notes in it, which just goes to show his artistic taste. He would ask advice from a member of his family, Dmitry Botkin, who had started to collect European art 15 years before Sergei Tretyakov. Sergei's first wife and Dmitry's second wife were sisters, in fact. It was Botkin who got Tretyakov into the French market in the first place. He introduced him to multiple art traders. Botkin spoke both German and French. And he was a Russian expatriate from a very wealthy Russian family that knew Lepage, Le Bros, and very many European painters were amongst their friends. They would purchase their works of art at the art galleries in Paris, Maison Goupil and Valadon, Dior-Riel, Georges Petit, Arnold Ettrip, Frederick Ritzinger, and others. In the 1870s, Botkin purchased from a French trader, Jean-Paul Laurent, sometimes pronounced with the S, Lawrence, two paintings related to the same topic. This was something new for them to do. Here we have the Botkin-Tretyakov pieces. This is a description of Bernard Delicieux, a Benedictine monk who was handed over to the Inquisition and was sentenced and executed. The St. Petersburg and Moscow expositions contained these pieces, but after Dmitry Botkin's death, his four sons shared the collection. This means that the collection has become split across Russia. Sergei Tretyakov's collection was given to the Tretyakov gallery itself and therefore remained together. I'm coming to the end of my presentation, but I wanted to show you the communication that would have occurred around this kind of trade. This is the letter that Botkin sent to Lawrence. The sheep were sent, the painting you saw on the board, the sheep were sent to Tretyakov to ask whether he wanted to keep them in his collection. I also wanted to quote Auguste Rodin. He condemned the Louvre's decision to effectively reject this piece at the time. By way of conclusion, I would like to share with you an anecdote. The French traders started to come to Moscow in the 1880s, and they started to work with the Moscow collectors who collected French schools, most notably Barbizon, and I found Georges Petit's letter to Botkin. He says, "I haven't been to Russia for 3 years. I used to be delighted every time I saw your collection. For one of my clients, I am looking for a couple of beautiful pieces. Could you please sell me part of your collection for an acceptable price? If you say yes, I will immediately come to see you in Russia." There was another letter where another French trader was asking, Botkin was asking to acquire part of his collection, and the answer was that there are only 2 collectors in Moscow that would not sell at any price. He was talking about Botkin himself and Tretyakov, of course. I'd like to wrap up my presentation on the predecessors of Shchukin by saying that we have these 2 collectors that had these great European collections, and they knew the value of these collections and wanted them to stay in Russia. They wanted to keep them for everyone and for future generations, so that they could fulfill an education role. This means that Tretyakov's talent is what put together these amazing collections, and the current gallery had a lot of influence on Russian culture at the time. A final quote by Alexander Benoit, his name has come up before. He said that Shchukin and others collected not just for themselves, but also to be able to transmit this gift to their people, to their country. The Tretiakov Brotherhood was full of talent and attracted many traders and patrons. Thank you. Albert Konstanovich has been kind in waiting here, but I would like to say that the quote that we have in the first room of the exposition is by a woman who will be represented here by Xenia a little bit later. In the expo catalogue, you will see a wide range of texts by the great Russian critics presented by Jean-Paul Marcadet, who will be here later as well. In this compendium, you will see Pavel Muratov's 1908 text. So I don't need to introduce Albert Konstanovich. He is a great curator of the Hermitage Museum. We owe to him some of the most important presentations on Matisse, Picasso, Shchukin at the Hermitage Museum and also at the Pushkin Museum. He is a great influence on everyone who has presented here today. So Albert, you are going to run down Matisse for dance and music, and we'd like to maybe let you go over onto our debate time later as well. Hello.
Более 40 лет назад, я тогда еще был молодой хранитель.
More than 40 years ago, when I was a young museum curator, there was the Apollo Review from London that had contacted the Hermitage Museum. They wanted to publish some of the most beautiful pieces from our collection.
Что-то сделать по поводу танца и музыки. В декабре 1974 года
At the time, I suggested that they write on dance and music.
И я был приятно удивлен.
In December 1974, this article appeared. This was a great surprise to me.
Приятно удивлен, когда к заглавию статьи редактор журнала Денис Саттон, известный писатель, который...
When I saw that Denis Satton, the editor-in-chief of this magazine, he was a well-known writer who wrote on Degas and Derain,
С тех пор прошло много лет.
I saw that he had added a subtitle, a new interpretation. Years have passed since the publication of this article.
Интерпретации, то как раз многие вещи, сказанные тогда, уже потом совершенно...
And I don't think we need to go over the content of the article again. But on the topic of interpretation, I believe that there were a couple of things that were mentioned back then, such as the symbolism of the Shchukin Collection and the analysis of Nietzsche's ideas that came from Apollo and Dionysus.
И там все очень солидно, и очень большая библиография. Я не нашел там указания на эту статью.
Even I was surprised as I was looking through the catalogue of this exposition, in which you can see a long list of references that I could not see any mention of this particular publication.
Которые когда-то принадлежали Сергею Ивановичу Щукину. Там были разнообразные тексты, разумеется.
On multiple occasions, the Hermitage has published things that were related to the Shchukin Collection.
Ее я тоже в библиографии не нашел. Ну, как говорят англичане, the state of
notably his Picasso period that was very important and is important to understanding him. As they say in English, ignorance is bliss, I suppose. But it would be interesting to see just how far this bliss goes. Here we have the cover for the Expo's catalogue, and this is what I want to talk about. The works in the Shchukin Collection have been shown in America, in Japan, and elsewhere. This is the Essen Expo, which occurred in '93. And we should never forget this exposition. It would be fair to compare it to the expo we have here. It did contain fewer works, which is a point against it, but its advantage was that it compared the Shchukin collection and the Morozov collection.
Одна из статей этого каталога, далеко не главная, побочная, небольшая, но имеющая, конечно, смысл, доктор Кёч.
It is not that this catalogue wasn't mentioned in the bibliography, but there are a number of articles written by Dr. Koch called Morozov, Shchukin, and Germany. And there is a mention of that article in an expo that is otherwise all about the glory of the French painting scene at that time.
Моего очень большого очерка в том каталоге, страниц на 100 с лишним, с очень большим аппаратом.
Here we have my contribution to the catalogue.
Серьезная публикация о русском коллекционерстве начала XX века. Но как-то и она оказалась не вспомнена.
I believe the catalogue was a major work on the collections in Russia at the beginning of the 20th century. Unfortunately, there are no references to this catalogue in the current bibliography. Here we have two landscapes by Matisse. Right off the bat, I'm sure you're wondering what these landscapes have to do with dance and music. But there is a link. There is always a link between the different works of any genius. Here we have the Bois de Boulogne and the Jardin du Luxembourg in Paris. Jardin du Luxembourg on the right. These two landscapes are seen as external landscapes in the context of this exposition and the catalogue. That is something I feel is quite strange. It is noteworthy that these landscapes have been inspired by the works of Gauguin, but I do not agree with that statement, in fact. Gauguin only painted the Jardin du Luxembourg, and it's more than inspiration, this is a competition. In many ways, there was a preparation for Matisse, although the colors and the shades are certainly Matisse.
исполнена в совершенно ином духе.
So this painting, excuse me, is the Bois de Boulogne, and it is very different in nature. This marks the beginning of the dark period, and it will end in Matisse with the appearance of Fauvisme, which we will be talking about later. This painting was quite important to Matisse, but I shall let the painter express his feelings instead of me. 3 years ago, in Los Angeles, the Goethe Institute published this book. Here we have the cover on the slide. This is an interview between Pierre Cotillon and Henri Matisse.
Первым языком ставит английский, но там есть и все французские оригиналы. На обложке вы видите английский.
This book is written in English, but it has been translated into other languages. The title in English is on your screen here, The Lost. The title is the name of the artist, but the subtitle is The Lost 1941 Interview. In French, we'd call it a conversation more than an interview, I suppose, but anyone who wants to understand Matisse should read this book if they want to grasp the depth of this creator. I find myself surprised that this book is not mentioned in the bibliography of the current expo either. I don't know whether it never made it to Europe.
В январе 1941 года Матисс буквально умирал. Он подвергся тяжелейшей операции между жизнью и смертью.
In January 1941, Matisse was dying.
Он был спасен 3 месяца потом.
After undergoing medical treatment, he was on the cusp of death.
И сестры-монахини называли его воскресшим. Потом его перевезли в Ниццу, там он находился.
He had been saved by 3 months in a hospital where the Benedictine nuns who looked after him said that he had almost been resurrected. Pierre Cotillon was an art historian. He was quite young at the time, and he was an expert in this new French art, and he would visit him in the hospital. This was not just a journalist coming for an interview.
Что здесь с Булонским лесом? Но я позволю себе прочесть эту цитату.
Their conversations on the Bois de Boulogne were very interesting, and I would like to read a quote in French. There is a landscape which marks your art, Matisse. After the Jardin du Luxembourg, I went to work at the Bois de Boulogne in the morning, on my own. I was there at 6 in the morning, and there I painted a piece wanting to create a construction with lines. By the pathway, there were trees, and I saw a beautiful tree in an area that I found appealing. And I wanted to put it into my painting. I was looking for my equipment, my counterweight, and I used a weight on a piece of string to find the straightest tree that I could frame. I did what Corot used to do. I would frame my painting. That way, you'd already have an idea of what you were going to paint. So I found my tree and my vertical line and set everything in place. Cotillon responded, "You were looking for stability?" Matisse responds, "I was looking for set points." And the reason for this was that I was shaken by the feelings I was having when faced with a landscape.
Если мы вернемся теперь к картине и посмотрим на нее, то
if we come back to this painting, if we look closely at it, we can understand together why those who are looking for strong, bold impressions from Matisse, and Matisse is very good at them, sometimes gloss over this particular painting. But you shouldn't. Courtillon was asking whether this painting was a turning point for Matisse, and Matisse had answered that it was, because he started with those vertical lines. And he would end up with this construction of vertical lines. And dance and music is constructed following these same rules. After his dark period, Matisse was influenced for a while by Signac. And he moved towards Neo-Impressionism. This painting is called Luxuriousness, Calm and Voluptuousness. It was painted here in Paris. And I'm sure you remember the quote related to luxuriousness, calm and voluptuousness, and beauty. It can seem a bit pompous and overly solemn, but actually there is a form of sarcasm within. As you know, Matisse gave very simple names to his paintings. This is not a dig at Baudelaire, but actually at the place that is depicted, Saint-Tropez, the beach. It would have been unthinkable to have nude women at Saint-Tropez, so this painting had multiple audiences, because he also painted nudes. Here are some paintings that were used as decorative pieces. On the right, you have a painting by Carter called The Happy Women. And on the left, Arcadia by Ria. No one knows the name of these painters anymore today. But these works are very typical of the kind of thing you would have seen a lot of in the salons. So in luxuriousness, calm, and voluptuousness, Matisse was protesting against that kind of painting, kind of overly sweet painting.
Целой группы произведений, которой принадлежат танец и музыка. Это
So now let's move on to a piece which is something of a precursor to dance and music. This is called Joie de vivre in French, Joy of Life. Excuse me, says the speaker, I got it wrong. This is a study for that piece. Which was also done in the Fauvist style. So Matisse started to work on this piece, and that would have taken up all of his concentration. He had already started to paint on very big canvases at the time. And he needed inspiration that he could only find in Paris.
Now have a look at this study here. All those are preparatory studies for the painting. We're not quite sure where the sketch was made. Maybe at Curator or once back in Paris, and I think it was once he was back in Paris. So you see the same layout, more or less. It's not finalized. You see high trees. It's true that in Curator you don't find many of these trees. Some paintings refer more to a dream of the artist. And here you also see numerous bodies. They are not clear-cut. And the center of the painting is empty. Matisse does not know what to place at the center of the painting. Maybe a dance. And indeed it is at the center. And the dance is the beginning of the series by Matisse. In 1906, spring of 1906, this painting was exhibited at the Independent Fair. Shchukin went to visit the fair, and he remembered this painting. But there are no documents really proving this, except for a few memories of Shchukin's son, Ivan. His son says that his father was struck by the farandole at the, which is the backdrop of the painting. He was so struck by it that he never forgot it. But I think that he made a mistake. There was 70 years between this interview and the actual facts. So he probably thought about the real dance that was bought by Shchukin.
Матисс, когда он создавал эту картину, он, конечно, не столько опирался.
That being said, when Matisse painted this piece, he was not inspired by his natural impressions, as was usually the case. When he went to the Luxembourg Garden to work, or when he went to the Bois de Boulogne. No, this is really the fruit of his imagination.
старые мастера. Об этом много писали.
And his imagination is influenced by ancient masters. Matisse experts talk about Bellini, Titian, Poussin also.
Почему-то не называет Лукаса Кранаха, который уже давно,
But let's not forget Lucas Cranach.
в 1974 году меня поразил близостью к радости жизни.
As early as 1972 and 1974, I saw that there were great similarities between the two. You see a dance on this painting here.
Достаточно близкий к тому, что делал Матисс.
Now, this dance is very similar to Matisse's dance. And another source is quoted too. Another source of inspiration, which is today honored and which we still talk about when we talk about the joy of living. It's an engraving by Agostino Carracci, dating back to the end of the 16th century.
Расположение и фигур первого плана, и танец там вдали, это все очень как-то близко.
And here, when you look at the forefront and the background,
знал и это. Но тут,
you see how similar they are. And I think that Matisse was acquainted with this piece. However, he never copied any paintings, and he had several pieces from which he drew his inspiration. So he created something that was really his own from different sources of inspiration.
Источники старые, очень старые, но и какие-то источники, может быть, это неправильное слово, источники.
We should not only focus on old sources. We should also quote sources, or rather images, that were an inspiration for Matisse. This painting, for instance.
André Martena.
It's a painting by Henri Martin called Serenity. In this painting, you see people in white. I hope I haven't made a mistake, says the speaker.
Эти фигуры, это, конечно, некая
So these people you see on the painting,
сама эта картина, это плод символизма, несколько.
they come from another era. This painting is the fruit of symbolism, a corrected symbolism, corrected by what I would call moderated impressionism. You see the landscapes, they're impressionist, and the characters belong to symbolism.
В 1906 году
In 1906,
делает первые покупки произведений Матисса.
Shchukin started buying Matisse's
В это время он
art.
знакомится с художником.
And that is when he met the artist.
Эта связь несколько ослабевает. Связано это, конечно же, с
But then they got further apart,
смерть внезапная жены Лидии.
and that can be explained by the sudden death of his wife Lydia. So he was very loyal to this period of mourning. That being said, in 1908, spring 1908, Shchukin came back to Paris.
Матисс работает над картиной.
And at the time, Matisse was working on a painting called The Bather and a Tortoise.
В музее города Сент-Луис.
This painting is currently at the St. Louis Museum. And actually, Shchukin was rather impressed by the painting. I would like to quote a letter by Franz Pullman, who headed the group of the pupils of Matisse. At the time, Matisse, at the Boulevard des Invalides, Couvent des Oiseaux, was in charge of a group of young artists. They were German artists, Scandinavian, Russian artists, no French artists. And this German artist was really someone you could trust for Matisse. So Pullman wrote a letter to Matisse. And this is what he wrote. There is a gentleman from Moscow who is said to have a very wealthy collection and who bought anything he could from Matisse. Matisse received huge orders, including a still nature on which he was already working. This Russian man fell completely in love with a painting. He could only speak about the colors of the painting. He wanted the same, but Matisse didn't want to paint another one. So the Russian gentleman had already paid for the painting. But according to Matisse, the painting is not finished yet, so he didn't want to sell it. Shchukin only was 2 weeks late when he arrived in Paris. This painting, The Bather and the Tortoise, was bought by Oscarius. Then I heard different versions about the fate of this painting and how it ended up in Saint Louis. Pierre Matisse has a version and Pulitzer has another one. Pulitzer is the nephew, the holder of the Pulitzer Prize. The Volkswagen Museum in Essen this museum was torn apart by the Nazis. So when the director of the museum refused to sacrifice the work of degenerated art, as it was called, he was laid off. A new director, a Nazi director, was appointed, and the paintings were sold, auctioned. But Jewish merchants decided to boycott the sale, and it was a failure, that sale. But Pulitzer really enjoyed this painting. He dreamed about having it, but he couldn't go to the sale because he was Jewish. So he asked Peter to buy it for him. Peter did. He bought it for almost nothing and then gave it to Pulitzer.
Конечно, это было против правил Матисса писать повторение. Никогда он этого не делал.
This went against the rules that Matisse had, because Matisse never ever copied his paintings. However, he did make an exception because Shchukin really fell in love with this painting. And this painting marks the beginning of a new style that ended in the dance and the music. Matisse used this style already in his Red Room painting. In his correspondence with Matisse, in the correspondence between Matisse and Shchukin, this painting is called Great Still Nature. The acronym GNN in French. Here you see players. This painting is a bit similar to that of the bathers. Well, of course, not the same size. It's not the same paint quality either. However, it is a remarkable painting.
Когда Shchukin заказывал Матиссу картину для своей большой столовой,
when Shchukin ordered a painting for his living room, painting by Matisse, he didn't have to explain all the details. However, he did say that he needed a painting from the blue range. And at the beginning, this painting was called Harmony in Blue. It was the same red room, which at the beginning was actually more greenish. The quality is not good here because it's the copy of a slide. It's quite surprising to see that in 1909 or 1908, you already had color slides. But with time, it lost its colors, and the original colors were lost. And then this red room, of course.
Красная комната тоже имеет некую связь с танцем и музыкой, потому что это мощь красного цвета.
This red room is also linked to la danse et la musique.
Конечно же, оно именно здесь впервые.
The red color strikes in this painting. It is dominant.
В то время, когда писалась «Красная комната»,
and at the same period of time, Matisse received a new order from Shchukin. And there's something important here I'd like to find. Please excuse me. I actually wanted to quote Shchukin, but I can't find his quotation. But what Shchukin says to Matisse is he asks him to let him know about all the pieces that the artist is working on. He asks Matisse to send him sketches of paintings they talked about. And this is when Matisse sent Shchukin 2 sketches, which you can currently find in the Pushkin Museum in Moscow. He called them Composition 1 and Composition 2. It's true that art connoisseur understood quite early that composition 1 was only a repetition of the dance. Sorry, I didn't press the right button. Still looking for the right button, says the speaker. Ah, this is what I wanted to show you. So this is the first version of the dance. And actually, it's often named Dance Number 1. But the Americans call this painting Rockefeller's dance because Rockefeller bought this painting and then gave it to the Museum of Modern Arts in New York to pay tribute to the founder of the museum who loved Matisse's work. I'm sorry, it's complicated for me to manage this remote. Have a look at this painting here. You see fruits, flowers, and in the background you see the dance, which is actually the backdrop of the painting. So you recognize in this painting the dance of Rockefeller? But there's also another painting, the same size as the dance. At the time, the dance, number 1, was a piece which was constantly in Matisse's workshop, and this is where Morozov bought it. Shchukin also went there, but we are not sure exactly when, and we don't know if Shchukin had seen the dance number 1 in its finalized version or non-finalized version, maybe. We think that this painting was painted in 2 days, maybe. We're not sure about that. But in any case, this painting wasn't worked on afterwards much, contrary to the dance and the music. So that is the dance. This is something I cannot find. This is what I was looking for.
Композиция 2. Вот это акварель.
Look at this aquarelle. It's the painting number 2. Matisse suggested this topic, and Shchukin was frightened when he saw that. Not only was he shocked by the nude women of the dance, but here, in this painting, there were 5 nude women. And this is when Shchukin wrote a letter which I cannot find, says the speaker. There it is. This is another thing I wanted to say.
Журналисту, который работал в газете «Nouvelle».
Matisse was interviewed by Etienne, journalist working for the Nouvelle newspaper, and it was a very important interview. Had Shchukin read this interview? Maybe he had, maybe not, but here's what Matisse says. There are 3 levels. I imagine a visitor coming from outside. On the first floor, well, that's what he sees first. the first floor.
Donnez un sentiment d'allègement.
You must
Mon
make an
premier
effort.
panneau représente la danse. Cette ronde
This
envolée
floor is the
au-dessus
dance
de la colline.
for us.
Au second étage,
On the
on est dans
second floor,
l'intérieur de la maison.
it's
Son
the
esprit
inside
et
of
son
the house.
silence. Je vois une
It's all
scène
silence.
de musique avec
And I see
les personnages
people playing
attentifs.
music
Enfin, au troisième étage, c'est
and
le,
paying great attention to what they're doing. Then you have the third
et
floor.
je peins une scène de repos.
And
Des
I see people
gens
resting,
étendus sur l'herbe, devisant
lying down
ou rêvant.
on the grass, dreaming maybe.
Матисс, понимая, что Щукин не очень-то в курсе всего замысла, а
Matisse
если даже придет
understood
в этот
quite
курс,
well
то, возможно,
that the
не ответит
the
полностью
guideline
согласием.
in
Он
his work
спрашивает,
wasn't understood by Shchukin, and that Shchukin would not necessarily agree with this guideline. So Matisse asked Shchukin the following question:
и когда
how many panels do you
выясняется,
need?
что только два, потому что больше на лестнице места нету,
And when he learned that Shchukin needed 2 panels, otherwise he would not have any more room in the staircase,
в сторону этой сцены отдыха. Кстати, он первоначально называл это
that's
серените,
when
то есть
he made
пользуясь тем
his
самым
choice.
термином, которым
At the beginning, this painting was named Serenity.
теперь музею Орсе, Анри Мартен.
It's exactly the same name borne by Henri Martin's composition, which you can find at the Orsay Museum. Here again, I'm not showing you the right slide. It's all mixed up, says the speaker.
Медленно работает, поэтому, когда я быстро нажимаю, получается такое проскакивание.
And this remote is very slow, so but when I press the button, I skip several images.
От композиции 2 путь идет вот к этой большой картине такого же точно формата, как «Танец и музыка». Она называется «Девушки в
So, in the painting number 2, you can already distinguish the bathers, same that are kept in Chicago. This painting was very dear to Matisse. He worked on it between 1913 and 1917, which was a record for him. He started working on the painting because to him it was a sort of a trial. He was experimenting, to be more accurate. He used the same composition to experiment on several solutions. He would erase his work, then draw it back, paint it, and in the end, the painting came out slightly erotic. You have to think about Christian art, the beginning of Christian art. Had Matisse suggested this type of painting to Shchukin, Shchukin would have accepted it, because here you don't actually see naked women, those same naked women who disturbed Shchukin so much. This painting is completely different. And I'm looking for something now. I'm looking for the music. The music. Where is it? It's gone. I can't find the music again. I meant the music, the Museum of Modern Arts in New York. It's a painting which was created by Matisse at the same period of time, and that was bought by Esslheim. No, I can't find it. Well, never mind. Shchukin often went to Liptines. And here you don't only see a violin player, you also have two women dancing, and they're wearing dresses. So Shchukin thought that the characters would be wearing clothes too, dresses. Now that brings me to my favorite subject, the dance. Number 2. Everyone knows this painting. You might have seen it at the Hermitage Museum.
Эта картина тоже способна напомнить самые разнообразные прецеденты. Вот, например,
This painting
это обложка журнала «Юген»
reminds us of all the previous artistic movements. The cover of the Yugen magazine was called The Peacock's Dance.
Тем не менее, для сегодняшней темы нам интереснее картина,
Now, this being said, what is of particular interest to us today is, in fact, a painting which, from the artistic standpoint, is not quite at the same level of the Peacock's Dance, of the cover that I just showed you, but it gives us an idea about how Matisse thought about dance. Number 2. It was the museum of the city in question that held this painting. You see this painting of young girls on the beach. It looks like a nudist beach. It's very natural. Collin was a painter that Matisse knew rather well. Matisse was a student at the Fine Arts School, and Collin as well, but much earlier. And in 1873, Collin got his second medal. He received an award, therefore, recognizing his work, and that enabled him to enter the fine arts salons that were close to Impressionist artists at the time. So it is really this painting that triggered everything. However, the painting itself was not such a success. Collin, he tried to give a few impressionist touches to the painting, but he didn't quite manage to do so because the figures remain quite realistic. And Matisse knew that Collin, much earlier, in fact, had made a panel on music and another one on dance. So it was possible that Matisse was keeping an eye on what Collin was doing, especially in 1909, when Collin was already a teacher at the Fine Arts School, and he became a member of the Fine Arts Institute as well. So it's quite possible, it's quite likely that Matisse created his dance to counter this other version of the dance. But this is, of course, mere speculation. Now I wanted to show you this painting as well, by Maurice Denis. The theme is music once again. It was presented in a fair at the same time as Dance and Music by Matisse. There was this large painting. It is still in the Petit Palais Museum. And this was in 1910. So the Autumn Art Fair was already organized in the Petit Palais. And this trade fair was really sort of a testing ground for Matisse. He used to go there every year. It opened on the 1st of October generally, and went on till November. And Matisse was a bit frightened about going there. He did admit at first. He went to Munich the following day, in fact, to go and see an exhibition on Muslim art. Then he got a telegram saying that his father had passed away, so he went back to his country immediately. And he was able to sort of avoid all the scandals that accompanied the presentation of this of the painting, Dance and Music. I would like to also mention Charles Morris. He said that it wasn't a dance, talking about the painting. It wasn't a dance, it wasn't painting, it wasn't dance, it wasn't music, and it wasn't painting either. So in other words, it was nothing, nothing at all. Oh, here we go. I finally found music, the one I wanted to show you, from 1907. But at least you got a glimpse of it.
Вернемся к настоящей музыке. Дело в том, что Матисс работал над ней примерно полтора года.
Let's go back to music.
На танец ушло много меньше времени. Он переписывал, переделывал.
Well, music took a long time for Matisse. It took longer for him to paint that painting, longer than dance, because he had to rework it, redo it again and again. So there was Drouet, an art dealer. In fact, Shchukin bought paintings from him regularly. And when Matisse began his painting, music, he took a picture. This is a picture of one of the early sketches. So you can see the violinist character. You can also see the dog. And what is interesting in this sketch is that it is the very beginning of the composition. It gives us an idea about how Matisse worked on this painting, what the composition was. It was very interesting to sketch what the future composition of the work would look like ultimately. Now, Matisse was familiar with Gauguin's work as well, such as this piece that was presented in the Durand-Ruet Gallery. At the time, Matisse was already a student at the Fine Arts School and was rather interested already by the different art movements. He was interested in what was going on in the art world.
она в последнее время не путешествует, но сейчас реставраторы очень работают
And
и надеются, что все будет в порядке. Так вот,
this painting is being restored and will be part of Gauguin retrospective. So back to Matisse. Matisse wanted to achieve the same thing in his painting music. So Drouet was shown the sketch and for the Blue Room. Now this is the second phase. There's something missing, there's something quite different, because on top of the hill there are these flowers, and the dog was sketched again and again. He drew this dog several times, and you can barely see the dog in this version because he's black. This is in a very bad state, so this cannot really travel. In fact, the painter himself repainted the painting several times. When one layer had dried, he painted over it. So unfortunately, that has made this painting very vulnerable and very sensitive. So it's extremely sensitive to travel and all the different vibrations. So this, unfortunately, this piece cannot move at all. I just wanted to show you something else. I want to show you this drawing from Natalia Simonova. You probably heard her talk this morning. And very few people have had the good fortune to visit the Trubetskoy Palace. I have been one of the lucky few who had access to the palace, and I can vouch for the fact that the representation is very realistic. This was exactly how the paintings were hung in the palace. Cortillon one day asked Matisse the following. He asked him what he thought about the presentation of his paintings, dance and music in Moscow. He wanted to have Matisse's opinion on how they were displayed. Matisse didn't answer. He didn't answer. He didn't say anything because he didn't understand what was the point. He didn't really have a proper understanding of what he was doing. Had he understood better, he probably would have done things differently. So,
Куртьон спрашивает, оставлял ли Shchukin за Матиссом свободу выбора сюжета?
This is
отвечал, да. Всегда.
Cortillon's quote. He wanted to know whether he had the green light as far as what he was supposed to do with these paintings was concerned. And Matisse said, yes, absolutely. And he said that Shchukin said, I love your work, it's really beautiful, these paintings are lovely. But these paintings are supposed to go to Moscow, you know. Moscow is almost in Asia, and people over there don't really like nudes. Do you understand that? That there are very few nudes. There are very few nudes in Moscow. That's what Shchukin told Matisse. And he said, I don't have any nudes at all in my gallery. There's just one nude by Renoir that is part of my brother's collection. That is allowed. But otherwise, it's not possible. It's not possible for me to hang nudes in my own palace. And furthermore, there are two young girls, and I will get a lot of criticism. I would get a lot of criticism if I hang nudes of young girls like this at home.
Панно поместил бы у себя в спальне. Туда никто не войдет, кроме меня. Я ему сказал, что не может быть.
So he said, I'll put it in my room. I'll hang it up in my bedroom so that no one can see it. And Matisse said, that's not possible. I've worked out very hard on this painting. You can't just stash it away in your room. So Shchukin asked him to do another copy, a smaller version, so that he could hang it in his bedroom. And Matisse said it was impossible for him to reproduce the same piece in a smaller format. Okay, now let's go to Moscow. Here's a picture, a recent one, and you can see the Shchukin Palace in the background. Now, can you try to imagine that there were 140 pieces in there, including very huge works such as dance and music? How could he have possibly taken those paintings in? That's the first question, because the ceiling was very low. He obviously didn't take them through the main door. I think he had them pulled up to the first floor window, and I think he probably took them in from the first floor. Okay, to conclude. You know, when we talk about these two paintings, dance and music, and when we think about them,
позирует перед музыкой. А несколькими годами раньше Беверли Кин спросила его.
And well, by the way, this is Pierre Matisse himself in the picture. When Matisse was asked if he believed that he could have painted the same painting for someone else other than Shchukin, Matisse said, well, who would that have been? There was no other person who I could have painted this painting for at the time. There was no one who resembled Shchukin. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to Albert Kostinevich for this very interesting presentation on dance and music. We will take a short break now for lunch. And as to the question on the bibliography, it's a selective bibliography. There are about 100 artists involved. I'm talking about the Shchukin Collection, of course. It was impossible to do a full-fledged biography of all the works and all the artists concerned. So we made a compilation based on the proposals provided by our colleagues from Russian museums. So we have a joint responsibility in this bibliography. The podcast of the live recording that is underway, because as you're aware, these proceedings are being broadcasted across the world, and you have all the information, and there's a very detailed program with the different presentations. Thank you very much. Please be back at 3 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Oh, I think here it is.
C'est ça le laser?
I would not touch that.
Alors? Bon, j'attire votre attention. On va démarrer rapidement. On est déjà.
Okay, we're going to pick it up again. We are already 5 minutes behind schedule. So we're going to kick off with Alexis Petukov. He is the curator for New Western Painting. So French modern painting at the Pushkin Museum in Moscow. And he's going to give a speech on the various big institutional expositions that followed up on the various expositions, private expositions that you've heard about during the former presentation. So he has half an hour. Unfortunately, we've already started to nibble into that half hour.
Thank you, Anne. Mesdames et messieurs, permettez-moi.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, I'm going to speak Russian for this presentation.
Somehow I created my presentation in English, so
please
do pardon me for that multilingual confusion. Anyway, I will speak Russian. Okay. Итак, я надеюсь, что мне удастся уложиться в определенное время.
So yes, today I will be speaking Russian. I certainly hope that I will be able to stay within the time limits that I've been given. I would like to invite you to travel through time with me. And I would also like to invite you to travel to various museums and exposition places around Moscow. We're going to go to the places that were honored with the Shchukin Collection over the years. So we're going to talk about a couple of different museums, including museums that hung the exposition after Shchukin's death. Of course, this is all quite complex. I can't afford to go into much detail, but I can talk to you a little bit about the differences and the changes that were introduced to the collection over the years. We can also talk about the changes in understanding of modern art. There are historical changes which occurred in Moscow, and we will specifically be zeroing in on the 1918, which was the date of the nationalization of the collection. The collection was at the Trubetskoy Center, but Shchukin was already in France at that time, so we're going to start from there.
Национализация собрания была произведена особым декретом за подписью Ленина.
So, the nationalization of this collection was through 2 decrees signed by Lenin. It was a great honor, in fact. This isn't an honor that was given to all of the old Russian collections that were nationalized.
Дело в том, что национализация закрепила музейный статус собрания.
At that time, a paradox occurred.
И именно в это время, в конце
Nationalization turned the collection into a museum collection.
музеев современного искусства начали задумываться во всем мире. Это делали и кураторы на государственной службе.
So at the end of the 1910s and 20s, people started to refer to the collection as a great national collection. They were also talking about great national museum. Barnes and Couture also created a modern art museum around this time. So this nationalization decree for the collection, this decree thrust Moscow to the bleeding edge of this global art movement. In Soviet Russia, at the beginning of the 1920s, there was a lot of thinking going on about this nationalization process. I think here it would be quite interesting to hear from someone who is particularly knowledgeable about this. This is Yakov Togenhold. He was a historian, and in 2014 he was appointed curator of the Shchukin Collection. In 1921 he wrote, "It is only Russia that can host modern art museums, and the Moscow collection is the first experiment of nationalization of a museum. This is a real professionalization, education machine." Now, these words he used can come across as quite pompous, but that is these are the words he used to describe the nationalization process. We were rethinking modern art at the time. The museum value of a piece is only apparent once things have settled. You need to have some distance from a piece because you can only see what is big from far away.
Он утвердил и выявил французских мастеров, дозревших в тиши этого дома. Он воспитал целое поколение
So the Shchukin Museum achieved its goals and contributed to the education of an entire generation of Russian painters. However, the Shchukin collection remained in the same palace, the Trubetskoy Palace. Here we have some floor maps of that house. One of these maps comes from Pertsov's works, and the second floor map, dated 1923, was contained in a report. This was a report from the first department of the Modern Western Art Museum. That's what the new museum was called when it was created in Moscow. On the map, we can identify the rooms that we know quite well now, thanks to the exposition here today. We've got the Matisse room, we've got the Monet room, the dining room with the Gauguins, and Picasso's room. As you can see here, there is a chain of reception rooms where you can find the best-known painters and their works.
Но продолжим следить за рассуждениями начала 20-х годов. Перед Тугенхольдом возник предательский вопрос. Что же такое перед нами? Музей Морозовского или только опустелая квартира страстного любителя?
Tugendhold asked himself the following question: What does this building mean?
Уже в конце этого десятилетия.
Is it more of a home, or could it really become a national museum? Should we bring together the Morozov collection with the Shchukin collection, or should we keep them separate? And he also asked himself, what is the importance of the intimist atmosphere? Is there a tie between the works and the furniture?
Коллекция распространилась не только на основной объем Дворца Трубецких, но и на
This question had already been partially answered because the collection had grown to take over not only the main rooms but also the other wing, where the family's private apartments used to be.
Завершения собирательской работы Щукина и до открытия в качестве музея в 1919
The situation of this house, from the end of the collection to the opening of the museum,
в оформлении выставки, в оформлении каталога.
Appears on the Tikhomyrov photos. You can see these in the catalogue. And I'm sure that the French audience will remember the original Shchukin home photos. So we know what we're talking about because we have those photos. So we know how the paintings had been split between the rooms, and we also have the list that was drawn up upon nationalization, and we have Vladimir Minovsky's list as well. This was all handwritten.
Щукинского дома, лишившегося хозяина летом 18 года, последовали очень быстрые и радикальные изменения.
In the summer of 1918, Shchukin left his home,
Весной 1919 года
and
галерея открывается для
the home was changed in many ways. In the spring of 1919, the gallery was opened to the public as a museum,
Нина Еворская. Вскоре из-за совершенной
and Nina Yevorskaya,
режиму музейной
who
работы
was the head of the Gumensky Museum, so the Museum of Western Model Art,
ремонтные работы длились недолго. Повторное открытие состоялось 15 августа
said that this house was not suitable for this kind of exposition, so the house was closed to be restored. And it was at this occasion that everything was rehung. It was the Nord Compros organization that rehung everything, and the head of the Tretyakov gallery and the director of the National Museum of Western Modern Art participated in this hanging. We also believe that Meyerhold participated in this re-exposition of the works, but we're not sure, it's not confirmed. We have a couple of documents on this. So a new phase began in 1923, and we have photo evidence of this period. It's now called the First Museum of Modern Western Painting. Yevorskaya, Sidorova were there, and in the summer of 1920, they redid everything, as I said. And from that point on, everything has been documented in detail. So these are the first dates, these are the founding dates related to this museum. And they end the fuzzy unknown period. So now we can move to the rooms of the gallery. We can compare what the rooms were and what they became. This is the music room, the Monet Hall, and the theme remained the same. I'm sure you know this photo thanks to the expo. And on the right, you can see the new layout in 1923. The Rouen Cathedral paintings were put at the center of the exposition, and as you can see, the paintings are much less concentrated on the wall. They've been spaced out a little bit more compared to the way Shchukin hung them. Paintings by painters such as Maurice Denis were taken away. It was felt that they were less related, and the Guérin works were also taken out as well. Degas used to also be hung here as well. But there were still alcoves and the sumptuous decoration of the room itself. Monet's painting is a good fit for the walls there. This is according to Zelelina. The scientists and the curators tried to use scientific principles for this exposition. As you can see, from the left to right, you have a continuation. You have the luncheon in the grass on the left, for example, and Zelelina describes this process by saying that Monet's works have tones that can be put together harmoniously, and that the paintings go very well together for that reason. I would also like to point out that you can see that there is no longer any furniture in the room, and we know what became of the furniture. In July 1919, a courier from the Moscow Kremlin came. He said that the commander, Pavel Malkov, had ordered the transfer of some of the furniture from the palace to the Kremlin. I don't want to go over this particular episode in too much detail. So the Kremlin had a direct tie to this exposition. This was a choice made by Natalia Sedova, who was Trotsky's wife. So 12 chairs, golden benches, cabinets, and various woven chairs were taken from the Monet Hall. They're no longer there, unfortunately. And thanks to the transfer orders, we can put an exact date on the disappearance of the furniture and also exact dates on the photos themselves, depending on whether they have the furniture in them or not. These are some of the other halls. This was the final original Shchukin hanging here. And now we can show you what became of this particular hall. Let me tell you that the 1923 Expo has a lot of merit. The second Impressionist hall became very lively. All of a sudden, they had Derain alongside Suzanne with brighter colors. So after the Second World War, there were further changes. So in 1925, we can see the new arrangement in the room. It's much less dense, as you can see. All of the Impressionist works are taken down. And this is reminiscent of what Tugendhat said. He said that any form of fetishism during a hanging is completely out of place, so a new technique should be applied. Paintings need to be put on a wall in a rhythmic way so your eye doesn't get tired. Ideally, a single horizontal line with at least 50 centimeters each side of each painting. Using these principles, we organized the room, and this is why Renoir and Cézanne got different rooms. The observatory of the Museum of New Western Art was very proud, especially of the lighting in this room. As you can see, the light is coming from the left on the photos in the hall. In 1925, a picture that used to belong to the prince, Sergei Shchukin, who was a great critic of Shchukin, was added to the collection. So despite his past criticism of Shchukin, his works were included. So all of a sudden, you end up with the works side by side in the collection. I'm sure you've recognized the former Picasso study. Following the purchase of the painting of three women, it became even darker, even more demonic. This is reminiscent of what the Russian intellectuals used to say about this hall. After his purchases, the owner had to make the doors smaller. So rather than regular-sized doors, you have thin holes in the walls, thin slits in the walls that you can barely fit through. And after the changes, this room became the Cézanne Hall.
Этот эффект узкого проема благодаря разреженной развеске был еще более подчеркнут, и как с гордостью.
As was customary at the time, the pictures were put in a line, which shows the size of the door even more. And the people who did this new arrangement were very proud of it. They said that the Cézanne pieces really benefited from being so close to the other Impressionists, and Mardi Gras is front and center in this arrangement. Matisse's Pink Hall
сохранял абсолютную неприкосновенность. Его считали эталонным, поскольку он был развешен самим художником.
Is the only room to have stayed pretty much as was between 1919 and 1923. This just goes to show the original talent for arranging works by a single artist. All that was done is to shift the works a little bit to make space for the events. Unlike the Matisse Hall, the Gauguin Hall was changed extensively. The Narkompros Commission was very active in this hall. As you can see, in 1923, things are very different. Meyerhold said that the reformers wanted to honor Gauguin. To do so, they left open space. They selected grey cloth to put on the walls. And they had the wallpaper covered with dark colors without any particular shine to them, feeling that this was the best solution. The new arrangement was had much less splendor than the previous setup, which was reminiscent of the old iconostases. Back then, people asked, why gray? Maybe we should try white. But the real changes only came in at the beginning of the 1920s. Here we can see that there were 12 golden chairs that were transferred to the Kremlin from this hall. The Gauguin Hall was offered to the young curator. And the curator at the time completely refuted Shchukin's notion of how to arrange paintings. He felt that it was something that should be done thematically and should be arranged by time frame. Первое щукинское отделение Музея нового западного искусства писало, что in the report from the first department of the Museum of Western Modern Art, you can see that the Gauguin exhibition has been changed. The walls have been painted in a light color, and the room is much lighter, reminiscent of a white cube. This was at the beginning of the 1920s, of course. So the magic of the former iconostasis arrangement was completely whitewashed. At this time, something quite interesting happened. They wanted to hang up 29 Gauguin pieces to make an expo. So in many ways this was something of an experiment. The paintings were put together like a stained glass window or a rug. It was Mrs. Yavorskaya who did this and was acting as if she'd discovered something original. For years, people had been fighting to destroy the iconostasis-inspired original Shchukin arrangement, and then years later, the curators come back to the original arrangement.
Let's move to this new area, or the private chambers of Shchukin. These rooms were occupied by Picasso's paintings mainly, and these rooms were called 2.5 or 3 rooms because you could thus follow the evolution from Lautrec and the Blue Period to Cubism. And this was done as follows. There was the Derain, or the Derain Hall, and you can see here the picture of this very eclectic room with Suzanne, Renoir, and Derain that created. That Shchukin created, rather, at the end of his collecting period. So it was at the tail end of that period when he had almost finished collecting. And then there was the second room of Impressionists, and the pieces by Derain were in a separate room. It was exclusively devoted to his work. Unfortunately, there is no picture of this room, but it was a room, apparently, which was very well done, and it brought to light the puritanical aspects of Derain's paintings with a lot of pure white, and all his works are presented there. And we hope that one day we will have photographs of this hall, but we only have a list of the paintings so far. And this hall was adjacent to the hall that had Picasso's pieces. So Shchukin really moved through the different experiences, and his collection moved as well from the different exhibitions to a very well-known place in Moscow. And in 1928, Shchukin's collection was moved to the new building of the State Museum of Modern Western Art. In fact, there was a problem of arrangement. You can see the sketch, and the director was really upset because he had no idea how he would fit all these pieces into these rooms. And despite the renovation that had taken place in the building, unfortunately, there wasn't enough space for all these paintings. So they had to really be very creative and very imaginative to be able to squeeze all those pieces in. It was probably impossible to reflect the grandeur of Shchukin's palace in these new halls. We have a picture here, the picture we are familiar with of the palace with a cross on it. In Museum and Spectator, all newspaper title, that was in 1931. And the curator of the Modern Western Art Museum was not a shy person, and Nina Yavorskaya drafted the Marxist rehanging plan of the exhibition. So it showed the shift from industrialist capitalism all the way down to the socialist period. 3 out of 4 of the 4 walls of the Maurice Denis Hall were covered by paintings. At the time, it was standard practice, and there were only 2 panels of Denis remaining, therefore. And Shchukin's paintings were hung there instead, and it was quite strange. The effect was strange.
По пропорциям, кстати, очень любопытно, этот зал стал напоминать главный центральный зал фонда Барнса в Мэрионе, для которого как раз Матисс создавал именно в эти годы свой
former palace was had quite narrow rooms, whereas here there was a little more room in the different rooms.
Экспозиция в Музее нового западного искусства в 30-е годы словно старалась смешать прежние частные собрания. Любопытно, что на этой фотографии объединены произведения из коллекции Щукина,
tended to mix different private collections. Shchukin, the Morozov brothers, Shepetov, Ostrykov, Nikolai Ryboshinsky, they were all mixed. And the curators of modern Western art mixed the different private collections.
В конце концов, к 1940 году, когда отмечалось столетие со дня рождения Клода Моне, он приобрел монографический характер.
1940 was the centenary celebration of Claude Monet, and the monographic features came back, and the Shchukin collection was at the forefront. The Gauguin and Suzanne halls were called the art of comfortably well-off bourgeois, but it was difficult, however, to cast a shadow on Shchukin's collection, which stood out once again. So the museum had paintings of Picasso and Derain as well.
Можно сказать, что отчасти он реинкарнировался в первой половине 30-х годов в доме Морозова.
It tried to rebuild the intimate atmosphere that reigned in Shchukin's palace. And after the shutdown of the Modern Art Museum, the collection was split, and most of Shchukin's pieces went to the Hermitage Museum in Leningrad. And in the second half of the 50s, it was possible to see them again at the Pushkin State Museum. You can see the changes here of the way in which the paintings were hung. At the beginning, there were post-impressionists. Gauguin and Suzanne were mixed. And in the center, there are pieces from Shchukin's collection, Gustave Feuillet. And there were also pieces from Morozov's collection next to them. But it did not have pride of place.
Далее, в 1974 году в нашем музее была произведена довольно
Here
радикальная
is the
перемена.
Post-Impressionist Hall in
Шчукинские и
1974.
морозовские картины заняли 4
Radical
на втором
change took
этаже
place.
нашего здания.
The
Оттуда была удалена экспозиция
Chchukin's pieces
слепков
and
древнегреческой
Morozov's
античной скульптуры. Это вызвало скандалы.
pieces were in the 4 other rooms, and antique old sculptures were put in this room. It didn't really appeal to everybody. But then Shchukin's paintings later on were back in place, such as Lunch on the Grass, the Nude that was bought by Peter and Sergei Shchukin.
Здесь же был полностью окончательно канонизирован вот этот
And
триптих,
the visitors of Pushkin Museum were able to also see Matisse's monumental triptych.
Здесь, на этом, в этом
I
кусочке
wanted to
Москвы,
show you
все те
this
здания, которые
map of
довелось
Moscow
еще
taken from a
доведется
tourist guide in
украшать
1926.
Щукинским полотном. И сам Щукинский дом,
You can see all the buildings here
и
that
Пушкинский музей,
had to be
и
decorated
галерея
with Shchukin's
искусства 19
collection.
веков, где
So
произведения
there are
экспонируются
the
сейчас,
buildings of the
и
Pushkin
усадебный
Museum,
дом Голицыных, который скоро
and
будет
also
реконструирован для этой
the
коллекции
building
по специальному
where
проекту.
you have the current exhibition,
Большое
and the
спасибо за
Politzin
внимание.
building,
Вот, attention.
which was renovated in order to be able to collect all these masterpieces.
Merci pour ce magnifique exposé.
Thank
Merci
you.
infiniment.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation.
Pour la suite, donc, Mireille est conservateur.
Okay, our next speaker is Mikhail Dedinkin, who is the curator of the Department of Western European Art at the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, and he will talk about all the collections from the 1930s onwards. I'm talking about Shchukin's collections, of course, from the 1930s to the 1950s. We have focused on this period. We do have a few pieces that date from a later period, but this is the interesting part, the institutional part, modern museography. A lot has been invested in this museography project. A lot of people who did a lot of thinking and criticized museographers in the 1920s were listened to. So I'm going to give the floor now to Mikhail Dedinkin. Okay, the floor is yours.
Добрый день. Собственно, то, о чем я буду говорить сегодня, это та же история, которая уже несколько раз здесь звучала.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Но в данном случае это взгляд из Эрмитажа, взгляд из музея, в котором изначально
a story that you've probably already heard on several occasions, even today. But I'm going to give it to you from the standpoint of the Hermitage Museum. Here you can see the Hermitage Museum that opened its doors to the public in 1852, and in 1917 it still looked the same, because the Hermitage Museum was conserved, was preserved, and it had exactly the same kind of arrangement from antiquity to a neoclassicism, 19th century. It was a very charming museum, but it was not enough to open its doors to the art of the 1920s and the years to come. 1917 was an important year with the revolution and the nationalization of art collections, and the Hermitage Museum was at the very heart of all these events that were taking place at the time. The different manor houses, the palaces had to survive one way or the other, and they took great risks to be able to save all these precious monuments and what was in there. And Hermitage was saved thanks to the cooperation with Lunacharsky, who was the First People's Commissioner. He was a brilliant person, essayist, even though he's not that good a poet. And he was able to have an influence on the events that took place. Well, so a new system was created for museums, beginning with the Soviet Union, beginning with Russia, actually, and then involved all the different Soviet republics. And a lot of cities didn't really have their own art collections. So this is a list of all the main donors that made donations of artworks. So it was basically a state museum fund that was created in order to salvage all these paintings, all the paintings that had been taken away from palaces and mansions, etc., had to be part of the State Museum Fund. This fund filtered all the different pieces. And this fund, this museum fund, was the sole source of paintings and art and all kinds of artistic creations. And then the fund sent all these pieces to the different museums, and Hermitage Museum was part of the list for different Western European paintings. And then there was the Russian Museum and the Tretyakov Gallery. So the renovation went all the way up to the 1980s. That's when I joined the Hermitage. In fact, when I arrived, there was renovation going on. And a lot of different museums now have works that were sent from the Hermitage Museum to other museums. So Natalia Sedova was the head of the Department of Museums and Protection of Monuments of Art and Antiquities. She was quite an influential person. She was Trotsky's wife. And was very well placed because had access to a lot of dignitaries at the Kremlin. And when the Germans attacked Riga, most of the collection of the Hermitage was evacuated and sent to Moscow, and they were preserved in the Kremlin. But Lenin's government had also moved to the Kremlin. So all of these masterpieces were hidden over there, and we thought that it would be impossible to recover them. But Trotsky's wife was able to do something. She was in charge. And when it was mentioned that there was the Pushkin Museum in Moscow, virtually next door, the idea came about to send those paintings to the Pushkin Museum. So this is the inauguration. A lot of famous people. The museum was designed as follows. The idea was that students and visitors should be able to contemplate all the perfect models to understand art history. That was it. It felt a bit naive. but at the same time it was a wise decision, because it was clear that Moscow was able to fill this museum later on. So there were people involved in running the place, director of the Hermitage Museum, Sergei Tromitsky, and also Alexander Benoit. They accepted a compromise. The lists were prepared very carefully, and around 1928, around 500 paintings, including Rubens, the Flemish painters, Rembrandt, etc., all the old masters, masterpieces were sent to the Pushkin Museum. And this was done in order to make sure that there was a significant collection over there. Well, this is a loss for the Hermitage Museum, and how was it possible to offset that loss? The commissioner thought it would be very important to get new models from French Impressionists, French Post-Impressionists, because the museum in Moscow had many such paintings, whereas the Hermitage didn't have a single one. So after the transfer of paintings to the museum in Moscow, an agreement was reached. The museum in Moscow had to sign a contract, and no one could accuse anyone of anything. And the Hermitage was supposed to get some compensation from the fund and make sure that certain exchanges were made in order to supplement Hermitage's collection of fine arts and modern Western art. A list was sent showing the different paintings that had to be sent to the Hermitage Museum. So once the list was defined, the first paintings arrived, because St. Petersburg, at the time Leningrad, didn't really have a big collection that could supplement the Hermitage's fund in order to show the art of that period. Here are a few examples of the collection. This is the very first collection that arrived in 1921. It was a private collection of a Swiss entrepreneur called George Hassan. He mainly collected Swiss paintings. And then in 1923, the Fine Arts Academy Museum was shut down, and about 200 paintings from the middle of the 19th century, the Barbizon school, were sent to the gallery with some very beautiful pieces. And then there was also Elisiev, who was also an entrepreneur, and his house. There was a collection of Rodin's paintings, and this collection was also transferred to the Hermitage Museum. And this is a collection that was received from the Museum of Modern Western Art in 1930s. You can see how many there were. That's why I put them all on the same slide. You can see how many Matisse pieces there were. Then there's Cézanne, there's Gauguin, Monet. There's a bit of everybody, so as to have a proper exhibition. And the exhibition was open to visitors in April 1930. Miller was in charge of this exhibition. And he wrote a letter protesting and saying that this exhibition organized by the Hermitage, despite all these new paintings, shows us that despite the inclusion of these new paintings, the Hermitage Museum just gives us a very incomplete idea of French art. Obviously, the Hermitage Museum was displeased and reacted very strongly.
Государственный музей нового искусства считает совершенно недопустимой, извращающей факты и в корне неправильной. Музей нового западного искусства утверждает, что получив
there were accusations of facts being distorted. The Museum of Modern Western Art considers that this is the best collection on the European continent after Paris. This was what the curator of the Museum of Modern Western Art said in retaliation. He said that the collection of the Hermitage was much better than the one in Berlin or in Venice or in any other cities.
И так далее. Итак, действительно, Эрмитаж был вынужден эту коллекцию показать как временную выставку и убрать, потому что
what happened was the Hermitage was nonetheless accused of hiding some of these paintings and not hanging all of them, which was the case in other museums elsewhere. So Hermitage was obliged to display all of them, but there wasn't enough place for every single piece because there was, again, renovation that was going on. But another series of paintings arrived at the Hermitage. And this time there was Shchukin's collection, and it was displayed in the old part of the museum. And in 1932, these paintings found their permanent place under the heading The Art from Industrial Capitalism.
Близкая, мелкорадикальная буржуазия, близкая пролетариату, была представлена Стейнленом и Мазарелем. Ну, это немножко нелепо. Но, тем не менее, это был дух времени. Дальше развитие
it was a bit complicated, you know, with the proletariat, etc., but that was the general atmosphere at the time. There were accusations, allegations about people being spies. The war came. Then there was 1948, after the war. And that was when the Museum of Modern Western Art's collection was done away with, and a lot of different pieces were sent to the Hermitage. Once again, here are a few examples. You can see incredible masterpieces here. There is a triptych by Bonnard that was originally in Morozov's home, as well as other paintings. Here you can see Matisse, Picasso, and that is what makes our collection so invaluable. And then there are also quite a few pieces by the Fauvists. There are pieces by a lot of other different artists as well, as you can see on the screen. And in 1948, the Hermitage Museum couldn't really do much. It was impossible to extend the space But the Hermitage Museum was still struggling very hard to overtake Moscow. So some of Moscow's paintings were once again transferred because it was believed that the situation was unequal, so it was unfair. Hermitage had some pieces that could not be exposed during the Soviet regime, amongst which there were paintings by Matisse and Picasso. Amongst the paintings that were put back in 1948, and there were about 81 paintings from Shchukin's collection. So it was really the substance of the collection. Here are the figures showing you the changes. The Impressionists were very well represented. Lots of Matisse from the initial period, Picasso from the pre-Cubist period. There was just one by Derain. But there was no painting by Sisley on this list. And for Van Gogh, it was even more striking. He left the French painting section, and Van Gogh was moved to Dutch art. And that's when the first foreign visitors arrived, because in the 1950s, in the early 1950s, there was not a single foreign visitor in museums in the Soviet Union. It was only in Yerevan that Western paintings were shown earlier. In 1954, Helen Lazarev came to Moscow. She went to Leningrad. And she was the chief editor of Elle, and she published a book on the Soviet Union at the time. And 1 year later, the book was published under the name Soviet Union Post-Stalin. Several excerpts of this book were published in different magazines. And there was also an article published in Look magazine entitled The Hidden Treasures Found in the Attic of the Hermitage Museum. It wasn't really an attic. It was just in the loft space. There was a lot of place there because the ceiling was 7 meters high. The paintings were hung on different panels. And there were a lot of masterpieces from the Hermitage collection that were found there. Lazarev didn't really see everything. She saw paintings by Modigliani, but we still don't have any of them there.
Директор Эрмитажа Артамонов должен был как-то отреагировать, и он пишет вот такую статью о том, что
This magazine had quite a few readers, and the director had to react to this article. So he tried to defend his exhibition, obviously. Just a few words about this attic. The writer explains that a museum such as the Hermitage can never display all its pieces. And then the article continues.
На выставках наших музеев не показываются произведения кубистического и абстрактного искусства, как вовсе лишенные содержания и не вызывающие у
Our
наших
museums do not show Cubist and modernist paintings because our visitors, just like visitors across the world, don't really appreciate that kind of art. Artemona was very intelligent and very smart. He knew that he had to stick to the official statements. Then in 1955, an exhibition was inaugurated in Moscow on French art of the 20th century. Well, this exhibition was first presented in Moscow and then in the Hermitage Museum in Leningrad. There were about 54 rooms, about 2,000 different pieces. Well, who was at the origin of this idea? I think that such an important decision necessarily had to be taken at a very high level, but I haven't really found an answer to that. I don't know who actually made this decision. But everything that existed was shown. We used the different cities, libraries in different cities for this exhibition. We wanted to show what had never been shown before to the public, to the audience. And French artists were also shown for the first time to the general public. And this exhibition was a resounding success. A lot of young people remember it because it was the first time that they were allowed to admire these masterpieces. There were 20 Matisses, 18 Cézannes, 16 Picassos, but we didn't have dance and music by Matisse in that exhibition. And such important paintings were very difficult to transport. They had to be rolled. They had been moved from Leningrad during the war. There were so many that were still lying in rolls. They had never been unrolled. So this was really a major event at the time. And the modern part of this exhibition owes a lot to these two women, Izergina and Anna Barskaya. Antonina Izergina was a very important person. She very actively participated in the organization of this exhibition, and she selected the paintings herself. This was a very important exhibition, as I said, and it closed its doors later on, but later on, in October or November 1956, the Hermitage once again was able to show other French paintings of the 19th century coming from the Louvre and other French collections. And there was also an exhibition for the 50th death anniversary of Paul Cézanne. And then this exhibition was followed by a scientific symposium. And at the end of 1956, 90 paintings by Picasso coming from Moscow were also shown in an exhibition. And this exhibition was highly controversial
А одно из мнений, оно мне очень понравилось, там человек написал, если бы я был
In fact,
жив,
everyone was
я бы
allowed
это
to
запретил.
provide their impression
Таким образом,
on a panel, and one of the visitors said,
экспозиция.
had it been me, I would have banned this exhibition. It was an exhibition of an unprecedented nature, the like of which had never been seen before. You can see the exhibitions at the Hermitage on the one hand, and the exhibition on the other hand. The audience's reaction was more or less the same. Everyone was very interested. Obviously, as you can tell, Alfred Bach was there as well. He was a very famous art critic from New York. And as soon as he went back to the United States, he wrote an article about it. He gave an interview, and he recounted what he had seen. And he said that the Hermitage Museum was a museum that had one of the finest collections of Picasso and Matisse's paintings, and the largest Gauguin collection in the world.
Отличные работы Ван Гога, живопись периода, скажем, 1885 года.
And there weren't that many other collections, apart from a couple, who could beat that.
В общем, это правильная оценка и очень хороший результат.
And it was very true, actually. And the result was spectacular. After these temporary exhibitions ended, the permanent collection of the Hermitage went from strength to strength, and gradually it covered all the different floors of the palace. And this was the case up until 2014. There were attempts that were made to change the principles of these collections. Now, to conclude, I would like to mention a few excerpts from history. In 1962, there was a visit of the Arts Commission who visited the collection to give its opinion about the quality of the pieces. Serov was the painter who went for this visit, and he said that they had to they shouldn't hang these paintings. He even said that Matisse didn't know the first thing about drawing, and that his art was very apolitical, etc. And Artemanov, the curator of the museum, had to listen to all that. And one of his employees organized a visit for these distinguished guests, and Erogina mentioned what Lenin had said about showing these collections, so they couldn't say anything more. So from that point onwards, the Hermitage collection has existed as it does now. So this is the story and the history of the Hermitage Museum. I was delighted to share it with you in exactly 30 minutes. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful work. We are now just starting to understand what happened in Russia after the Shchukin period. Now we're going to welcome Jean-Claude Marcadet. You can take the staircase over there.
Alors, on va essayer de pas trop déraper. Je fais le système du commissaire de police désormais.
So I will be the timekeeper once again. Jean-Claude Marcadet, do we need to introduce you? No, he's a great specialist of Russian avant-garde artists. We owe him a lot. He did write the Russian version of the exhibition. It was a lot of work, and he managed to do it within a month. So Jean-Claude is here to tell us how the Shchukin collection was welcome in the Russian Empire at the beginning of the 20th century, and he will talk about Malevich. He is a specialist of Malevich, and he did publish the complete works of Malevich, almost, right? Well, no, not the complete work. You still have to publish the poems, right? Yes. There's a second tome coming up. But he was a prolific writer. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I have a very vast topic to cover, so I will have to limit myself to a few examples. The subject is the reception of the Shchukin collection by the Russian Empire at the beginning of the 20th century, the Malevichian prism. In 1914, at the same time as the Modernist Review in St. Petersburg, Apollon dedicated a special issue to the event that represented the opening of the Shchukin collection to the public and the publication of its catalogue with a founding article of the great critic Yakov Duganhold. It reviewed the exhibition of artists grouped under the sign of the Jack of Diamonds, which was shown simultaneously in Moscow in February 1914. This Jack of Diamonds of 1910 was quite different from the first exhibition of this group, and you have an example of the exhibition here at the end of 1910. This exhibition had seen the triumph of fall primitivism, Cézannism, triumphing over Impressionism, Symbolism, and modern style, which had dominated Russian schools since the end of the 1890s until 1909, when neo-primitivism of Larionov came up, as well as the work of his companion, Natalia Goncharova. Both artists had stood out from Western trends in 1911. Here, you see the program of the Jack of Diamonds, and painting here is a real struggle. Painters are athletes, and you see that the painting becomes an athletic work. And in 1914, which is the year I'd like to talk to you about now, there is another Jack of Diamonds that appeared. In 1912-13, French and German artists were invited by Cézannists. In the 1914 exhibition, Russian Cubism prevailed with masterpieces by Malevich, such as Portrait of the Composer Matyushin, author of the futurist opera Victory Over the Sun, Lady in a Tramway, and Guard. See, it's completely different between 1910 and 1913. You have a completely different Jack of Diamonds. This is when the first appearances of Alexei Morgunov started. He was one of Malevich's comrades, and that's when we also saw Ludyov, Popova, and Nadezhda Udaltsovska. In his report on the exhibition, Yakov Duganhold analyzes the relationship that the Russian avant-garde has with innovative French painting, in particular Picasso in 1914. The artistic and scientific research of Picasso, which led to a total fragmentation and distribution of the world, are profoundly individual. Each is a dead end of his own path. This is why Shchukin is absolutely right not to acquire any more Cubist paintings. Meanwhile, at the exhibition of the Jack of Diamonds, you could see Picassists who had already made an appearance with a set pattern, a pattern of a dynamic distribution of objects borrowed from the violence of Picasso. And Morgunov uses it with the same indifferentism by watering it down via a soft pink range. Such structures are fragmented and are seen both in Malevich and Mrs. Exter. So I have a few examples here that I'd like to show you, a few examples of Morgunov, what he calls the soft pink range. Here's another Morgunov. Well, this one has nothing to do with the soft pink, but it's an accumulation of objects in a cubic way. And this is another example which you can find at the exhibition of the Jack of Diamonds. This is the lady in a tramway. Music instrument, lamp. It's a lamp which is on a table. And Exter, also this painting, Genoa, which was at this exhibition. So, back to Tugendhat's quote. The French painter is always sure of himself, harmonious. The Russian painter is always unilateral, and the enthusiasm for the new way is, for us, a fact, which is, before anything else, psychological. Us, Russians, who lived through the revolution, and he is talking about the 1905 revolution, were torn apart from our subjective point of view. We held on to this derealization of the world, this variety of points of views of Picasso, because behind all this, behind the mask of science, you find nirvana, nonism, chaos. It's not by chance that Verhaeren, after having visited Mr. Shchukin's collection, called the room dedicated to Picasso, by opposition with the Impressionist room, Blooming Spring, a freezing winter. In Morgunov, Malevich, and Exter's paintings, you do find this winter and this foul premature aging. Tugendhat's judgment is wise, is pioneer when it comes to Picasso's painting and others, Monet, Gauguin, Cézanne, Matisse. In his article of the Modernist Review, Apollon, in 1914, large extracts were published in the catalogue Icône de l'art moderne. But the appreciation he gives of art, of his three fellowmen, Russian and Ekernin, is unfair. In 1922, he dedicated the first in-depth study of Alexander Exter's work, in which he saw in 1914 nothing else but a foul premature aging. All artists of the Russian avant-garde had to face this criticism. They were seen as bad imitators of the Western world. Posterity did not prove those despisers of innovation right. And it is true that there was great influence from Picasso and others from the banks of the Seine. But they were also instantly combined on Russian soil with basic structures of Russian popular art. A Russian painting of the first quarter of the 20th century is a combination of different pictorial cultures, while Picasso and Western contemporary innovators integrated data from African arts or Iberian arts. Artists of the Russian Empire integrated data borrowed from the painting found in France or Italy. They did what Picasso did, according to Tugendhat, with Greco, Cézanne, or Dora, i.e. they transformed their borrowings, their thefts, one could say, into picturologies that were completely original and that showed a contradictory debate. Malevich recognized very clearly in several texts the decisive impulse given to French painting at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century in the arts in Russia and Ukraine between 1907 and 1927. Here's an extract of a statement by the founder of suprematism. In Suzannian works, essence was gravity, the heavy nature of object. What Picasso managed to develop in his wife with such stubbornness that it reached to such an extent that the Earth globe could have turned in the other direction. But as Picasso got closer to Cubism, his work became lighter, more aesthetic, and it only reached its peak in works such as Man with a Clarinet. In this piece, the dynamic nature of shapes reached the last stage of Cubism, and after that, the dynamic development found its place in Futurism and Suprematism. I'm going a bit too fast here. Here he's talking about this, and I'd like to go back to the sentence. In this work, the dynamic nature of shapes reaches the last stage of Cubism, and after that, the dynamic development found its place in Futurism and Suprematism. These last sentences could be applied to major works of the Russian avant-garde that Anne Baldassari wanted to present as consequences of this unique contact between France and Russia. A special exhibition should be organized one day, an exhibition which would compare directly the works of the Shchukin Collection and precise creations of Russian avant-garde and Ukrainian avant-garde. I'd like to mention a few works from the Shchukin Collection and also Russian avant-garde at the beginning of the 20th century. Let's start with Monet. Larionov and Malevich interpreted in an original way one a Monet, Rocks in Belle-Île, or Rocks in Etretat, and the other Rouen cathedrals. Malevich and Larionov were almost the same age. The former was born in 1879 in Kiev, the latter in 1881 in Tiraspol, Moldova, just like Picasso. They were both marked by Ukraine. Malevich was still unknown before 1910. He had trained on the spot in Ukraine and in Kursk. He started out in 1906 in the private workshop of Fyodor Rerberg in Moscow. As for Larionov, he had followed a normal traditional artistic curriculum at the Sculpture and Architectural School in Moscow, and he showed his work in exhibitions that were quite important, in particular the Parisian exhibition of Diaghilev in 1906 during the Autumn Fair, or in 1907, 1908, another important fair, the Garland in Moscow and St. Petersburg. A series of landscapes under the rain, or the fish, and I'd like to show you a few of them, by Larionov. These landscapes indicate a technique announcing those of neo-primitivist or Rayonist paintings. All the objects here lose their representation status. They are hidden under Monet lines of the Norman series. The series of the haystacks and the Rouen cathedrals, which I'm going to show you again, played a very important role in the genuine impressionist awareness. David Bourliuk was the first one in 1912 to talk about the Rouen cathedrals and mention painting which grew like plants on the paintings. Color for Bourdieu has roots. They have fibrils. They're like plants, and Malevich even went further in the metaphor in a great passage of his 1919 Treaty of New Systems in Art. He observed that the visitors of the Shchukin collection really wanted to see the objects in the painting as a whole. So he concluded, but no one saw the painting itself. No one saw all the colored spots move and grow endlessly. And Monet, who painted this cathedral, tried to show the light and the shadow on the walls of the cathedral. But this was wrong. In reality, Monet stubbornly aimed at having the paint on the walls of the cathedral grow. He wasn't focused on light or shadow, but he was focused on the painting within this light, within the shadows. Cézanne, Picasso, Monet, they all chose the picture like shells with pearls. Here it's not the cathedral that's important, but the painting, just as we don't want to know from which shell came the pearl. The second painter who accompanied the first steps of the Russian avant-garde was Gauguin between 1907 and 1911. Yakov Tugendhold, an art critic, gave a good summary of the role of Gauguin when he wrote, Gauguin tried through their childish appearance in the smallest primitive trinket, the most anonymous art. He looked for the roots of great style. Breton wayside crosses, Maori arabesques, and epinal imagery taught him how to simplify, synthesize. The art of children and the art of the people are alike, not only because of their awkwardness, but also because of their laconic language and their ability to summarize. Malevich declared Gauguin, who fled culture to join the savages, found in primitive people more freedom than in academism, and he was submitted to intuitive reason. He looked for creativity. He never wanted to paint the way the eye of common sense saw. The first Gauguinite, i.e. a Gauguin girl, is Natalia Goncharova. I'm going to give one example only, one particularly telling example. This here is the fruit-picking painting. It's a variation of Te Ava no Maria. And another example, fruit-picking in 1899. That's the most telling example. They're a bit dark. So here you have the triptych of Natalia Goncharova. We see a same range of yellow, green, blue, sacralization of work, representation of profile, enlargement of feet and hands, and this is all the more underscored in primitive fauve works by Malevich. In Malevich, it's interesting to look at the feet and the hands too. However, and let me come back to Natalia Goncharova, Russian elements are quite clear. There's a goblin look in the style of Borisov, Musatov, a range of colors from Russian popular art with mauves, blues, bright pinks, browns. Let's take another example of Gauguinism. There are several examples, but I don't have time to give you all these examples. So here's the Larionov example. Oops, I'm coming back. Please excuse me. The series of the Venuses by Larionov, which are a maximal primitivization of Gauguin iconology. You see here Venus Katsap. It's the way Ukrainians treat Russians with goatees. And the same thing happens in the other way around. So here's the series. There's another one. Yes, the Jewish Venus by Larionov. My Jewish friends said, why is this lady more Jewish than the others? Because she represents her parents. She does have the portraits of her parents next to her. I don't know if it's true or not, but it is present in the iconography. After Monet and Gauguin, Cézanne prevailed as of 1910 with the first exhibition of the Jack of Diamonds, which I mentioned at the very beginning of my speech. This is quite well known today thanks to the great exhibition organized in 1999-2000 by Suzanne Pagé at the Museum of Modern Art in Paris. This exhibition was entitled Fauvism, or the Trial by Fire, and there was a great painting I remember there. And in Monaco in 2004, the exhibition Russian Painters of the Jack of Diamonds between Cézanne and the avant-garde, organized by Zalfira Tregulova. There were 24 Cézanne paintings at Shchukin, we know that. And artists of the Jack of Diamonds completely changed the artistic landscape of the time, dominated around 1910 by evanescent symbolism, an old academism, and an epigonic impressionism. As Dmitry Sarabyanov wrote, the painters of the Jack of Diamonds gave the object all its mass, volume, color, its tridimensional form. They were interested by still natures, which were quite important in Russian painting. And it's probably Malevich who most profoundly absorbed the work of Cézanne. For him, modern art starts with Cézanne, as says a book which came out in 1920. I'd like to quote what he said on a self-portrait of the Shchukin Collection. All these pictures are much darker than what they're supposed to be. So, I was talking about the Shchukin Collection self-portrait. So this is what he wrote at the end of the 1920s. Cézanne appears like a wonderful master expressing pictorial elements through sensation. Cézannism manifests itself as one of the great achievements of the history of painting because of its pure expression of pictorial sensation of the world. In numerous works of Cézanne, we see an inadequate coloration of the phenomenon which he took as object of painting. Let's take his self-portrait as an example, says Malevich. You can find it in the collection of the Western Painting Museum, but it's now in Paris. We see here that the face cannot correspond to reality because of the color, and the face was only the shape on which pictorial mass was placed. If you examine the constitution of this mass, you see that the percentage of coloring of the self-face is low, whereas the pictorial mass presents all of the pictorial elements of the series. So this is what actually transformed nature, and it shows that Cézanne, without having conceived nature as a copy, did not distinctly see the world, but he simply had a feeling of his pictorial matter. He behaved with shape and phenomenon as he would in a venue in which he could place his pictorial mass. Malevich in 1910 did draw lessons from this self-portrait by Cézanne in his two self-portraits, which you see here. The Tretiakov Gallery self-portrait is filled with the world of Nabi, who haunted the Russian and Ukrainian painter. Sensuality is expressed through a swarm of red naked women in different poses. around the head of the artist. Curiously, this figurative element echoes part of the self-portrait iconography with an allegory on the century. This painting can be found in Orsay. Émile Bernard admired Cézanne, and he wrote some articles on him. I didn't find where Malevich could have seen this work. It's not part of the Shchukin collection. But there are similarities between the two paintings, and there's a completely idiolectal transformation of the model, just as in Malevich. And you see at the center of the painting where you could find the figure of Christ with Émile Bernard. Here, the gaze is really important, but it's not looking at a precise place. The gaze is like turned inside, towards the inside. And it gives an iconic dimension to the painting. The dazzling trace of Matisse is obvious on protagonists of Russian arts at the beginning of the 20th century in the liberation of lines. The work of Matisse, pictorial and theoretical, was well known around 1910 and commented by critics. The French painter came to Moscow in 1911 and was quite impressed by the art of icons, and this did have consequences on the evolution of his range. One main lesson that was drawn by many Russian painters, including Larionov and Malevich, is that the line and color must be freed from any naturalist mimicry. This is clear in Soldier Resting, 1911. You can see also the gouaches by Malevich, 1910-1911, bathers and fruits whose mere outlines are decorative devices and directly stem from this lesson. And you see here the bather who runs to go and bathe, as Malevich calls it. Here you have the Matisse line, a pre-cubist tinge with the dismantling of the anatomy in favor of an assembly of volumes and planes. In Malevich, there's also fluctuation between hierarchic forms and movements. Matisse also played a key role in the evolution of symbolist painters like Vodkin, children playing, horses bathing, or two protagonists of the Blue Rose, Pavel Kuzginov, the Russian-Armenian Martyr Rosarian, who after 1910 decided to leave the dusky haze and dreamlike topics to adopt compositions where lines mark off, in a clear and cut way, figurative elements. 1909, Picasso was known, commented, reviled by Russian critics. And Malevich has always asserted that Picasso and Marinetti, who was not even a painter, were the two pillars of the art of the 20th century. The poet and art critic Maximiliane Volokchine tells about a visit of the Shchukin collection he made with the realist painter Surikov and others. A lady was outraged by Picasso, but Surikov defended the painter in the following way. He said, "It's not all that frightening. A real artist must start each composition this way, with straight angles, general masses. And Picasso simply wants to stop there to enhance the power of expression. This is frightening for the public at large, but for an artist, it's very understandable." According to the Russian critique of the 1910-1920, the work of Matisse would be an extreme deduction of Gauguin, while the painting of Picasso appears to be a paradoxical completion of Cézanne. According to Dugenhold, Natalia Goncharova was amongst the first Russian painters who associated the primitivism of popular image to geometrization of the proto-cubism in Paris. For controversial reasons, she said in 1912 during discussions organized by members of the Jack of Diamonds, Cubism is not a bad thing per se, even though it's a new phenomenon, in Russia especially. It's in the style that Fiftians make their rock ladies, which are sold on our markets, wooden dolls which are extraordinarily beautiful. Most of Natalia Goncharova's works as of 1909 is rooted in Cézannism, with a sculptural sharpness. Around 1910, when she paints Harvest, Virgin on the Beast, in the Museum of Kostroma, 1911, or peasants picking apples, which you can see here in the Tetyakov Gallery. She saw in the Shchukin Collection, visited by many contemporary Russian artists, paintings by Picasso, such as The Farmer or The Study for Three Women. Malevich interpreted conceptually and practically the picturology and iconology of Picasso. He never stopped being controversial in underscoring the importance of Spanish in 20th century art. I already showed you the primitivist gouache of the bather to underscore the Matisse line, freed from any representative mimicry. But this work also shows a dislocation, a dismantling of shapes, like in La Danse des Voiles by Picasso. It's only in 1913-1914 that Malevich included analytical synthetical cubism in a round of works in Paris, which resembles Picasso's work. Two series are side by side. On the one side, you have a surface which is built like a fan. It's layered in Lady at a tramway stop, for instance. And then on the other side, you've got a construction which is vertical, in grooming case, Station sans arrêt, or in Instruments de musique lampe. In the first series, the subject seems to have imploded. Lady at a tramway stop is in line with the Malevichian program, consisting in not showing objects, but giving a picture. In all this mess of quadrangles, it is difficult to spot a lady or a tramway. The title is just a memory aid to know what's in the painting without really unveiling its pictorial meaning. The same dark range of grays and blacks with three planes in red and brown tones can be found in counting table and room. It would be also vain to try to find a representation in this painting. The glass window is an element which could refer to a place. It's a pretext to these quadrangular variations. You have quadrangles represented in skewed variations, and you see a rounded head with hair limited to streaks. The painting guard is under the sign of Zvig, which is an offset of planes and a hyperbolic gap, which is quite complex. We recognize here trimmings on a shoulder piece, which is where you usually find the head. This head is a pile of shapes. It would be impossible to find here an eye, there a lip. Same thing with the body. It's a series of quadrangles. You can see a tunic here. but the perspective is completely irrealistic. Objects and human beings interpenetrate each other.
So you have the system that you can find in Sans Arrêt, which seems Parisian in a first view. You see variations in texture, as in through wood, and fragments of reality are left around the place. You've got smoke, you've got steel, you've got various train elements, but the Russian trend means that there can be no doubt as to the origin of this piece. The huge zaum that you see in the middle of Station Without a Stop is a gesture which is absolutely cubist and reveals a nihilism and a softened edge. From 1913, the shapes taken from Picasso's pieces surface now the Malevician work. Before the 1915 jump into suprematist minimalism with the quadrangle black and white. Thusly, the Shchukin collection really was the art school for the young generation of Russians at the beginning of the 20th century. The Russians took the foreign Western shapes and introduced their own national motifs and spirit, just as Alexei Grichenko said. The traditional Western painting turned into a new structure under the influence of the icons and popular imagery. This specificity of the avant-garde movement, unique in 20th century art, goes against all those who saw in the French paint shock only a sub-product or an imitation.
Mais oui, c'était une reptation vers une punition. Merci Jean-Claude, c'était un magnifique exposé.
Thank you, Jean-Claude. That was a great speech. We're now going to welcome to the stage Gérard Cugnot. There are little steps on the side. I don't want to see you hurt yourselves. Okay, Gérard Cugnot, no introductions necessary here, and he is going to tell us about the pros and the cons of Picasso, because Picasso has become more and more the warden of the gate to the Russian avant-garde. He played an essential role. So, Gérard, you're going to tell us all about that. Yes, I'm going to talk about the way Picasso was received by the avant-garde, and I'll say this in French. Now, do remember that the interpreters are struggling to keep up, notably with the previous speaker, so take it slow, if you wouldn't mind. We are 15 minutes late, but don't let that trouble you. You, in fact, missed out on a large part of the pieces that were presented by Jean-Marc Delocque-Fourcaud. It was supposed to be a confrontation with the avant-garde movement, and unfortunately we had to whittle it down to the 30 pieces that you see in this expo. So there's already a project there that is currently taking form with our Russian colleagues. So the topic of my speech will be Picasso and the Russian avant-garde, pro and contra. The way Picasso was received in Russia was a permanent paradox. Jean-Claude Marcadet showed very clearly the way that this Shchukin collection was kind of a genesis of modern Russian art. But it's important to set Picasso apart from the rest, because Picasso was probably one of the first artists to substitute to a representation of reality a representation of art itself. And this is exactly what the Russian Cubo-futurists called art for its own sake. Picasso's influence is also seen through the debates he inspired. In 1917, He was member of a futurist Russian group, one of four. There were four Russian movements. Ivan Aksionov, in this context, published in this group called the Centrifugeuses, the first critique of the entire world of Picasso. This was a very first. This was the first monography that we know of on Picasso, not only in Russia, but in the entire world. So this is an absolute seminal work in the critiquing of Picasso. So this group, and Boris Bafernak was a member of this group, and compared to the Cubo-Futurists, their position was more moderate. It certainly wasn't as radical when it came to the rupture with the past. And this is something that you can see in Ivan Aksionov's book. In this book, he shows the novelty of Picasso, but situates it in art history. And this was a response to Berdiaev's pamphlets, for example. In his book, he was able to show that while Picasso was the painter of metamorphosis, he was also the final inheritor of the great art, the continuity of centuries of great art that were now under threat from modernity. This is the paradox I mentioned. The main difference between Picasso's vision and that of the Russian artists was in a desire by the latter to go beyond limits that the father of Cubism had always set for himself. In the exposition known as The Last Canvas in September 1921, 5 Russian artists, all from the Cubism movement, said their final farewell to painting. In 1922, are we keeping up with the PowerPoint here? Okay, excellent. So, sorry, excuse me. Sorry, I was a bit lost there for a moment. So I wanted to show you a couple of the works of Picasso that are mentioned in Aksionov's book. No, don't give me that. I don't want to. I hate that thing. It's much better that Yulia does it for me. I really can't get on with technology. Okay, in 1922, Nicholas Tarabukin theorized this rupture in his book From Easel to Machine, but as early as 1915, Malevich, with his black square, had announced giving up on the old paintbrush by announcing in 1919 in Vitebsk that he was going to move to an objectless world. On the one hand, the Russian artists took the most drastic conclusions from Cubism. So the decantation through the Cubism movement of physical representation, which is at the heart of this new artistic system, so constructivism and Malevich's suprematism. But on the other hand, after this evolution, they came to this naked, blind wall, as Tarabukin would call it. The necessity to overcome this wall of pure form, which was a consequence of Cubism, but that Cubism wasn't able to overcome itself, led art in a new direction, and this led to artistic creation being flipped on its head. Despite Picasso not overcoming this wall himself, the constructivist, futurist, suprematist movements would have been impossible without this big bang that Picasso brought to the art world. As such, the breach that was opened by Picasso led to art without object, and also to the counter-reliefs, to Malevich, to the scenic Meyerhold constructivism, and also to the Eisenstein and Verdorf films. So basically the entirety of the Russian avant-garde. But the influence of Picasso on Russian avant-garde is not simply limited to his works and the people who followed him, but also the ones who rejected him. Larionov denounced what he called a certain fetishism, and Larionov was a direct consequence of Impressionism. He was seeking life, unlike Cubism, which he was rejecting. I'd like to quote Diderot, which Mrs. Baldassari quoted as well in her introduction. The people who were resisting Picasso, such as Larionov, thought that Picasso was on the side of darkness and shadow, whereas Larionov himself preferred light and brightness, such as Bonnard, Monet, Gauguin, and of course Matisse. At the end of the day, Picasso remained attached to the world of art, and in that way was closer to the artists that came before him than to the avant-garde. The greatest artist in symbolism in that generation was Vlombel, and this was the precursor to Cubism. And a study was written on Vlombel and established him not only as a precursor to Cubism, but also to constructivism. This is explained by the continuity that is behind any rupture in the art world. Tarabukin remained true to himself by going back to a current of painting which he saw as a matrix of future transformations. Opposition between Matisse and Picasso became all the more important when you saw it in the light of a fundamental split in the world of art. It is clear that Picasso was part of this movement not only through the work of Suzanne on volumes, but also through a perception of art which would have been explained by Rilke as the unknown masterpiece. Cézanne identified with Balzac's heroes in a search for creativity, which eventually, of course, led to destruction of the masterpiece that was to be on the easel. This is a sort of metaphor which is very significant and very symbolic for the avant-garde movement. In Picasso et Alentour, Aksionov points out that despite being well known during his lifetime, Picasso was haunted by the Baroque movement. He wrote that Baroque was an angel of death. We live in the time of Baroque and we cannot break away from it. What will the war bring? This was in 1914, remember. As such, Picasso appeared as the main contemporary of the movement, and this gave him a position of choice not only in Shchukin's collection, but also in the artistic life of Russia. When the artist moved away from the Jack of Diamonds to the Donkey's Tail, they wanted to move away from the Oriental influence. Goncharova even went as far as to compare Cubism to the art of the scythes to prove that Picasso and Braque hadn't invented anything. In 1915, Larionov and Goncharova, despite the fact that they were leading the way of the modernist movement in Russia, left Russia and met Diaghilev in Paris. Diaghilev is from the previous generation. And they broke out of the fighting created by the avant-garde movement that they had created themselves. Picasso was claimed and rejected by the Art de Gauche movement, who wanted to change life after the October Revolution. Here you see an excellent analysis of Picasso's influence on Tatlin. You can find this analysis in the memoirs of Dmitri Tolstoy. Here is what he wrote in these. Picasso seriously shook me by breaking my old balance through his painting. I was brought back to primordial elements. His collages, for me, were the logical conclusion of his research. Picasso was born from two-dimensional painting. He then moved to three-dimensional painting. On a single surface, therefore, to relief. After Picasso, you got the counter-relief by Tatlin, so breaking away into construction. When Tatlin returned to Moscow, for young people, Tatlin was seen as the direct son of Picasso, and Picasso created relief. Tatlin broke away from that surface and built counter-relief, and therefore won over a lot of the young generation, including myself. Remember that the image Tolstoya is part of the official circles, and this goes to show that the Russian avant-garde movement at that time was favored by the communist movement. We saw the art de gauche that was aiming to change life through art, and the Bolshevik movement that wanted to change life through political action. But it didn't last for very long. Aksionov was following up on what I just read when he wrote that Picasso once again has moved away from painting. He's sticking bits of paper, fake wood on his canvas. He's replacing paint with newspaper cuttings, and this leads to perfectly flat surfaces that he ties together very lightly with pencil or chalk. He sticks all sorts of household objects on his canvas. Pieces of boxes, business cards, rulers. I think we can skip a couple of... No, sorry. Bits of broken violins, and he ties string, he hammers nails, puts all of this on the wall, and sometimes he uses photography. The simplicity of the lines and the small number of objects used and the small number of colors used enables this final period of Picasso's creative life. So this is between 1914 and 1917. So in this final period, a new form of mirror experiment. We saw the same attention given to the material aspect and also the same fascination with day-to-day objects. Larionov, who is an adversary of Picasso's, had answered by showing the differences between Tatlin's counter-reliefs and Picasso's reliefs. He said that Tatlin's counter-reliefs were objects in their own right, and their material nature just goes to show that they no longer belong to the world of painting. These are objects that exist in their own right, and that therefore Tatlin had really broken away from something that Picasso had never been capable of doing. The bottle war, which we mentioned earlier, those two bottles there, goes to illustrate the fundamental differences between these two artists. Their emulation was a real culture shock. You had the three-dimensional still lives of the Soirée de Paris works, and there was also the piece Bottles and Guitars, dated 1913, that, of course, was very similar to the bottle that was put in the exposition by Tatlin when he returned to Paris. But while seeming to imitate him, Tatlin moved beyond that to move to assortment of objects, which was basically a farewell to painting itself. A little anecdote. Picasso did not declare himself as beaten and decided to make an even bigger bottle to win that bottle war, but that's not very important. By moving from representation to construction, Tatlin arrived at conclusions which were a complete rupture from history of art that was the heritage of Picasso. So in the works of Picasso, there was the André Malraux's idea of imaginary museum. This is what Aksionov was suggesting when he commented on what Picasso said, "I do not look, I find." And he wrote this: Picasso, a genius in finding things, there is nothing more fake than that. It is completely absurd to say that, because a genius cannot be someone who discovers. There is not a single process used by Picasso that had not already been alluded to by Derain or Braque, who came before him. Genius is synthesis of the discoveries made before. What came before him, the scope of his creation, the importance of his works, and the quantity of what he received and what he therefore made. And he added this: you must remember that the person who discovered is Braque and not Picasso. And that is why that every time you talk about Picasso's discoveries, you should substitute Braque. And a word for the wise, I do not wish to compare the two. The paintings of Picasso speak for themselves, and as a painter, he is much better than his friend, which does not stop the Frenchman from being a much better discoverer. And despite this diagnostic, Cubism in Russia was always assimilated with Picasso. And when Malevich reminds us of the tabula rasa that occurs with the Cubist pulverization of objects, he is of course not thinking about Braque, but is thinking of the reliefs and the collages made by Picasso. The crystallization, as he said, of objectless art starts from the moment when the world of objects has lost any significance. This moment of crystallization begins with paintings and Cubist reliefs. Through Cubism, you discover once and for all that you no longer need an object. What is important is the picture and the symmetry, which destroys any practical or figurative coherence. But this is just the beginning of a process where everything disappears and leaves only pictures. You cannot completely compare Cubism to objectless art. It is only a trigger in that direction. The Cubist conscience is a prisoner still of figurative elements and simply reorders them in a pictorial way. It still contains involuntarily human reason and elements of practical orders, of scientific orders. Non-figurative painting can have an aesthetic construction where you have concordance of colors, but only suprematism can break away from aesthetics. So you can have constructed aesthetics with colors, but only suprematism can break away from aesthetics with a simple action which is beyond the laws of aesthetics themselves. What you see is that by destroying the laws of representation, Cubism had opened the way for destruction of the laws of aesthetics. Think back to Bisseriev, one of the ideologists of the revolutionary nihilism movement of the end of the 19th century, had proclaimed the destruction of aesthetics, saying that he preferred a pair of old boots to the Venus de Milo or the Mona Lisa. This is what Malevich was observing when he showed that by destroying representation, you would end up returning to the world of objects. And this is what the new artists have tried to destroy with their objectless art. You therefore have the choice between design of industrial models and reproduction of reality for an ideological sense. Figurative consciousness was against a wall again, pure representation that needed to be overcome to either find new meaning in representation of objects, through Tatlin's approach, or by accepting the meaningless nature of objects, as Malevich described. The theoretical ideas of Cubism were spread in Russia through the work written by Glaise and Météger. This was translated twice in 1913 and had substantial influence on the avant-garde movement, not through its theses themselves, but through their extrapolation into Russian avant-garde culture. As such, French Cubism is at the origin of two main concepts of the avant-garde movement, the facture and the zdvig, which is, of course, very difficult to translate. It is a reference to movement, to transgression, to transformation, and can almost be seen as something of a spoof or mindlessness. Basically, it is a contortion of standard norms of perception. Because, of course, this is all work on perception. Whereas Guiez and Metzinger were talking about perception, the Russian artists conceptualized these theories and saw these as categories in their own right, and this is fundamentally what distinguishes the Russian avant-garde movement from the Western avant-garde movement. It is that Russian passion for theory, for philosophy, for the metaphysical sphere, which is present even in the movements which wish to break away the most from what came before. Aksionov said that perception is what is most valuable. The process is not important. And if you consider that modern art, based on metaphysical considerations and feelings as defined by Mack, as translated by the founder of the prolet cult, Picasso had brought about a fundamental rupture in the perception of the world, which seemed to be in direct contradiction with the entire heritage of Western painting that he had synthesized. To situate how Picasso was received by the Russian avant-garde, it's important to distinguish his works from universal culture and culture which is turned toward the future. This is what Aksionov went about, without realizing that in his contradictory approach, he would come against a wall. Here is what he writes in conclusion to his work. We will see what will come. But we can say one thing for the moment. We will not see what does not exist, and we shall not see what has never existed in visual arts. In Picasso's art, mysticism, demonism, the fourth dimension, have never had and will never have a place. Here we've examined what happened, and as we see, it is all part of pictorial considerations. These all are related to the painter's work. These works are, of course, eternal, just as is the beauty of Picasso's works. According to Aksionov, Picasso's cubism is a continuation of the history of art, and it is true that his pictorial reliefs seek to broaden the scope of painting by introducing new shapes and materials, whereas what Tatlin wanted to do with his counter-reliefs broke out of the frame and entered space and gave a new direction to art, that of building life. Later, Lev, by Mayakovsky, would continuate those attempts. Despite his adherence to the communist ideals, we know that Picasso was inflexible in his own freedom to create, and he has never submitted his art to ideological criteria. But during his Cubist period, he broke away from the ethical considerations of the world of art, museums, the Russian beat, and we know that the farewell of Mayakovsky when he committed suicide was that the boat of love has broken against the rocks of life. Observing this failure was an observation of the end of the revolutionary utopia which wanted to bring together art and life. The avant-garde movement tied their creativeness to real life, but in the ruptures and changes that came after this movement, it is important to not underestimate the importance of art historians and critics, which was no more negligible than that of the artists themselves. After the expansion of formalism, Aksionov and others contributed to finding a way out of the art crisis by breaking away from the painting on an easel and moving towards film. You must remember that the first exposition of the final painting, the Dernier Tableau in French, was a set of costumes, theatre costumes. When visiting this exposition, Meyerhold understood the importance of turning his shows not towards the screenplay, but towards building a backdrop, which is a playground. To this end, he called Lyubov Popova and Varnava Stepanova, the same artists who had just given up their paintbrushes to move towards project art. But as the Soviet economy was still in its baby steps, and was not yet doing very well, the theatre became a refuge for the visual values which were all of a sudden banished from the artist workshops. Aksionov and Tarabukhin applied to the theatre the formalist theories which had aimed to study materials through signs. They were very much part of the current ideological trend, but they aimed to continually renew modes of expression. And in their defense of art de gauche, they showed the internal evolution of artistic creation through an objective analysis based on art science. The final episode of this was signed by Eisenstein. When he left Meyerhold, he abandoned theatre and decided that cinema was the art of the future. I'd like to remind you that Eisenstein started off as a cinematographer in a Red Army theatre troupe, and then he created shows. In fact, he was a student of Meyerhold. And then, as we know, he moved away from theatre back to cinema, as I just said. Eisenstein was aware that he was repeating history. In 1921, pictorial realism had ended to open up a new era. Moving from collages to montages shows the cubist transgression of space and time, where images could affect the consciousness of the spectator to change them and the world. I'd like to remind you that Eisenstein was a student of Aksionov when he was at the Meyerhold workshops, and the last book that Aksionov wrote was an Eisenstein biography. Let me just wrap up, please. Eisenstein's works, I would like to get to the end of this. The work done by Aksionov is representative of the continuity which exists within the Russian avant-garde movement and has always been underlying to the apparent rejection. When he participated in the theatrical October held by Meyerhold, Tarabukhin showed that in their constructions, Popova and Stepanova had continued to paint through other means. There is an interesting comparison here between the farewell to painting, which was given by Tarabukhin in the Dernier Tableau, and the move towards theatre that Eisenstein mentioned in his manifesto on drama and cinema. Meyerhold brought about the death of theatre, just like Rodchenko's monochromes were the end of painting. Painting had its time as a means of representation, and Meyerhold was around for the end of theatre. In an article called Alexander's Skulls, Eisenstein said that cinema was the current state of theatre. It is theatre post-theatre. Whereas Tarabukhin, in his study on the issue of time and space in theatre, had analyzed the missing link between Picasso and Eisenstein. Let us take the example, The Queen of Spades by Meyerhold. Tarabukhin showed the space-time shifts which had replaced time and action movements laid out by Aristotle. Artists, poets, and actors aim to represent different spaces and different times in a single composition. Basically, exactly what Cubism was attempting to do. Tarabukhin showed how Meyerhold had been able to take an old process to create a feeling of transparency of space-time, which show through each other and allow the spectator the ability to see what he does not want to see in real life, and also to hear what they hadn't heard before. This rework of perception fit in with the Ostranienie strangification formalist concept, pitching something as completely new for perception. But this ability to refresh our vision of the world and to transfigure reality was exactly what Telyanev called an old novelty. I wanted to show Tarabukhin how, in the hands of Meyerhold, this great visual art master, the processes established by ancient processes found a new form and a surprising rework. And this is something that could be applied to Picasso's works and to Eisenstein's cinema. Thank you very much.
Merci Gérard. Tu restes un peu avec nous?
Je reste une coupe.
De toute façon, Julia t'emmène et puis t'accompagne à...
Oui, parce qu'après,
De toute façon, il n'y aura pas de débat. On est mal parti. Alors, cette fois-ci, on est à une demi-heure de retard sur le horaire.
Right, so now we're half an hour behind schedule, and I'd just like to welcome, without further ado, our next speaker, Maria Tsantsanogoulou, who is the curator of the Museum of Modern Art of Thessaloniki. And you're going to make a comparison between Shchukin and Kostakis, right? Or just focus on Kostakis? Right, okay, so what time is it? It is 5:30. You have half an hour to go. Half an hour is your time allocation. Thank you.
Can I have this little thing? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. I think that we have already realized that the collector's activity in Russia in the visual arts field is very interesting and intense, especially if one examines those great collectors who remained in history because they contributed substantially to the development of the contemporary arts of their own time, or to the rescue of works of art that had been classified as useless, foolish, and meaningless, or works of art that had been simply forbidden. Speaking about important collectors, it is needless to mention, and we have heard so many interesting facts here today, the Tretyakov brothers, especially Pavel Tretyakov, who supported those artists whose works were snubbed by the Academy, the Wanderers, the Abramtsevo colony, those who, under the patronage of the rich entrepreneur Sava Mamontov, painted freely on plein air, ignored the restrictions of the neoclassical style, and boldly worked with color, brushstroke, lights on new themes directed against social injustice and corruption, and highlighted the everyday life of Russian peasants, themes which were often criticized by the conservative high society for the liberal ideas that they spread. When in the year 1895, the young Ivan Morozov came back to Russia from Switzerland, and he was settled in Tver. Before starting his own collecting activity, he would often visit Moscow and his brother Mikhail, and they would attend Tretyakov's collection, which was open to the public and which already since 1893 had become the Pavel and Sergei Tretyakov Municipal Art Gallery, an extremely popular place queued by visitors. This was approximately the time, how can I go back? Yep. This was approximately the time when Sergei Shchukin started his own collection of paintings. Being rich and sensitive for what was new and experimental, he became one of the most important collectors of the innovative art which flourished in Paris in the end of the 19th, the beginning of 20th centuries. As we know, since 1909 and until the nationalization of his collection in 1918, Shchukin had his mansion open to the public and his works on display, giving the opportunity to young Russian artists to get acquainted with the contemporary artistic movements that were active in France and Europe. Among the visitors were members of the explosive generation of artists which belonged to what is today called the Russian avant-garde. Generally, Shchukin did not collect works by Russian artists, and one of the objectives of this exhibition is to highlight the influence that Shchukin's collection had on Russian artists. Russian artists had been experimenting at a time that was extraordinary, both because of the astonishing technological and scientific developments, but also because the World War I was underway. The radical political, social, economic situation had created upheavals and turmoil in Russia that ultimately led to the revolution and the civil war. The explosive artistic activity of that time was completely coherent with the socio-political developments, and it lasted about 20 years. At the end of the 20s, beginning of 30s, it started to fade until it was completely outlawed in 1934 after socialist realism was imposed by law. Soon, the works of Russian avant-garde artists had disappeared from all public view. And at this point, the collector, George Kostakis, appears. George Kostakis was not a rich man. He did not belong to any kind of dynasty, and there were no other collectors in his family as among his ancestors, like it was in the cases of Tretyakov, Shchukin, and Morozov. He was of Greek origin and born in Moscow in 1913. His father was a middle-class merchant from the Ionian island of Zakynthos who had settled in the Russian capital with his family. George Kostakis spent most of his life in Moscow and worked as a driver for the Greek embassy until 1940. When the embassy was forced to close because of the Second World War, Kostakis found a job at the Canadian embassy. He was the head of the local technical staff, but his duties also involved accompanying foreign diplomats on their visits to antique shops and art galleries. Although he had no special education in the arts or contact with modern art, he was gifted with a rare aesthetic instinct. Following the example of the foreign diplomats who liked to visit antique shops, he quickly started to form small collections himself. He was buying minor Dutch and Flemish artists, Russian silver and porcelain from the 18th and 19th centuries, Russian folk toys, religious icons. In 1946, at a time when Russian avant-garde was hidden and forbidden, he was much impressed when he accidentally saw a painting by Olga Rozanova and thus began his interest in the Russian experimental art of the 20th century. In his autobiography, he makes the following statement: "To make the long story short, I decided to become a collector of the avant-garde art. Many of my friends and relatives felt pity for me. They thought that I was doing a big mistake by abandoning my older collections and start buying things that, according to all, they were considered nonsense. Among the circles of collectors in Moscow, I had the not so flattering nickname, the Mad Greek, who collects useless garbage." He made contacts with the families and close friends and acquaintances of the artists, and with the artists who were still alive, among which were Tatlin, Rodchenko, Stepanova, Chagall, Goncharova, Larionov, Kudryashov, and others. For at least 3 decades, he methodically collected works of the Russian avant-garde, assembling a remarkable collection which rescued from destruction and oblivion this vital component of the European art of the 20th century. He encountered numerous difficulties owing to the fact that the Stalinist regime had banned the works of the Russian avant-garde, compelling artists to adhere to the aesthetic principles of socialist realism. Russian avant-garde artists were characterized as formalists, and formalism in the arts in a time when artists were required to raise and highlight the ideals of the new Soviet society was an accusation that was equal to national betrayal. Kostakis himself believed that the failure to appreciate the value of the avant-garde artist was a tragic mistake. He was convinced that one day people would need and learn to value his art. In 1981, when a big part of the collection was brought to Guggenheim Museum in New York, where it was documented and exhibited, the art historians came across a new, bright, and to a big extent unstudied chapter in the history of art, the chapter of Russian avant-garde. Kostakis was asked to reveal his own method of collection, and he pointed out 5 rules for the collector. A real collector must feel like a millionaire even when he is penniless. If he understands and loves a work and is sure of himself, he must not be afraid to buy it. A work of high artistic quality is literally priceless to the collector. For such a work, he will always find that he has paid less than it is worth. This I affirm from personal experience without exaggeration. What I say pertains to people who collect by examining works in person and not by hearsay. 2, rationalization is the collector's greatest enemy. 3, the real collector is ready to give up everything he has for a work he covets. It is easier for him to endure material hardship than to lose his new find. 4, a collector must not haggle. It is more advantageous for him to pay too much than to pay enough. If the collector tries to whittle down the price, he may lose a work to someone else, but it is even worse if the seller gives way under pressure. The money saved turns against the collector. And 5, one of the most important precepts for the collector is that he must precisely, even ruthlessly, define the limits of his collection, and he must resolutely remind himself that on this particular matter, his reach should never exceed his grasp. In the 1960s and 1970s, the apartment of George Kostakis in Moscow was connected with the then forbidden art of the avant-garde and was functioning as an unofficial museum of modern art, following thus Shchukin's example, with one difference. His house was not a mansion, like in the case of Shchukin. It was simply a 3-room Soviet apartment on Prospekt Vernadsky Avenue at the southwest of Moscow, and it became the only place in Moscow where one could freely and openly become acquainted with the Russian avant-garde. Intellectuals and artists still remember this famous apartment, which almost daily attracted a desperate company of young painters and students, foreign diplomats, politicians, famous artists, writers, and musicians. There they talked, they drank, they sang within the shelter of walls covered from floor to ceiling with Russian avant-garde that in those days could be seen nowhere else except in that apartment. The influence of the Russian avant-garde on certain younger artists, such as Lydia Masterkova, Francisco Infante, Edward Steinberg, and others, was largely shaped by their contact with the works in the apartment of George Kostakis. The notes filling the pages of the visitors' books with Kostakis kept during the 1960s and 1970s are truly moving. And here you see Edward Kennedy in the Kostakis apartment and the note that he wrote in the guest book. And another photograph, this is the farewell party of Kostakis when he left Moscow and the Soviet Union in 1977. And many, many different notes in the guest books. Among them are notes and drawings by Marc Chagall, Henri Cartier-Bresson, Andrei Vaida, Maya Plisetskaya, the daughter of Malevich Una, the wife of Kandinsky Nina, Edward Kennedy, David Rockefeller, etc. The young then Russian artists, Anatoly Zverev, for example, who was an artist that Kostakis loved and financially helped a lot. I have to say that 600 drawings and paintings by Zverev were recently given as a donation from Aliki Kostaki, the daughter of the collector, to the Zverev Museum in Moscow. And other young artists of that time, Vladimir Yakovlev, Francisco Infante, Oleg Vassiliev, Lev Karapivnitsky, Plavinsky, Makarevich, and many, many, many others, drew sketches and composed original tributes to the man who was not just a collector, but a friend and a staunch supporter. And as the collection of Shchukin influenced the artists of the Russian avant-garde, so Kostakis' collection of Russian avant-garde influenced in its turn many Russian artists of the 60s and the 70s. In 1977, Kostakis left Moscow, giving as a donation to the State Tretьяков Gallery a significant part of his collection. He got permission to take the other part with him, and he settled in Greece after spending a year in Rome. When he left the Soviet Union, Kostakis formed the Art Co. company and was responsible for the handling and promotion of his collection. The part that was taken with him started having a very active mobility. In 1977, a selection of his collection was presented in the legendary exhibition Moscow, Paris at the Centre Pompidou in Paris in 1979. In the 1980s, the collection became very well known after its successful show at the Guggenheim Museum in New York in 1981, where it was for the first time documented and restored with the supervision of the curators Angelika Rudenstein and Margit Rowell. At her texts in the exhibition's catalogue, Rowell mentioned that when the crates opened and the works were revealed, she immediately had the feeling that the history of art needs to be rewritten again. The world saw for the first time works by artists they never heard of before. Mikhail Matyushin, Lyubov Popova, Olga Rozanova, Nadezhda Udaltsova, Gustav Klutzis, Alexander Drevin, and many, many other new names, not to mention the unknown works of other artists more known, like Malevich, Chagall, Kandinsky, and Rodchenko. During the 1980s, works from the Kostakis collection were presented with great success in many museums all over the world, in Houston, Ottawa, Indianapolis, Chicago, Stockholm, London, Munich, Helsinki, Montreal, and also big selections from the collection were presented in seminal exhibitions like The Great Utopia in 1992. If one day this phenomenon will be discovered, the world will be surprised, Kostakis pointed out in an interview to the British journalist and film director Barry Gavin in 1983. In the 1980s, and mainly after Perestroika, the Russian museums opened their archives and collections, and the Russian avant-garde started to live a second life of glory. In 1995, the first exhibition of the Kostakis collection in Greece was held at the National Gallery in Athens. This exhibition, curated by Anna Kafetsi, was of great importance as for the first time since 1977, the two parts of the collection were reunited and a big part of the collection was presented as a whole. It is impressive that young people in 1995 could not even imagine that only 10 years ago, Russian avant-garde was a cultural phenomenon from which even the Russian art lovers were partly isolated. A very short time had gone since then. Kostakis always wanted to see his works exhibited in Greece, but unfortunately he did not live to see the first big exhibition of his collection at the National Gallery. He died in Athens 5 years before that, in 1990. A great deal has already been said and written about the collector's perspectiveness and the wealth of his collection, which spreads over the whole length and breadth of the phenomenon called Russian avant-garde. Despite the fact that his collection was divided into two main parts in 1977, Kostakis managed, even when dividing his collection, to maintain a unity and coherence in both parts of the collection. When we reach the point today that we can speak of yet another Russian avant-garde exhibition or another Russian avant-garde conference, it means that the surprise which Kostakis talked of has already been evoked and passed. What this surprise leaves behind is the path for study and research. We're starting to realize that Russian avant-garde does not have a solid framework, but a rather fluid one, within which various groups, artists, techniques, and theories came together and clashed, developed, and cancelled each other out, were announced and renounced. We're beginning to realize that they did not all move along the same lines, that although there is a bridge linking, for example, Mikhail Larionov to Gustav Klutzis, there is a gap equally big separating these two artists. It is interesting to follow the course of a collector once it parts from, of a collection once it parts from its collector. Kostakis' tactic was to gather material that was related to the period of the Russian avant-garde, not just large completed paintings by well-known artists, but also sketches, notes, and students' exercises, and anything that could provide us with useful information. Kostakis has shown us a method of study that faithfully follows his method of collection. This is not at all self-evident. Most collectors are in search of famous, great, and completed works. Kostakis himself led us to the realization that every little bit of paper has an unparalleled value, and that it is possible that a small pencil sketch on a torn piece of paper could prove to be far more valuable to the research on a scientific art issue than an oil painting which is completed and documented in detail from a historical point of view, and which of course has 100 times the monetary value of that small sketch. The collection also includes large completed works made of different materials, as well as small pencil sketches. In 1998, the Greek Ministry of Culture made the decision to begin negotiations to purchase the part of the Kostakis collection, which the collector had taken with him in 1977, with the permission of the Soviet authorities when departing from the USSR to settle in Greece. And I had the honor to be a member of the committee for the reception of this collection and follow the whole process, which lasted 2 years. On March 31, 2000, 1,277 works from the Kostakis collection were finally purchased by the Greek state and given to the State Museum of Contemporary Art in the city of Thessaloniki. Through the steady and continuous support of the collector's daughter, Aliki Kostaki, a rich and interesting archive of another 3,000 pieces came additionally to the museum as a donation, an archive which consists of original art books of the Russian avant-garde, original catalogues of major exhibitions of the Russian avant-garde, newspapers and art magazines, as well as educational printed material from the Unovi School in Huk and Vkhutemas, posters and printed propaganda material, especially a big collection of modern Lubok by Kazimir Malevich, Vladimir Mayakovsky, Aristarch Lentulov, and other artists, vintage photographs and glass negatives, handwritten and typed letters and postcards to and from different artists, notes, sketches, typescripts, and material that deals with the story and documentation of the Kostakis collection, from the Moscow Times to the major exhibitions abroad. Since 2000, the State Museum of Contemporary Art organized a series of exhibitions and conferences in connection with the Kostakis collection, and also it collaborated with many museums by presenting big selections from the Kostakis collection for important thematic exhibitions. The Kostakis collection and archive at the State Museum of Contemporary Art includes works and archival material that are representative of all the periods of the Russian avant-garde. However, some parts include material that is essential for a complete study. As Shchukin had special relations with some artists like Matisse, Kostakis also had his own favorite artists, and I will point out certain examples of what are the collections, let's say, within the collection. Over 200 works by Lyubov-Popova allow one to follow the entire development of this great artist, who, even though she passed away very young, traveled the whole path from symbolism to Cubo-futurism, suprematism, constructivism, and productive art. The same applies to Ivan Kliun and Gustav Klutzis, especially the Kliun collection, paintings, drawings, and archive is so rich and complete that allows us to study the whole course of this artist, and over 80 drawings and paintings by the constructivist Klutzis allows us also to get a very important knowledge of the artist. A big number of paintings, drawings, and archival material by Solomon Nikritin are kept at the collection. Nikritin was a second-generation Russian avant-garde artist and founder of the projectionist movement. The works of the Ender siblings, two brothers and two sisters, all students of Mikhail Matyushin, occupy a very, very significant position in the collection. Through these works, one can detect the application of Matyushin's theory on extended vision, the fourth dimension, and the organic relation between art, nature, and biology. A series of early paintings of Alexander Rodchenko from the period between 1919 and 1921. The unique sketches that Kostakis collected on the subject of construction and composition that products a discussion that had been initiated in 1921 at the Moscow State Art Institute are of great significant value. The collection of porcelain, a significant number of works that created by avant-garde artists in the late 30s and 40s that give us the opportunity to find a new approach to the end of Russian avant-garde. In conclusion, there is one thing that should be mentioned. As Sergei Shchukin collected works of art that were rejected and unpopular at his time, but had stressed that people will shout and laugh, but I will achieve victory at the end. Similarly, George Kostakis was convinced that if one day the phenomenon of Russian avant-garde will be discovered, the world will be surprised. George Kostakis had formed this great collection in the period between 1946 and 1977, fully aware that he was fulfilling a mission, the mission of saving Russian avant-garde from disappearance. As we obviously mention on the caption of each work of art the artist who created, we similarly have to mention the names of those collectors who rescued these works from oblivion and destruction. There were certainly great researchers, both in Russia and abroad, who for decades explored the phenomenon of Russian avant-garde and particularly studied the collection of Kostakis. I would like to express my gratitude and dedicate this talk to Vasily Rakitin, who passed away 10 days ago. He was one of the main researchers of the Russian avant-garde, a friend of George Kostakis, a member of the committee who selected the works from the collection that were donated to the State Tretyakov Gallery, and a very good friend of the State Museum of Contemporary Art in Thessaloniki. And his last book was an extended publication of George Kostakis' autobiography and memoirs. Thank you.
Merci infiniment. C'était passionnant.
Thank you very much. It was absolutely
Je
fascinating.
vous présente donc André Sarabianov.
I would like to introduce André Sarabianov. Are you going to make this presentation together, or is it two separate presentations? No, two. Okay. Well, you are currently working on the Encyclopedia of the Russian Avant-Garde. It's a project which is slightly different from the purpose of our work. You are a very predominant art critic and art historian.
I would first of all like to thank our host. I would like to dedicate this to my dear friend and colleague who died 10 years ago. He was one of the best specialists of the Russian avant-garde. Russian painting between symbolism and the avant-garde movement borrowed a lot from the French painting movements. French art, for a very long time, was a shining example for Russia. French art was attractive to the Russians for a couple of reasons, mainly because French art between the Middle Ages and the contemporary period was very logical. There was nothing missing. There were no visible breaks. When you look at European art, you see that France was the only European country that guaranteed a center stage to its art for nearly 10 centuries. Art was present throughout the evolution of the country. It was only during the Renaissance that French art fell behind Italy and the 18th century, where it shared its leading position with Spain and Holland. But France has always been in the forefront of world art. Seeing as we're talking about the Shchukin Collection, you can see him on the board behind me. This was a period for new ideas to take flight and new processes to emerge. This period can be compared to the Gothic sculpture period of the 2nd century, and also to the French culture of the 14th century. Between the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century, French authority was uncontested in Europe, be it in Impressionism, Post-Impressionism, or Paul Cézanne. France became once again the go-to country for pictorial art. Paris became a place of pilgrimage for Russian artists. This has been studied extensively. There are lots of books on the topic, but I would like to give you a couple of facts that you may have heard of before. One of the first Russians to end up in France was Pechelovsky. He studied at the Julian Academy between 1887 and 88. Ripin came in 1900, and he was part of the jury for the Paris Universal Expo. Sergei Diaghilev then organized an exposition for Russian art at the Salon d'Automne in 1906. This served to better place the Russian artists. There were a couple of them that were known back in the day, Poznanskya, and many others. And from 1907, Alexander Exter became something of a turning point between Russia and Paris. Between 1908 and 1911, many Russian artists came to Paris. These were young Jewish Russian artists who came in and split themselves amongst the various academies and schools in Paris. Akipenko, Baranov-Ossianet, Lipschitz, Sauvage, Chagall, Schlemberg, and many others. This is what we called l'art vivant, and it was also known as the Parisian School. In painting and sculpture, Cubism was very important. At the time you had Aristarch Aritolov, who was a friend of Albert Claise, Jean-Henri Metzinger, Fauconnier, and many other French people are notable there. Then they went back to Russia. Then there was another wave from 1912 to 1914. The Pesmer brothers came to Paris around this period. Sergei Yakulov, Vladimir Tatlin as well. But with the beginning of the First World War, that process unfortunately came to an end. Some painters went back to Russia because they felt that they were Russian, and during wartime they felt it was their responsibility to return to Russia. This is the case of Kocherova, Larionov. Others, after the Russian Revolution, shall return to Russia as well. Starenberg is amongst them. But some remained in France and become assimilated into the French art scene. In fact, I think that this is a specificity of the French art scene. They are able to assimilate and to appreciate other people's successes. And this applied to Chagall, Pesner, Lipschitz. They were able to become French painters. It's important to note that the painters were going from Russia to Paris, but painting was going the other way. So French art was very important for a lot of the Russians that were to become parts of the avant-garde movement. Then Cubism appeared in Paris, and the Russians learned Cubism in the private academies in Paris. There were many expos in Paris during this time. Vladimir Stepsky and the Jack of Diamonds. All of these expos were organized. These were in Russia, and lots of French artists were on the programs. In 1913, half of the paintings shown were from foreign artists. I'd like to come back to the importance of the Shchukin collection for the Russian avant-garde. It's impossible to understate the importance of this collection. There are lots of letters, lots of exchanges of articles in the press, lots of witness statements, and all express admiration for French art, which was visible thanks to the Shchukin collection. But let me come back to my main idea, which is the tie between French and Russian art. There is something else to the Russian avant-garde. There was a sort of opposition to French art, maybe even to Western art. In 1910, even amongst the Jack of Diamonds group, there were already contradictions starting to emerge. Konchalovsky, Mashkov. These artists were being accused of kowtowing to the French art scene. Now, this may or not have been the case. The accusations may or may not have been founded, because Cézanne's painting principles were the basis of the Jack of Diamonds Expo. There was even a Cézannist movement that was starting to emerge in Russia. Some artists were noticing that. So you had Larionov, and following the split within the Jack of Diamonds, there was the Donkey Tail movement, which had its own expo in 1913. Natalia Goncharov in 1913 said that she was shaking up the dust of the West with her feet. So she said that, and then she went back to Paris and ended up living the rest of her years in Paris. But that's what she said back then. And she also said that when it comes to art, Moscow has no reason to envy Paris. So there was this anti-French movement certainly present. There was an opposition between the principles of Russian painting and the principles of Western painting. That was what I wanted to say on the relationship between French painting and the Russian avant-garde. Now, however, I would like to switch over to another part which I have called a homage to French painting. I would like to oppose various different works, as you'll see on the slides. It is noteworthy that in French painting there was a long evolution period between the classical era and Cubism and modern art. But in Russia, this happened much faster. It was a massive leap. So when Malevich, Larionov, Cubism came in, that was shocking in itself, and then it moved very quickly to objectless and abstract art. Whereas the French, or maybe the Europeans, couldn't or perhaps didn't want to go those final steps. Here is an amusing example. On the left, you see Edouard Manet's Asparagus. Larionov maybe never saw Manet's Asparagus, but he did paint what you can see on the right. Now, let's be honest, maybe asparagus just looks like that. And maybe he'd never seen the Manet. Here we have Russian Impressionism. On the left you have the Pissarro, which is hung behind us. And on the right you have Nikolai Tarkov, who is also part French, I guess you could say, because he did live in France and died in France. Once again, here we have an interesting opposition, which I'm sure you've all heard of before. In this case, it was probably the theme that brought them together and not the style. Here we have Suzanne Larionov Goncharova, the Smoker by Suzanne, and also the Smoker by Larionov and Goncharova. If you compare Suzanne to Larionov and Goncharova, there is 20 years difference between these two works.
Такие, в общем, типичные сопоставления сезонизма в русской живописи. Слева натюрморт Сезанна.
Here is another relatively classic opposition that shows the Cezanist nature of the Russian painters. Here we have Nagubnikov, who painted this in 1916. So this was a fair bit later than Cézanne. Here again we see typical Cézanne influence between Cézanne and Konchalovsky. Once again, in the same series, Cézanne and Konchalovsky. This is an example. Why did Larionov criticize Konchalovsky? He said that he was imitating French art, and in this case he would have been correct. Here we have Cézanne and Kuprin. This is a still life with a cherub sculpture. Kuprin is a Russian painter. And in the center you can see a sculpture by Boris Korolov, who is a Russian sculptor. As you can see, there is a clear imitation effect, as the angle of the statue is even the same. We can now move on to some landscapes. Cézanne here is on the top, and Osmokin on the bottom. Here we've got Cézanne and Konchalovsky. Here, Cézanne and Shevchenko. We've even been able to put them side by side to create an even bigger landscape, although there is 20 years separating each of these works. This is the Mont Saint-Victoire. On the right, we have a tent. This painting was done in 1920. I don't know whether it's Saint-Victoire, but you never know. Here we have the very well-known portrait, which is also in the expo on the left, and Gerasimov's portrait. He is a Russian painter, Soviet painting, who was very much in the Cézanne movement, although this one is not to be confused with the man who painted the portrait of Stalin. Here we have the card players by Cézanne and Larionov depicting a similar theme. Then we have something that came much later, Cézanne and Larionov again. These are the Bathers by Cézanne. There was a whole series of paintings in this series. And here we have Cézanne and Malevich. Malevich clearly painted this with Cézanne in mind. He may have been trying to communicate a completely different message, and the style is quite different, but you can certainly see an influence. Here we've put together Morgunov and Cézanne. You can see the similarities. I would, however, like to go more into detail on these two. On the left, you can see a very well-known Van Gogh, the Parisian Café, dated 1888. This was part of the Shchukin collection. Sorry, the Morozov, I've just been corrected.
Эта картина, вот Ван Гоговская, она была таким для русских художников.
Its background is quite complicated. It ended up at Yale University. And then you have Larionov. This is a sort of homage to Van Gogh. This is the Small Soldiers Cabaret by Larionov. And clearly there has been a lot of work on perspective and character. Then there is another piece which is even more similar to the Van Gogh on the left. This is Rojdestvensky, who was part of the Jack of Diamonds group. I found this in the little city of Yelet, which is a little lost town in the middle of Russia. And when I went around regional museums looking for avant-garde pieces, I was struck by this piece in particular. This was painted in 1909. We see the same pool table, we see similar figures. It's painted in a Van Gogh style, it seems. I think that this confrontation can really show the influence of French painting and Van Gogh on the Russian avant-garde. Here we have an homage to Matisse. On the left we have the Goldfish by Matisse, and to the right we have Mrs. Tolstaya. She would go on to work with Tatlin and other painters. This is a piece that is in Omsk, in a museum at Omsk, and it was painted in 1911. So here again you can see the work on the fish and the colors. Here we have the Dance by Matisse, and the African style of Goncharova. Here again we can see the play of influences between Russian painting and Matisse. Matisse's work is beautiful, whereas the Goncharova is ugly by choice. This is very characteristic of that tendency for ugliness to become beautiful, but it is very particular. This is the final slide, as I'm running out of time. This is very interesting. This is Josephine Baker dancing in Paris in the 1920s. In the middle, I've put the Goncharova, and there are striking similarities. These are archive photos, but unfortunately I have completely run out of time because I would like to leave plenty of time for Irina to speak. But here we have just a couple more interesting comparisons. Gauguin, Larionov, Goncharova. Sorry, there's a mistake on the slide. We have the Stone Idols by Goncharova. Moving into Cubism. I would just like to comment on this. This is a Picasso that is in the expo, and Vesnin was a well-known architect. And I'd like to give the floor to Irina now.
Thank you very much.
У меня нет никакого доклада, я лишь закончу прекрасное выступление.
This is Mrs. Pravkina. She is the editor for the Avant-Garde Encyclopedia, and the professor here was going to give a more broad overview of art, the history of art. So I'm going to try and save us all a bit of time. We don't have much time at all for this presentation, so I'm going to give you a few figures to help you understand what the Encyclopedia of Russian Avant-Garde is. In 2014, this book was made available in Russian and received a number of awards, including the Best Book of the Year, as this is a very in-depth book, and it became very well known amongst experts on the avant-garde in Russia. And there's a reason behind that. There's a whole team of brilliant researchers and scientists behind this book, headed up by Vasily Raklin and Mr. Arabiana, who worked on this book. There's more than 20 years of research that went into this book. Dmitry Vladimirovich knows this very well. He was the academic behind it, and he is the one who worked on this idea virtually for his entire life. I'm sure you've heard the name before, in fact, and that thanks to his books you have learned a lot. And we'd like to dedicate this book to his memory. There was a lot of work with the various workshops. There were 238 researchers from around the world that participated in the articles of the encyclopedia. And we had the involvement of various artists as well. So it's a big honor for us to be able to present to you this book. There is a historical relation with French art, and that's the reason why the first translation made of this book is into French. It's rare to see quite so much interaction of influence between two countries when it comes to painting. So for that time, it really is impressive that France was the platform for Larionov, Goncharova, and others. Many painters from this book had to leave Russia at the beginning of the 20th century, and they became as French as they were Russian. They lived in France for a long time, for a large part of their life, and France welcomed them and enabled them to continue to create. What is important to note is that in this encyclopedia you will find Suzanne, Picasso, Matisse, and other French painters. The reason behind this is that without their discoveries, we would not have been able to discover the sources of the Russian avant-garde movement, and we are very thankful to Anne Baldassari and to the Louis Vuitton Foundation and Madame Toukimon that the Russian avant-garde will be made available to researchers and a wider audience. Because we have this book that is available for sale here. I'd also like to thank Lina, who's here with us, for giving over 2 years of her life to translate this book. I'm sure the audience, the readers rather, will very much enjoy not only the content, but also the excellent translation that Elena did. Okay. I'd also like to once again thank Igor, who helped us with the catalogue. And I'd like to thank everyone who helped us for the catalogue. Igor recently, maybe not so recently, in September, okay, published the non-official, his book on non-official Russian art, and he's going to present his book to us, which has content from many interesting contemporary artists. We had Eric Bulatov in yesterday, who was telling us about the 1956 expo on French art and Western art, so we are continuing in that same vein here. So, Igor, you have half an hour, and I think we will have to pretty much not have a debate because we're so late.
Of course, there's several ways to tackle Russian contemporary art. I would like to talk about it in the wake of the exhibition organized by Anne Baldassari, which compares some pieces of Shchukin's French collection and Russian works, which were clearly influenced by them. And last, I would like to ask myself with you what contemporary art in Russia owes or not to Western contemporary art and French art. We can consider that Russian contemporary art was born with what was called thaw, the thaw period, which started out with the death of Stalin in 1953 and the rise to power by Nikita Khrushchev. You see here an image of a video by a Russian artist, Dmitry Gutov, showing a man, the artist himself, trying with difficulty to get back up in a landscape of melted snow, depicting the end of winter, so a landscape of thaw. And this video, according to me, illustrates the genesis of Russian contemporary art. Let's say it from the outset. An artist studying in Russia at the end of the 1940s and at the beginning of the 1950s could still be in contact with representatives from the first Russian avant-garde. Of course, those artists didn't show their paintings anymore, or at least they didn't show works that were like the ones they used to do. They sometimes managed to survive within teaching institutions or had another public activity, and they were a sort of living link with Western modern art. It is the case with Robert Falk. He was born in 1886, and he was one of the founding members in 1910 of the group of the Jack of Diamonds, and we know what it owes to modern art, French modern art, especially Suzanne. Here you have a painting which is in Vladivostok to illustrate this and to clearly show this influence. And Bulatov considers that he had two masters, Vladimir Travosky, a theoretician, and Robert Falk. And it's actually quite interesting to compare the perspective of this painting with some of Bulatov's work. Bulatov wrote a lot about Falk. He sees in Falk the person thanks to whom he got to know French art. I understand French art, Bulatov says, thanks to Falk, and I understand French culture in general, thanks to him. He's not only his master. Falk is also Ilya Kabakov's master, and more generally, it's a reference for all of this new generation of artists that was trained at the beginning of the 1950s, a generation which is not satisfied with the traditional canons of realism that is taught to them. Considering how difficult it was for these young artists to travel, and as we said this afternoon, considering the fact that French modern artworks were in Russia, those of the Shchukin Collection, for instance, were locked in the Pushkin Museum and the Hermitage Museum. So because of this,
n'était pratiquement qu'une connaissance par ouï-dire.
French.
Et c'est précisément ce qui va changer à l'époque du dégel.
Well, people knew this art, the French art, only through hearsay, and it is this which is going to change with Thaw. Thaw is a series of modern art exhibitions. We heard someone earlier explain what happened in St. Petersburg. He talked about the main exhibitions there, so I won't come back to that. The Pushkin Museum was transformed into an exhibition venue by Stalin. And then the museum went back to its initial purpose, i.e. have foreign artist work presented to the Russian public. In 1955, within the framework of a big exhibition dedicated to French art, Impressionist paintings and post-Impressionist paintings were shown to the public. Bulatov wrote, at the Pushkin Museum, we saw Impressionists appear, Impressionists which were forbidden up until now. What we defined as formalist art and what we didn't know anything about became accessible. A whole new world opened up to us. In 1956, the Pushkin Museum also dedicated a great exhibition to Picasso, who also struck young artists' minds. The Thaw period is not only a series of meetings with the Western contemporary art, it's also an encounter with other artists, especially in Moscow in 1957, during the 6th International Festival of Youth and Students. For the very first time, young nonconformist artists, Russian artists, saw their work exhibited next to foreign artwork. Oscar Rabin, who's one of the major figures of Russian contemporary art, remembered the key role that this festival played for him. And he said, I quote, "It was a revelation, an explosion, a liberation. It is the festival which pulled us up from the slump." I still remember how astonished we were, how we stayed in disbelief when we saw this Western contemporary art. It was our first contact with artistic freedom. To me, it was a new life, a second life, which was starting, end of quote. Here's one of the most famous photographs of the festival I mentioned. It was taken in a street surrounded by Stalinian architecture. You see a jazz orchestra zooming in a car, defying all the rules of road safety, not only Soviet rules. And what's quite astonishing here is that you have an opposition between a frontal view with the buildings and a cross-cutting dynamic, that of renewed freedom. It's the same opposition you can find in Eric Bulatov's paintings. After the festival, there were a series of national exhibitions, which were quite important also. They were important in terms of culture and arts. Very often, they had a whole pavilion that was specially dedicated to art, with painting exhibitions and sculpture exhibitions too. The first of the series was the American exhibition of 1959, which was held in Moscow. And the Soviet public could see Vieillard-sur-Blanc from Mark Rothko and The Cathedral by Jackson Pollock, which triggered lots of discussions. Then after this exhibition, there was a French national exhibition in 1961, which showed an art exhibition from Impressionists to our days. So the festival and the exhibitions saw numerous visitors coming, especially young artists. However, this new freedom of cultural and artistic exchanges ended soon after. And the event which marked the end of this period was an exhibition of contemporary art that took place in the Moscow Carousel in 1962. The first secretary, Nikita Khrushchev, was invited, and he was outraged about what he saw. Here's a picture of the event, so you can recognize Nikita Khrushchev here. He is outraged. He is pointing to a painting. And then you see the first secretary also facing us in the picture. One Russian sculpture, however, he is ironically smiling. And this man is Ernst Nevinsky, and he died last year. What's paradoxical here is that this man, maybe that's why he's smiling, was the author of the sculpture which adorned Khrushchev's tomb. So this really goes to show how complex this thaw period was. In any case, after this carousel event, the freedom of creation of artists went down. And the following period, that of the Cold War, was extremely difficult for artists. Some had to leave Russia. Well, some left Russia voluntarily, like Vitaly Komar, Alexander Melamed. They were the creators of a movement called Sotsart. They left Russia in 1977 to go to Israel, and then they settled in the US, where they're still living. Other artists left USSR under a constraint, such as Oscar Rabin in 1978. He was confiscated his passport during the first trip, which authorized him to leave the country, so he was never allowed to come back, and he still lives in Paris now. A flight is often a topic that is represented at the time. There's a recurrent image of the ladder, for instance, and the hole, as you see here. This is an installation by Dmitry Prigov. Now, for those who decided to stay in Russia, there seemed to be no future. And this is what says this painting, ironically entitled Horizon. You see the perspective of young people marching that is blocked by a strip which looks like an official decoration ribbon. However, the end of the thaw period in the field of culture and arts did not mark a return to the previous situation. Practices contrary to the canon of socialist realism were then tolerated if they only remained within the private sphere. In other terms, artists were able to work at home, but they could not exhibit their work or talk about it publicly. They usually had another job to earn a living, sometimes even within the Union of USSR Artists. And that was the case for Kabakov. Kabakov has two parallel lives. One life that he leads for himself and another life for them, as he says. Eric Bulatov, Ilya Kabakov, Oleg Vasiliev, for 30 years, were officially illustrators of children's books, because in this field there was less ideological pressure. Bulatov writes, the year was divided in two. Fall and winter, we would work on our books. Spring and summer, we would focus on our main activity, i.e., painting. Regarding this main activity that they really loved, it only touched a narrow circle of friends who usually met in the workshop of the artists, if the artist had one, which was not always the case, or at the artist's home. So art became unofficial, and we spoke of internal immigration. I'd like to show you a painting by Viktor Pivovarov, a small room in a cellar. It's very dark, not only because of the quality of the image, but because of the situation of the character. He is in a cellar. You see on top the sidewalk, top of the window. And he is back to us, so we don't know what he's doing. We don't know what he's working on. He's working, we know that, but he's working secretly, as everyone did at the time. Even though the line between the two blocks wasn't as firm as it used to be, it is not before the perestroika that started in 1980 and the end of the USSR that Russian contemporary art and Western art were able to meet again. In the 1990s, private galleries were created, international biennials were organized in the following decade, such as that of Moscow in 2005. The third biennial in 2009 was memorable under Jean Martin. It was a real confrontation of Russian contemporary art with international contemporary art. After the perestroika, Russian artists were free to travel again. Eric Bulatov, for instance, had an exhibition in Switzerland in 1988. It's the very first exhibition of his life, and he was then 55 years old. Many artists have had to emigrate for professional reasons. They went to the USA, to Europe, and they would come back regularly to Russia, where they frequently showed their work. And that is the case of Ilya Kabakov, who settled in New York, and others like Bulatov, who lived in Paris after that. So we see that at the origin of Russian contemporary art, there comes a moment where we see a contradiction, an opening on the one hand on Western modern art, contemporary art, and then another period of time, an inward-looking attitude prevailed at that time. Now the question is, which period of time marked Russian contemporary art more? Does contemporary art stem from this external impulsion coming from a thaw, or from this long period of isolation, the period of the Cold War and unofficial art? The answer is far from being obvious. As we saw, numerous Russian works in the 21st century, such as the one we have here on the slide, Pivovarov's work, are still illustrating realities of the underground life of artists of the time. When we read texts of Ilya Kabakov, we are tempted to think that Russian contemporary art is still deeply rooted in reality of what used to be the Soviet Union, which does not mean that it takes after official art, realism. It simply means that the context in which this art was compelled to exist permanently marked it. This is why Kabakov wrote that each of his installations is like a fragment of Soviet life, which he takes with him. And to be more accurate, Kabakov wrote that in a universe of, in a world where you never found the right objects, or you found objects which were damaged. And actually, many of his work has such objects that are damaged. In this world, the Soviet citizen and the artist living in this world, even if it's a non-official artist, became more sensitive to the organization of space rather than the things that occupy this space, contrary to the Western world, where, on the contrary, everything is organized to underscore objects, such as stores, for instance. You see here an installation by Kabakov, which was proposed in the Monumenta in 2014 at the Grand Palais. It was entitled The Empty Museum. In this museum, there's only space, no objects whatsoever. Nevertheless, the two main movements in Russian contemporary art that we talked about are clearly close to Western trends, especially American ones. The first of those trends is the Sots art. I already mentioned it. It was created by Vitaly Komar and Alexandre Melamide at the beginning of the 1970s. And they talk about this analogy and explain about the movement that pop art starts with mass consumption to unveil its impersonal nature, whereas Sots art starts with its equivalent in the USSR. And in the Soviet Union, there are not so many means of consumptions, but there are many slogans and a lot of propaganda. So for pop art, objects are king. But Sots art focuses on slogans. I'd like to show you a piece of work here. It's a banner on which is written heading towards the victory of communism, which was a very frequent slogan then. And then you've got the signature of both artists at the bottom of this banner. Because of this incongruous nature, the signature reveals the impersonal nature, the inhuman nature of the political propaganda. Propaganda which is never signed by anyone in particular and which is never directed towards anyone in particular either. The second movement is a movement which started with Boris Groys, a critic in 1979. Boris Groys was a voracious reader of French and American journals, talking about art and language. And he reckons that in Russia, a branch of the international conceptualistic movement developed, and Groys was followed by Russian art historians, And then we talked about a Muscovite conceptualism after that. One of his representatives is Yuri Albert, whose work is characterized by the paramount presence of text to the detriment of image. Here's an example, one sentence. Come and see me, I'll show you my work. But if you think about it a bit more, you see that the situation is more complex than it seems. There's only text here, but it's not because of an abstract reflection on the relationship between word and image and the superiority of word over image. In this work, you have a specific social situation, that of unofficial art. Paintings could not be shown in public. You could only talk about them. You had to go to a workshop or to the artist's home to see them, and that's what this work is all about, this work by Yuri Albert. So what is really fundamental in Russian contemporary art is not the difference between image and language, but the distinction between public and private spheres. And we see that this difference goes beyond language itself. And I'd like to show you that with this painting by Bulatov. Freedom is freedom. This sentence is also the title of the painting, Freedom is Freedom. However, there's a tautology that disappears here because Bulatov actually splits the sentence in two. You have the letters in red on the one hand saying freedom is. Freedom is. That is what is in red. That is what is part of the slogan. Glory to the PCF, as we saw earlier, and it's really the front of the painting. And then you have freedom in blue, which is cut from the beginning of the sentence. And that's genuine, singular freedom, as in the painting we saw yesterday by Bulatov. And it really crosses and goes beyond the slogan. It punches it. So for him and other artists, you have words coming from slogans and you have words coming from singular experiences. This difference between private and social sphere is not limited to the Russian sphere, especially when artists work in the Western world. Let me show you another Bulatov's painting in 1994. It's no longer made in the propaganda context, but rather in the Western context, a mass art, cinema. We all recognized Clint Eastwood, the cowboy. It's Bulatov who said that. I think it would be hard for us to know that it's Clint Eastwood, but once you've been told, it's easy to see. In this painting, he's jumping, and there's a real separation between the social, collective sphere and the private sphere. And the public character cannot jump over this border to come into our space. There's a frontal plane that cuts him in two. And there's a red color of blood. And Bulatov makes an analogy between this bar that the character tries to jump over and the horizon of the painting that he painted before during the Soviet times, in which I showed earlier on. The identification and assimilation of all social areas is typical to numerous Russian artists today, in particular Alexander Kosolapov, who is one representative of this artist and who settled in the United States in the 1970s. I'd like to show you two of his pieces. So this one here, MacLennan's, at the block, the next block, is a play on the word block, which can mean a block of houses, and which can be the Western or the Eastern bloc, so the political meaning of the word. The artist here explains that there's an analogy between political propaganda and advertisement. The second piece is a statue entitled Hero, Leader, God. This small statue says that the political ideal, represented here on the left, then the consumerist ideal, Mickey Mouse, and the religious ideal, which is not determined, it's not the Christ, it's God in general. These three ideals are just different forms of the same project. They are all the same color, and they both literally and figuratively go hand in hand. As a conclusion, finally, it seems clear that Russian artists have received from Western art in the 1950s, as, say, Rabin or Bulatov, they've received a lesson of freedom. But they also gave us this lesson back, paradoxically, because they learned it in a world that wasn't free, a world that helped them recognize all these places that were non-official. It's a praise, almost nostalgic, and it's difficult to understand for us, but it's a praise of this non-official world. Yuri Menleyev says, you wanted prizes, publications, speeches, trips abroad. And I'm telling you, all this is worth nothing. It's only in the deep underground, the total underground, when all the curtains are drawn, that free knowledge and independence emerge. Could it be possible that you be seduced by all these pipe dreams of contemporary society? And instead of this, you are taking part in an invisible culture that is created underground, where you have no master, only darkness and freedom. This text might give us a possible interpretation of the most well-known installation by Ilya Kabakov. It is at the Pompidou Center, and the work is The Man Who Flew to Space from His Apartment. Because this apartment, of course, is a workshop apartment similar to that which non-official artists lived in at the time. So what this work tells us is that it's from the strictly private sphere, individual sphere, that does not cross the social sphere. It's through this private sphere that artists can rise to the summit and to the sky. Thank you very much for your attention.
Alors, d'abord, on va remercier Igor qui a fait un magnifique travail.
Thank you very much, Igor. Thank you for this wonderful conclusion.
C'était passionnant
It was fascinating
ce soir, Igor,
to hear Igor tell us about the Russian contemporary art after having listened to Albert Kosanevich talk about dance and music. It's a wonderful movement that we follow throughout these 2 days. We do have time for a few questions if you want. You should feel free to go back home if you want, but you can also ask questions. You might have a few questions to ask to some of the speakers who are still here. I had invited Jean-Hubert Martin. He had to leave. You know, I'll say it for him. He was the curator of the painting exhibition of the Paris-Moscow exhibition in 1979. It played a paramount role. And long after, today, and within the framework of this exhibition, we are going back to one of the main purposes of this exhibition, which was interested in painting, literature, cinema, design, etc. That exhibition rallied all Russian intellectuals and French intellectuals around a common project. Would one of my Russian colleagues wish to conclude?
Jean-Claude,
Jean-Claude, would you like to say something? Yes. What is interesting in what we saw, well, what I'm really interested in, and what everyone should be interested in, when they go to Moscow and St. Petersburg, I want to know how did you sort the pieces? Because the Hermitage got some more daring pieces by Picasso in particular, a lot more avant-garde than Moscow. How come? Did Moscow want to get rid of everything which was a bit too bold, or did the people in Leningrad, St. Petersburg, were they more keen on having what was really in vogue at the time? Would you like to answer that? Right, so it was about the split of the Shchukin Collection. Yes, this is an interesting question, but it's a bit hard to come back to that, to go back in time and analyze the situation at a later date. What is striking is the lack of documents. There aren't that many newspapers, and there are very few letters. There are very few fora for free expression. There were just official documents at the time. I'm talking about the 30s, 40s, 50s. We just had our own personal experience and our historical analysis in order to understand a given situation. And since this is a subject which is very dear to my heart for a very long time, I've tried very hard to understand on what criteria this split was based, this sharing of the collection between Moscow and Leningrad. I don't think it was a fair split. And who was the winner? Igorgina and her husband played a very important role. Because they clearly understood the meaning and the value of these pieces. In fact, they still remember the time when the Russian avant-garde was accessible and free, when it wasn't banned. That was 20 years before. 20 years is nothing in a man's life, in a total lifespan. It was the moment when the collection was divided into the two museums and the time when the avant-garde was accessible to everyone, so they knew what they were doing. Okay, so I suggest that we come back in a few days, maybe just digest all this. There was a lot of information there. You know that this symposium was aired live. There's going to be a podcast. We're going to add documents to the podcast as well, especially the bibliography that is lacking and information on the background of each speaker. All of the pieces will be documented with copyright and captions, which wasn't the case today. So you will have access to all this. And thanks to Sophie Tillman, who is here, and I don't think she's actually listening to me, well, we will be able to communicate with you. I think we will have your emails, your address, etc., because I'm sure you had to give that information when you signed up for this symposium. So I hope that we're all going to continue to work on all this in the years to come. Thank you very much for your patience.